Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1130. Xia Jiuyo looked up and slashed out with his blade. A pitch-black light swept through the void, slicing through it like a piece of paper as the blade flashed towards the tearful lady. The tearful lady gathered her star energy in front of her to block the three-blade intense while dodging. The first slash tore through the star energy and sliced the ocean in two. The second slash followed, its power doubled. The tearful lady's pupils shrank to the size of needles, and she charged at Xia Jiuyo with a resolute gaze. Xia Jiuyo's blade suddenly changed direction. The slash that should have hit the tearful lady deviated slightly and sliced the ocean in two again. The tearful lady suddenly stopped charging at Xia Jiuyo. Xia Jiuyo's three-blade intense had not been fully displayed, and the tearful lady's gaze gradually returned to normal. The atmosphere fell silent. At that moment, a figure appeared on the empty golden screen in the distance, and the two turned to look. It was Lu Yin. A mountain had split open, and the monkey had absorbed the progenitor's blood while Lu Yin climbed up the mountain and walked towards the golden screen. His appearance attracted everyone's attention. Shangqing was shocked. He had always been unperturbed no matter who he faced, but now, Lu Yin had surprised him. The one who had appeared should have been the burial garden's heir. How could it be him? Even though he had hoped that Lu Yin could do it, he still found it hard to believe that Lu Yin had actually defeated the burial garden's heir. Qiushi watched Lu Yin climb up the golden screen, and her gaze turned cold. She recalled what had happened in the Monolith Realm, especially how Lu Yin had suddenly recovered from his injuries and could use secret techniques multiple times in a row. This person was very troublesome. Yuhua Mavis curiously sized up Lu Yin. Was this the classmate that Lulu had mentioned? He was in the same batch as Lulu, and it was quite miraculous that he could reach this step. Within the mountain and sea realm, Suhi watched Lu Yin climb up the golden screen. His expression seemed casual, but there was a deep fear hidden in the depths of his eyes. He was the third arbiter to be defeated by Lu Yin, and if not for those idiots in the home of the gods, he would have been in danger. If this person had truly become one of the 5 astral children, it would have been disadvantageous for him. Even his status as one of the 10 arbiters would not have been able to protect him. Tai Yuanjun looked at Lu Yin on the golden screen, and his eyes flashed with envy. This person who had once been like an ant had actually surpassed him in just a few short years, and he had even surpassed most of the 10 arbiters. Qing Longlong, Little Yi Wang, Xu Jing, Mu Ziying, Hua Xiao, Yao Ji, Tai Yishan, Qing Guangshan, Ku Lei, Hui Santong, Su Zhou, Xie Shaoxian, and the others were all looking at the people on the golden stage. These people were the supreme beings of the 5th mainland's younger generation. Lu Yin's appearance was surprising, but those who had fought him before were not surprised. This person had unparalleled potential, and it was no surprise that he could reach such heights. Atop the golden screen, Lu Yin walked forward step by step. From here, he could clearly see the mountain and sea realm. His position was like a magnifying glass, allowing him to see every nook and cranny of the realm. He saw Mu Ziying's trio, Tai Yishan, Ku Lei, and Ting He. He also saw Xia Jiuyo and Tearing Lady in a confrontation. As he watched the two of them face off in the distance, Lu Yin finally understood why Teardrop had left the stage. She had met her match. He had never seen this person before, but his appearance was very similar to Xia Luo's. He should be someone from the Xia family as well. The Xia family was the head of the 7 courts, and it had always been rumored that Xia Jiuyo was the weakest descendant of the Xia family. Now, it seemed that not only was he not the weakest, but he might even be the most powerful. Lu Yin understood Teardrop's strength, and from the looks of it, she might be at a disadvantage against Xia Jiuyo. Shangqing and the others glanced at Lu Yin and then turned their attention back to the battle between Xia Jiuyo and Teardrop. The golden stage had 3 levels. The first level was at the peak of each mountain, while the second level expanded towards the center, covering a small portion of the mountain and sea realm. The third level was the highest point in the center of the mountain and sea realm. Only those who could stand there had the qualifications to be called the 5 astral children. There had been rumors that the 5 astral children could also be obtained by chance, but that was just the hope that the Hall of Honor had given to some people. Forget about chance, the 5 astral children had already been decided beforehand. Shangqing and the others did not move, and they all stood on the first level. Lu Yin did not move either, and they all watched the battle between Xia Jiuyo and Teardrop. That battle would determine who had the qualifications to climb up. Wait, where are Wen Sanxi and the others? Lu Yin suddenly thought of the other 10 arbiters. Wen Sanxi, Lu Tianmu, Ling Gong, Drunkard, and Obscuring Light were nowhere to be seen. Were they all at the bottom of the sea? Or had they been killed? In the distance, Xia Jiuyo retracted his gaze from Lu Yin and looked at Teardrop. If I'm not wrong, you were planning on receiving the second blade intent and then using a punishment technique to transfer the damage to me. Teardrop's tone was indifferent. That's why you gave up on the third blade intent. There aren't many women like you. Aren't you afraid of dying? Xia Jiuyo was puzzled. Teardrop replied, I am, but you can't kill me. Xia Jiuyo laughed. Everyone who should fight has already fought, and I don't want to waste any more time. It's time for the battle to end. His palm then glowed with a dark light as he leapt towards Teardrop and struck out. Ripples spread out from Teardrop's body. It was still her innate gift of hypnosis, but she did not succeed this time. Xia Jiuyo struck out at an empty space, hitting her right in the middle. Tearful Lady was hit by the palm, and her body was pushed back 100 meters. Xia Jiuyo didn't stop there, and continued to attack. Just as he was about to hit Tearful Lady, he turned around and shifted his palm by half a body's length, hitting Tearful Lady again. Teardrop had already been hit by 4 Netherforge palms, and half of her body had been frozen. Her movements had slowed down, but she quickly understood that Xia Jiuyo had been able to find her because of the unique chill of the Netherforge palms. She had been hit twice before, and she could not possibly dodge these 2 palms alone. Xia Jiuyo looked at her. It seems like you've thought it through. The moment you were hit by the first Netherforge palm, the battle ended. Teardrop's gaze was cold. Not necessarily. She then pointed at Xia Jiuyo. Secret technique, punishment. Xia Jiuyo's back hurt as soon as she spoke. The chill froze him, and a palm imprint appeared out of nowhere. Xia Jiuyo frowned, but he did not dodge. He could not avoid the Hall of Honor's punishment secret technique. The Hall of Honor's most disgusting secret technique was punishment. Injuries suffered by the user could be transferred to the attacker. It was unavoidable and could not be defended against. It had to be endured. This was the Hall of Honor's secret technique that shocked the Neoverse, punishment. In the Neoverse, when the Hall of Honor was mentioned, the first thing that came to mind was the Glory Realm, followed by the Ruler, and finally, punishment secret techniques. The Hall of Honor had more than one secret technique, but punishment secret techniques were the most terrifying and disgusting. No one wanted to take their own attacks, but punishment secret techniques had to be taken by the user. Many people did not dare to use too much strength in their attacks, afraid that the more they used, the more unlucky they would be. However, if they did not use their full strength, they would not be able to win the battle. Punishment secret techniques were the most disgusting secret techniques. No one knew who the progenitor who had developed this secret technique was, or they would be cursed for countless years. Xia Jiuyo was now suffering the consequences of the Netherforge palm. He had not used his second blade intent because he was worried about punishment's secret techniques. Crying Lady continued to point at Xia Jiuyo. Secret technique, punishment. Xia Jiuyo did not move. His shoulder was frozen by the Netherforge Palm's power. The third Netherforge Palm landed on his chest. Like Crying Lady, half of his body was frozen. Crying Lady panted heavily and looked at Xia Jiuyo unwillingly. A secret technique was not a battle technique, and she could not use it whenever she wanted. She had already reached her limit. Xia Jiuyo's lips curled up. Are you done venting? You can admit defeat now. Crying Lady closed her eyes and stood quietly on the surface of the sea. I lost. The Netherforge Palm was very damaging, but the most troublesome part was the cold air. It could freeze the opponent's movements and locate them. This was why Crying Lady's innate gift had failed. Crying Lady could return the damage caused by the Netherforge Palm to Xia Jiuyo, but she could not use it to fight back. In Xia Jiuyo's eyes, Crying Lady was just venting. Crying Lady was defeated, and Xia Jiuyo's body trembled. The ice shattered, and he fell to the sea. The Netherforge Palm was useless against him. Xia Jiuyo smiled at Crying Lady and then walked towards the mountain. He had replaced Crying Lady as one of the 5 people to step onto the golden stage. If nothing unexpected happened, he would become one of the 5 starry children. Outside the mountain and sea realm, the older generation experts were silent, especially Muin. To the outside world, the 5 starry children needed to be fought over, but to the Hall of Honor, it was just a formality. They had already decided on the 5 starry children: Shangqing, Crying Lady, Emergence Mavis, Autumn Sure, and Quiet Weep. This was not only because the 5 starry children were unparalleled, but also because of the distribution of benefits. The Hall of Honor was in charge of the Hall of Honor. It was the dominating force of the entire human star sector. Although it was the strongest, it could not rule the human star sector by itself. They needed balance, just like how someone from the 7 courts had become one of the 5 children of the stars. This balance had not been broken for many years, and it could not be broken. The competition for the Star Tower was the same. The Hall of Honor already knew how strong the heirs of the 7 courts were, and there were no experts who could threaten the 5 chosen. The other powers of the Neoverse, including the 10 arbiters of the Innerverse, had all been evaluated by the Hall of Honor. They had determined that they could not threaten the 5 chosen, which was why they had decided to compete for the Star Tower. However, no one had expected Xia Jiuyo to suddenly rise up and defeat Crying Lady with such shocking strength. Crying Lady's heartless sorrow of autumn was very difficult to defend against. She had 2 secret techniques, an innate gift, and various battle techniques from the Hall of Honor. Her physical strength and spiritual force were perfect, but she had been completely countered by Xia Jiuyo's Netherforge Palm and her innate gift. Although Xia Jiuyo had been injured, his injuries did not affect him at all. To the Hall of Honor, this was an accident that broke the balance. And this accident could even threaten the others. It wasn't just Xia Jiuyo. Luin had also defeated Quiet Weep and replaced her as one of the 5 starry children. This was something that Muin and the others had not expected. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1131. Quiet Weep was an enlighter from the burial garden, but she had actually been defeated. Muin couldn't help but look at Shangxing Shenwei. Shangxing Shenwei also looked at Muin. I think that this balance is fine. Muin shook his head. Look at Shangxing. We can't interfere anymore. Shangxing Shenwei looked at the screen. Kid, good luck. Perhaps even most of the people in the Hall of Honor didn't know that the true power of the 3 suns' ancestral chi had never been revealed. Within the mountain and sea realm, 5 people appeared on the golden screen, their light enveloping the entire realm. Everyone else in the mountain and sea realm looked at the five of them. Were they the 5 starry suns? Shangxing Shenwei calmly glanced at the crowd before looking at the cracked eye in the mountain range. That was an inheritance, a comprehension, a power vessel, a natural treasure, or an experience. The blood of a progenitor was a treasure, and every time there was a competition for the Star Tower, there would be a phenomenon that would affect the mountain and sea realm. That phenomenon was an inheritance, and whoever obtained that inheritance would become one of the 5 starry children. Shangxing Shenwei could accept the inheritance, but he didn't move. The other 4 didn't move either. Lu Yin didn't move either, as the progenitor blood that had appeared in his mountain range had been absorbed by the monkey. Lu Yin's eyes were fixed on the mountain range where the root had appeared. Why did it look so familiar? Could it be the root of wisdom? If it was the root of wisdom, Lu Yin would definitely find a way to obtain it. The mountain range where the root had appeared had originally belonged to the crying lady, but it had now been replaced by Xia Jiuyo. When Xia Jiuyo saw Lu Yin staring at him, he thought that Lu Yin was looking at him and smiled. "Brother Lu, I've heard a lot about you." Lu Yin didn't even look at Xia Jiuyo. When he heard Xia Jiuyo speak to him, he looked at him. "You're a descendant of the Xia family. You look a lot like Xia Luo." Xia Jiuyo's lips curled up. There were some things that didn't need to be hidden. After reaching his current position, he needed the support of the entire human domain, not just the Xia family. Xia Luo said that he would wait for you here. His words are mine. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at Xia Jiuyo. The shock in his eyes could not be concealed, and it felt like a storm was brewing in his mind. Xia Jiuyo smiled. His smile was very happy and unfathomable. It was a smile that made people shudder. Lu Yin stared at Xia Jiuyo in disbelief. You and Xia Luo." Xia Jiuyo laughed. Shangqing, Ascension Mavis, and Qiu Shi all looked at him in confusion. In Lu Yin's mind, the monkey was horrified. He and Xia Luo. They look alike, but they are definitely not the same person. "Seventh brother, what's going on? What do you mean by what Xia Luo said is what he said?" Lu Yin's fingers trembled, and he suddenly recalled what Shao Qing had said to him back in the Daosor sect's ruins. There were people on the 5th mainland who shared the same aura. Perhaps they were the same person, or perhaps they had cultivated the 9 clones technique. If it wasn't for Xiaoqing's words, if he didn't know about the 9 clones technique, and if it wasn't for Xia Jiuyo's words, he wouldn't have guessed it at all. This was too strange. Is there really a 9 clones technique in this world? You've cultivated the legendary 9 clones technique. Xia Luo is one of your clones? Lu Yin asked in shock. With a single sentence, the expressions of the 3 of them changed as they stared at Xia Jiuyo. Xia Jiuyo's lips curled up, and he glanced at Shangqing, Ascension Mavis, and Qiu Shi. Isn't the 9 clones technique very mysterious? Lu Yin took a deep breath. He had admitted that Xia Luo was one of his clones. Wait, then Xia Tian should be one as well. Perhaps there was another descendant of the Xia family, Xia Kong, and so on. One person could split into 9, so that was the 9 clones technique. Shangqing stared at Xia Jiuyo in shock. 9 clones technique. The legendary invincible technique. According to ancient legends, progenitor Qin had used this technique to fight against 9 people at once. Although he was only one ancestor, he was still equivalent to 9 ancestors. The 3 Yang ancestral qi was indeed an invincible technique, but if one really had to compare it with the 9 clones technique, it was hard to say which one was stronger, as they had never been compared in the same era. Ascension Mavis stared at Xia Jiuyo in shock. 9 clones technique. Her family had indeed recorded this technique, but she had thought that it was just a rumor. How had someone managed to cultivate it? Did the Xia family have an inheritance of the 9 clones technique? The family had indeed recorded that progenitor Chen's surname was Xia. Could he really be an ancestor of the Xia family? Qiu Shi frowned and stared at Xia Jiuyo. The 9 clones technique was progenitor Chen's invincible technique. To others, it was a shocking technique, but to the serious sect, it was different. This was because the serious technique also came from progenitor Chen, and they were of the same lineage. The serious sect's desire for the 9 clones technique was unimaginable. The serious sect had long since ascertained that the Xia family's ancestor was progenitor Qin, which was why they had been able to obtain his inheritance. However, they had never expected that even the 9 clones technique would be passed down. Outside the mountain and sea realm, Mu'en and the others were stunned. The 9 clones technique actually existed, and someone had even managed to cultivate it. Many people looked at Xia Meng, assuming that Xia Jiuyo's technique had come from the Xia family. However, Xia Meng's expression was calm as she looked at the screen. Everyone assumed that she was looking at Xia Jiuyo, but she was actually looking at a woman who was slowly climbing the mountain. Xia Jiuyo looked around. Is the 9 clones technique surprising? I'm not the only one who's managed to cultivate it. Lu Yin was shocked, and he suddenly looked in Qiu Shi's direction. Shang Qing and the others also looked in her direction. Behind her, a woman had appeared. It was Starsabil. Qiu Shi slowly turned around and looked at Starsabil. Xia Jiuyo also looked at Starsabil. You can't hold it in anymore. You finally jumped out. Starsabil looked at Xia Jiuyo. It doesn't matter. Qiu Shi stared at Starsabil. The other person he's talking about who's managed to cultivate the 9 clones technique is you. Starsabil did not deny it, and she met Qiu Shi's gaze. My inner verse must obtain one of the 5 astral children. Qiu Shi was puzzled. Why? Others might not know, but you should know that the 5 astral children aren't that valuable. Why would the Starsabil sect pay such a high price to obtain them? If not for your Starsabil sect's intervention and using divination as a condition for the inner verse to participate in the contest for the Star Tower, the 10 arbiters would not have appeared here, and neither would you. What do you want? Just the title of the 5 astral children? Starsabil indifferently replied, we'll talk about it after we obtain it. Otherwise, everything will be meaningless. Qiu Shi indifferently replied, you can't have it. You can't have it. Starsabil looked at Lu Yin. Think of a way to become one of the 5 astral children. If you succeed, the Starsabil sect will follow your lead and serve you for 10,000 years. Lu Yin had been shocked enough today, so he was not surprised by anything that Starsabil said. Serve him for 10,000 years? He did not believe that. Who knew what this woman was thinking? This woman had cultivated the 9 clones technique, but she had still been hiding behind the scenes. She had wanted to borrow Night King Jinwu's hand to become one of the 5 astral children. After Night King Jinwu had been defeated, she had tried to bewitch Lu Yin. Now, she had stepped forward to compete for it. The title of the 5 astral children might be very important to the Starsabil sect, and it would not be surprising for this woman to do anything for the sake of this reputation. Outside the mountain and sea realm, a group of older powerhouses found this strange. They were not the only ones who could see the screen, as it had also spread to the Hall of Honor, the Sirius sect, the 7 courts, and various other great powers. Even the older powerhouses of these powers did not understand what the Starsabil sect was thinking. The 5 astral children was just a title for the younger generation, and it could even influence an entire generation. However, the older powerhouses were still alive, and some of them had even sealed themselves in ice to become the foundation of their clan. One generation, or even several generations, would not have much of an impact, so why did the Starsabil sect care so much about this title? They cared a little too much about it. No one could understand. In a strange place in the glory realm, old Zen opened his eyes, and his gaze pierced through the void to see the screen and Starsabil. I also hope that the inner verse can break the Neoverse monopoly over the 5 astral children. Unfortunately, this generation is not enough. The appearance of the 3 young ancestral chi means that there will be another generation to serve as a foil. The 9 clones technique will only succeed in the future, not now. The current era is called the 3 young ancestral chi. In the mountain and sea realm, on the golden screen, Starsabil's appearance caused the atmosphere to freeze. Everyone in the mountain and sea realm was watching. The little stutterer looked at Luin with a longing expression. Meat, it's meat. Follow the meat. Ku-lei stared at the golden screen. He really wanted to step onto that stage, but he was still too far away. The timing was not right. If progenitor Chen's tomb had opened earlier, then he would have definitely obtained an even more powerful inheritance and become an enlighter. The Xiaoye king looked up at the sky as the golden light illuminated the entire mountain and sea realm. He had been sealed in ice for many years, and at the moment he had been sealed, he had already reached the peak of his generation. He had thought that he would be invincible after coming out, but when he saw the 10 arbiters, he knew that it was impossible. Those 10 were too powerful, and now that he had come to the Neoverse, there were even more powerhouses. He did not understand what was wrong with this era. Did formcast models make these people so ridiculously powerful? Mingyu looked up at the sky. There were 6 people, 3 men, and she would be married to one of the 3. This was her destiny. Even if she had to become a slave, she would still have to marry one of the 5 astral children. Of course, she also hoped that this would allow her to escape from that person. He wondered who she could marry. Mingyu looked at Shang-Qing, then at Xia Zhuoyou, and then at Luin. This person would be very difficult. The others were clearly stronger than him, so it would be Shang-Qing and Xia Zhuoyou. Luin, do your best. Kill them all. Little Black and Little White shouted excitedly. Lan Si exhaled and looked up at the golden screen in the sky. The 5 astral children were not necessarily the strongest. After this, he would return to the Greyweed continent. There, he would learn the rest of the emptiness poem. Brother Lu, we can spar again at that time. It was as if everyone on the golden screen had reached an agreement. Aside from the progenitor blood that had been secretly absorbed by the ghost monkey, no one touched the other inheritances. Everyone was confident that they could accept the inheritances and defeat the others. Qiu Shi attacked Starsabil. The 9 clones technique was a technique that the Sirius sect desired, and Xia Zhuoyou could learn it. He was progenitor Chen's successor, so why should Starsabil? Starsabil stepped onto the golden screen, already prepared to fight Qiu Shi. Shang-Qing stepped onto the highest golden screen and walked towards Xia Zhuoyou. I want to experience the 9 clones technique. Xia Zhuoyou's relaxed expression vanished, and he solemnly looked at the approaching Shang-Qing. I also want to experience the ancestral chi of the 3 sons. The 4 of them began to fight, and the final ones left were naturally Luin and levitating Mavis. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1132. Luin looked at Yuhua Mavis. Yuhua Mavis also looked at Luin. Within the mountain and sea realm, many people looked at them at the same time. They were the only ones left. Outside the mountain and sea realm, Haizid Shenwei sighed. It was over. This kid had been able to defeat Hidden Weep with the Beast Tamer Union because he had found her weakness. But as for the Mavis family, even after so many years, Haizid Shenwei still hadn't been able to find a weakness. Muan only glanced at Luin before turning his attention back to Shangqing and Xia Zhuoyou. 3 young ancestral chi and 9 clones were competing. These two battle techniques that didn't belong to the same era were finally clashing. Within the mountain and sea realm, atop a golden screen, Lu Yin pursed his lips. Actually, 5 people should be enough once they're done. We might even be missing one, so we don't need to fight. He really didn't want to fight, as he wasn't confident. The Mavis family's Treeheart successor sounded powerful. Back when he had used the serious art to spy on the Day-Night clan's inheritance stone and enter the inheritance corridor, Lulu had been able to do the same. Furthermore, she had been a melder and had controlled an explorer sea turtle. He would never forget that scene for the rest of his life. Even though Lulu's performance hadn't been too outrageous, Lu Yin was still wary of the Mavis family. Furthermore, he needed money to cultivate, so he subconsciously believed that whoever was rich would be powerful. The Mavis family was the wealthiest, so there was no doubt that he was a little flustered. Across from him, Yuhua Mavis smiled. Let's exchange some pointers. I'm curious about Lulu's classmates. You were able to defeat Hidden Weep, so you're on the same level as us. Lu Yin was speechless. I'm almost there. Maybe next time. At least wait until I break through to the Hunter realm. Yuhua Mavis chuckled. No need, this is a rare opportunity. I heard that you're very strong. Lu Yin was speechless. I'm classmates with Lulu, and we're very close. Yuhua Mavis blinked. I'm also very close to Lulu. Many people were speechless and felt embarrassed. Lu Yin was too cowardly. Little Black and Xiao Bai covered their faces. Lan Si coughed. They couldn't blame Lu Yin, he was just a cruiser. Haizit Shenwei felt awkward. Brat, even if you can't win, you shouldn't be a coward. Xia Meng looked at him in surprise, you know when to yield and when not to. Not bad, kid. Shangxing Shenwei's eyes lit up. That's right. Being flexible is a tradition of Everlasting Island. Little Dream, do you like it? Not far away, an old man sneered, if the sage Heavenly Master finds out that you said that, he'll beat you to death. High Sage Shenwei curled his lips. Within the mountain and sea realm, no matter what Lu Yin said, Yuanhua Mavis still stepped across the golden screen and attacked him. Lu Yin did not want to fight, but even if his opponent came knocking on his door, he would not admit defeat. Even if he was rather apprehensive of Ascension Mavis, he would not be careless when it came to taking action. The appearance of a Yu Mavis was very intimidating. It was barefoot, and flowers bloomed wherever it went. It had to be said that it had frightened quite a few people. However, Lu Yin's ruthlessness was not weak either, as he had been able to kill Enlighters while still a Lammeter. Once he started fighting, he could disregard many things. Bunga loud explosion startled quite a few people as Yuhua Mavis jumped down from the highest golden platform and punched at Lu Yin. Just as she had said, she wanted to test Lu Yin's strength. Lu Yin countered with pure strength as well. The two fists collided, and pure strength tore through the void, causing cracks to spread out. In an instant, even Qiu Shi, Starsabil, Shangqing, and Xia Jiuyo were attracted to this scene. His strength was ridiculous, and the Mavis family was known throughout the universe for their strength. However, not many people in the Neoverse knew about Lu Yin's strength. Lu Yin and Yuhua Mavis fists collided, and both parties were pushed back. This scene stunned many. Lu Yin had actually withstood Yuhua Mavis' strength. Lu Yin steadied himself and looked up at Yuhua Mavis. He clenched his right fist so tightly that it turned red. This woman was actually so strong. On the other side, Yuhua Mavis also looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. Finally, she smiled and said, "No wonder Lulu said that you're strong." Again. She then charged at Lu Yin and punched out. For a woman to use her fists as a weapon, it did not seem out of place. This was the Mavis family. For a long time, Yuhua Mavis had fought with others by controlling grass to transform into fists. However, her battle with Lu Yin was different because Lu Yin's strength had truly piqued her interest. How could someone from the outerverse possess such strength? Lu Yin shifted a grain of fate sand and punched out. Bang! The air trembled, and visible ripples spread outwards. Yuhua Mavis' eyes lit up. Again. Lu Yin shifted a second grain of fate sand and punched out. Bang! The shockwaves from the collision of strength spread outwards, affecting Qiushi and Starsabil. The two enlighters had used star energy to attack each other, and their star energy was shaken to the point of instability. Yuhua punched out a third time. Lu Yin's eyes went wide, and he shifted a third grain of fate sand to his full strength, punching out. Bang! Another loud explosion attracted the attention of the Shangqing and Xia Jiuyo. Although the other battles were also very exciting, with the three Yang's ancestral qi and 9 clones being the focus of attention, the battle between Lu Yin and Yuhua Mavis was just too intense. Physical combat was the most intense form of battle, and it had been many years since anyone had challenged the Mavis family's strength. Lu Yin was the first in many years, and he had even challenged the Treeheart's descendant. Even Haizid Shenwei and the others were curious to see how far Lu Yin could go against Yuhua Mavis. Yuhua Mavis had not expected Lu Yin to withstand 4 of her punches. Again. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. He had already used all of his strength, but when he saw Yuhua Mavis' fist pressing down on him, he realized that there was no way to counter her pure strength. Lu Yin's 9-line battle force soared into the sky, and he punched out. There was a loud bang, and the two were pushed back once more. Yuhua Mavis' eyes flashed. Did he run out of strength? Lu Yin thought to himself as he activated his 9-line battle force and charged forward once more. It was a very simple punch, but it was this kind of suppression that caused the void to stabilize, making it difficult for Lu Yin to dodge. He did not want to dodge either, as he had never lost to anyone in terms of strength. Today, he did not want to be suppressed by Yuhua Mavis. Of course, he had already lost in terms of pure strength, but he still had his battle force, overlaying stacks, and the Aeon evolution scripture. He did not believe that Yuhua Mavis could defeat him with just one punch. Yuhua Mavis' control over her strength had reached the pinnacle, and Lu Yin's entire body's strength was boosted by his 9-line battle force. Her punches were just slightly stronger than his own, and Lu Yin had to use even more strength to defend himself. Otherwise, he would be defeated. This kind of pressure made it impossible for him to be distracted, and his nerves were stretched taut. Faced with this punch, Lu Yin's arm erupted with overlaying stacks, and he immediately unleashed 170 stacks along with his 9-line battle force. Yuhua Mavis punched out, and there was a loud bang as the overlaying stacks continued without end. Yuhua Mavis was astonished, and there was a rare look of excitement in her eyes. There was even a hint of battle intent in her eyes as she blocked the attack with both fists. She locked eyes with Lu Yin and said, again. With that, she suddenly increased her strength and actually managed to withstand 170 stacks and force Lu Yin back. Lu Yin retreated 10 steps and stared at her in disbelief. This woman was a monster. 7th bro, this woman is too abnormal. The monkey was horrified. Across from him, Yuhua Mavis charged forward once more. You took 6 of my punches head-on. No one in the same generation has ever done that. Lu Yin, I admire you. Although she said that she admired him, her actions were very honest. She threw a punch at Lu Yin, and the void was unable to withstand the force of this punch. It attracted the wary gazes of the Shangqing and the rest. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and his eyes turned into runes as he activated the Aeon Evolution True Scripture to weaken the rune lines. Yuhua Mavis punch definitely had a power level of over 300,000, but after being weakened by Lu Yin's Aeon Evolution True Scripture, it was reduced to just over 200,000. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin raised his fist and punched out with his 9-line battle force and overlaying stacks. Yuhua Mavis sensed that her strength had been weakened, and she smiled as her fist continued forward. Boom! A shockwave tore through space, and the void exploded with a thunderous sound that spread out in all directions. It was clearly a simple exchange of fists, but the strength that the two had displayed had stunned countless people. Just as Yuhua Mavis had said, there was no one in her generation who could match her fists. Lu Yin was the first to do so. 7 punches, a total of 7 punches. Lu Yin retreated once more, and the bones in his right fist had cracked. Fresh blood dripped down his skin and onto the golden stage. He stared at Yuhua Mavis. This woman was truly a monster. Yuhua Mavis looked at Lu Yin in admiration. You've reached your limit. 7 punches, that's your limit. Lulu was right, you're very strong. Lu Yin shook his head and smiled bitterly. If we were to compete in strength, I could only take 4 of your punches. The last 3 were cheating. Yuhua Mavis smiled. Competing in strength with my Mavis family is just asking for trouble. Strength can be seen as our innate gift, and I'm using my strength to attack your weakness. You're not cheating. Her words sounded strange. Ever since he had become a melder, strength had always been Lu Yin's pride. Today, he had been told that he was weak. It was laughable, but it was the truth. As expected of the Mavis family. 7th bro, don't waste your strength, the monkey said. Lu Yin thought so as well. Competing in strength with this woman was just asking for trouble. Let's run, the monkey said. Lu Yin frowned. What do you know? The monkey helplessly replied, how should I put it? Although I've lost a lot of my memories, I still have some understanding of the Mavis family through the letters of various powerhouses. This family's true innate gifts are rather unfathomable, and the descendants of the Treeheart have never suffered any defeats. If you want to beat her, you'll need to at least become a hunter or even an enlighter. How could it be possible for a powerhouse who was unrivaled in her generation to challenge someone who was a realm breaker and win? When he saw how relaxed Yuhua Mavis was, Lu Yin knew that it was unlikely for him to win. However, he had already come this far, and he was unwilling to back down. Although you have a good relationship with Lulu, you are not fated to participate in this battle for the Star Tower. It's fated, so back down, Yuhua Mavis said sincerely. Through Lulu and Grandini's descriptions, she knew that although Lu Yin had a great desire for power and could even unify the Outerverse, he was not a heartless person. She admired such a person and did not want to be too harsh on him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1133. Lu Yin could tell that Yuanhua Mavis was sincerely advising him, but he did not want to retreat just like that. Seeing that Lu Yin was unwilling to give up, Yuanhua Mavis stood there with her hands clasped behind her back. Grass spread out beneath her feet and covered the entire golden platform. Then, the grass grew wildly and twisted together to form a giant green fist. Even if you can't become one of the 5 children of the stars, fighting with us is still a valuable experience. Try this. The green fist smashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression changed, as he could tell from the rune lines that this fist's power was comparable to Yuanhua Mavis' 7th punch, and it had a much wider range. He waved his hand and activated the Use Secret Art, forcefully changing the direction of the fist's attack. Many were shocked. Outside the Mountain Sea realm, Xia Meng frowned. Use Secret Art. Mu An and the rest recognized that this was the 7 Quartz Yu family's Use Secret Art, Void Transformation. The Yu secret art, void transformation, and the Xia secret art, void transformation. Although they were only one word apart, the effects were completely different. The Yu family has come to the outerverse, so it seems like they have some connection with this child, Elder Yuenka said. Haizit Shenwei moved closer to Xia Meng. Little Meng, since this kid inherited the Yu secret art, can he be considered a member of the Yu family? Then he should be qualified to participate in the Seven Courts exploration of the tomb. Many people looked at Xia Meng when they heard this. Mu En looked over as well. The Seven Courts had joined forces to guard progenitor Chen's tomb, and every time the tomb opened, only the direct descendants of the Seven Courts could enter. Even the Hall of Honor could not interfere. Xia Meng replied, the Yu family's descendants will have proof, not just the Yu secret art. Perhaps the Yu family was harmed by him. That's not wrong. This kid has unified the outerverse, an elder said. Haizit Shenwei rolled his eyes. Even if the Yu family has declined, it's still not something a kid can deal with. This kid cultivated step by step from the outerverse to the stage of the 5 astral children, and it only took him a total of 12 years. Even the Hall of Honor's #1 disciple, Shangqing Fatzi, wouldn't be able to achieve such a feat. His background isn't that simple. Besides your everlasting Sky Island, there might be others, another elder said. He then laughed strangely, as if he was taking pleasure in Lu Yin's misfortune. High Sage Shenwei wanted to retort, but after thinking about it, he felt that it made sense. Even if Everlasting Sky Island used all of its resources to nurture an absolute genius, they would only be able to reach this level at most. They might not even be able to surpass Lu Yin, which was strange. Considering everything that Lu Yin had experienced since he started cultivating, he had survived many calamities that should have been fatal. It was impossible for there to be no one behind him. Many of the older powerhouses looked at the screen and then at Lu Yin, each with their own thoughts. Within the mountain and sea realm, Yuhua Mavis was shocked when Lu Yin used the Yu secret art to change the direction of the fist's attack. The Yu secret art. Lu Yin charged towards Yuhua, raising a hand and pointing a finger. Seventh brother pointed a finger. 9-lined battle force enveloped Lu Yin's body as his domain compressed his spiritual force onto his finger. His fingertip contained overlaying stacks, and the true scripture of Yin evolution weakened the rune lines on the surface of Levitation Mavis' body. This was the strongest attack that Lu Yin could currently unleash. Seventh brother's finger shocked many. 9-line battle force aside, not just anyone could compress spiritual force with a domain. Furthermore, Lu Yin's fingertip contained overlaying stacks. Combined with the true scripture of Yin evolution, a single finger was enough to instantly kill an absolute expert of the same generation. Even Levitation Mavis was shocked at this moment. She did not move as she watched the finger descend, and the shock in her eyes suddenly disappeared. Lu Yin's heart sank as he had a bad premonition. At some point in time, his legs had been entangled by the grass. His finger was still half a meter away from Levitation Mavis, but he could no longer attack. The grass tenacity exceeded his expectations, and Lu Yin was flung away. At the same time, the grass grew wildly and twisted together to form a giant green fist that covered the sky and punched towards Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin's feet were still entangled by the grass, and even with his strength, he could not break free. Facing the fist that covered the sky, a star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet. He activated the secret plan, star-scattered chessboard, and in the next moment, his body turned into a chess piece as he moved. Boom! There was a loud sound as the green fist smashed into the golden screen. However, many people no longer cared about Levitation Mavis' attack as they were shocked by Lu Yin's planned secret art. Although many of them had seen Lu Yin use the planned secret art before and were shocked by it, they were still shocked when they saw it again. No one had ever grasped 2 secret techniques of the 7 courts at the same time. Lu Yin was the first. Within the mountain and sea realm, Sujiu stared blankly at the sky. How was this possible? Wasn't that a secret technique of the Su family? How did this person know it? It was extremely difficult for even the family's disciples to learn the Su family's secret techniques. Since ancient times, not every descendant of the family had been able to learn them. But now, an outsider had managed to do so. How had he done it? Lu Yin was not worried that the planned secret art would be exposed. He now had the backing of Everlasting Island and had unified the Outerverse, so there was no need for him to fear the Su family. Although the Su family would definitely cause trouble for him, that was a matter for the future. He could not afford to not use the secret technique just because he was worried about future troubles. On the golden screen, Levitation Mavis looked at Lu Yin in admiration, the used secret art and the planned secret art. Lu Yin, I'm curious about you. What other abilities do you have? Use them all at once. As she spoke, the grass grew wildly as green fists appeared one after another and fiercely bombarded Lu Yin. Lu Yin could dodge one or two fists, but he could not dodge all of them. This was what Levitation Mavis thought. However, as Lu Yin circulated the art of Sirius, all of the green fists were evaded. Speed was meaningless in the face of the art of Sirius. Not only did Lu Yin avoid the green fists, but he also managed to find time to strike out with his hollow palm. The hollow palm was so fast that even Hidden Weep and the tearful girl could not react in time. One was transparent while the other was forcefully enduring the attack. Levitation Mavis was the same as the tearful girl, she could only forcefully endure the attack. However, she was stronger than the tearful girl in that she could endure the hollow palm because of the green grass in front of her. The hollow palm attack could at most scatter the grass, but it would not be able to harm Levitation Mavis. If Lu Yin wanted to hurt her, he would have to get close to her. The art of Sirius, and more than 500 stars at that. You really surprise me, Lu Yin, Levitation Mavis praised. Dozens more green fists appeared as she spoke, covering the entire sky in an attempt to attack Lu Yin in an area of effect. However, Lu Yin's speed was not slow either. With the combination of the art of Sirius and the true scripture of Ian evolution, he was able to avoid being hit. Before Levitation Mavis could even be surprised, the star chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet once more. He immediately appeared in front of Levitation Mavis and used Seventh Brother's finger once more. He did not believe that he could not hit this woman. Levitation Mavis was wearing a green dress that was made of green leaves. Lu Yin pointed a finger at her heart, and the green leaf around her heart suddenly enlarged before transforming into a fist the size of a baby and colliding with Seventh Brother's finger. Lu Yin's overlaying stacks was immediately repelled by a huge force, and his 9-lined battle force was instantly disintegrated. As for the spiritual force that was compressed by his domain, it was completely ineffective against Levitation Mavis. Lu Yin's Seventh Brother's finger was forced back by the green fist, and his fingertips even cracked. Lu Yin was aghast and in disbelief, his attack was actually useless against her. Just how strong was this woman? Levitation Mavis opened her hand and clenched it. Beneath Lu Yin's feet, the green grass covered him and coiled around him. The enormous strength caused him to feel as if he was being coiled around by a python, causing him to suffocate. You've worked hard in this battle for the Star Tower. You may leave now. With that, Levitation Mavis waved her hand and tossed Lu Yin off the golden stage and into the sea. Was Lu Yin weak? He was definitely not weak. He had been able to defeat Hidden Cry with the help of Ghost Monkey. Even though he had broken through Hidden Cry's battle technique and found her weakness, it still proved that he was on the same level as Hidden Cry and the others. Otherwise, he would not have been able to defeat her. However, Levitation Mavis was terrifyingly strong. Her strength seemed to be limitless, and there were no blind spots around her. Unless Lu Yin used an absolute attack to break through her defenses, he would not be able to win. And this was under the premise that she did not use any of her battle techniques or innate gifts. Lu Yin's current strength was not enough to break through Levitation Mavis' defenses. Levitation Mavis did not attack Lu Yin too heavily and merely tossed him into the sea. While victory and defeat had been decided, on the other side, the battle between Shangqing and Xia Jiuyo was not as intense, but it was still just as thrilling. In fact, it was even more dangerous. Xia Jiuyo used the nether refining palm and his innate gift to attack Shangqing again and again. However, Shangqing's 3 ancestral qis were truly difficult to deal with. One strand of ancestral qi chased after Xia Jiuyo, while the other 2 strands of ancestral qi seemed to have no blind spots. No matter how Xia Jiuyo attacked, his attacks did not affect Shangqing at all. With no other choice, Xia Jiuyo could only use his 3-blade intents. The first slash tore through one strand of ancestral qi and descended in front of Shangqing, but it was shattered by the second strand. The second slash descended, but before it could reach Shangqing, Xia Jiuyo retreated. The ancestral qi that he had scattered earlier had gathered back together, giving him an intense sense of danger. Xia Jiuyo's third slash was still unable to land. It was the same for his battle with Lei Lv. Shangqing's gaze was piercingly cold as he used just one strand of ancestral qi to suppress Xia Jiuyo. This strand of ancestral qi forced Xia Jiuyo to continuously dodge, not daring to face it head-on. This was the strength of the Hall of Honor's #1 disciple, and this was the power of the 3 ancestral qis. On the other side, the battle between Qiu Shi and Starsabil was incomprehensible. Starsabil was most adept at divining attacks and could avoid damage in advance, while Qiu Shi used serious speed was meaningless in front of her, and the 2 girls fought for a long time without even touching each other. Levitation Mavis watched the 2 battles, and her fingers gradually bent. She was about to attack. Above the sea, Lu Yin crashed into it with a thump, causing a huge splash. The grass scattered the moment he hit the bottom of the sea, and Lu Yin struggled out while panting heavily. In the distance, Blackie, Xiao Bai, and Lan Si quickly rushed over. "You lost, Lu Yin. You're useless." Xiao Bai was unhappy. Blackie also glared at Lu Yin. "You're a disgrace to Everlasting Sky Island." Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Lan Si said, "I've heard that the human domain's true elites are concentrated in the Neoverse. Now that I've seen it for myself, it seems that the rumors are true." Even Brother Lu was completely suppressed. "This is something I never expected." Lu Yin was helpless. "It was the same when I faced Nethercry. If my tamed beast hadn't broken through to the hunter realm and restrained Nethercry's battle techniques, I wouldn't have been able to replace him." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1134. Forget it. We'll talk about it later. You've only cultivated for 12 years. With your talent, it's not impossible for you to catch up, Lan Si said. Lu Yin smiled wryly and looked up at the golden screen. It had not been easy for him to reach this step. He had even fought with the most powerful people in the Neoverse, but there was still a gap between them. "Seventh bro, don't be discouraged. You still have a long way to go, and you're still younger than them," the monkey advised. Lu Yin pursed his lips. "Why didn't you help earlier?" The monkey felt helpless. "Everyone saw us fight with Yochi, so how could that woman not be on guard against me? With your strength, you'll be able to pose a threat to the 10 arbiters once you break through to the hunter realm. If you cooperate with me, you won't end up in such a miserable state," Lu Yin said unhappily. The monkey bitterly replied, "You think too highly of me. All I can do is rely on illusions to influence the enemy. Why don't you take a look at who our opponent is?" That's Mavis, the ancestor of manipulating people. Not only is my attack useless against her, but she might even use her innate gift to deal with you instead. His opponent was the Mavis, a freakish race. During the invasion of the Sixth Mainland, the higher-ups of the Sixth Mainland had issued orders to capture the Mavis family, but none of them had succeeded. This was the strength of the Mavis family, which had too many secrets. Currently, there were 5 people on the golden screen, and 2 of them were fighting. Many people originally thought that Ascension Mavis would take action, but no one expected that someone else would join the battle. Ascension Mavis slowly turned around and looked at the man who had just stepped onto the golden screen. She was shocked. 10 arbiters, no light. The one who had appeared on the golden stage was none other than 10 absolutes, a person who should have been defeated by the Prime Clear group and had no chance of becoming one of the 5 children of the stars. However, at this moment, he had appeared on the golden stage where Ascension Mavis was. His eyes were already open as he looked at Ascension Mavis with bright eyes. Quite a few people from the Mountain and Sea realm were shocked, as someone from the Innerverse 10 arbiters had actually made a move. Starsibyl, who was currently battling with Chiu Shi, had a look of joy in her eyes. The 10 arbiters had not disappointed her. The Starsibyl sect had planned for countless years just for this day. The 10 arbiters were not as simple as they seemed. Although not all of them were extremely strong, there were still a few who could compete with the Neoverse's top powerhouses, especially after they had broken through to the Enlighter realm. Beneath the golden screen, Luin wasn't surprised. Ever since he had entered the Mountain and Sea realm, all he had heard was that the 10 arbiters had been defeated and kicked out of the Mountain and Sea realm. This was completely different from the 10 arbiters that he knew. Indeed, the Neoverse geniuses who had the qualifications to become the 5 astral children were all extremely powerful, and they were unfathomably powerful. However, the 10 arbiters should not have been completely annihilated, and Lan Si was not completely powerless against Hidden Tears. Luin believed that if Lan Si fought against Hidden Tears again, even if he could not win, he would not lose so easily. Since Lan Si had reached such a level, then the other 10 arbiters would not be any worse off. If all of them could break through to the Enlighter realm, then things would be different. 10 never see the light, known as the bright dew. When the eyes open, the sun and the moon lose their light. This was not an exaggeration. Back when he had been suppressed by a progenitor's power, he had been able to fight against Zi. Now, he had exposed his strength as an Enlighter and was standing in front of levitating Mavis. Shengqing, who was fighting with Xia Jiuyo, frowned when he saw Shan Guang. This person should have been defeated by him. Yuhua Mavis looked at Dimming Light curiously. Why did you hide your strength as an Enlighter and lose on purpose? Why do you want to become one of the 5 astral children so badly? Dimming Light calmly looked at Yuhua Mavis. Someone once said that they wanted us to lose once. Only by losing would we be able to see the Mountain and Sea realm clearly. So, we lost. You guys. Yuhua Mavis was curious. Dimming Light looked in Shangqing's direction and saw Lu Tianmu slowly ascend the golden screen. He seemed to be in a very sorry state, which was the result of his battle with Hidden Weep. However, that battle had been a sham as they had promised Starsibyl. Now, it was time for them to reveal their true strength. Another person walked out from the golden screen where Chiu Shi and Starsibyl were standing. It was Wen Sansi. 3 10 arbiters walked out from 3 different directions, which was something that no one had expected. Even though Lu Yin had confidence in the 10 arbiters and did not think that they would lose so easily, he had not expected them to be so powerful as to intentionally lose. What exactly was the Starsibyl sect planning? Starsibyl told you guys to lose on purpose. Lu Yin asked Lan Si. Lan Si nodded and then smiled bitterly. I really lost. I couldn't beat Hidden Weep, but they must have done it on purpose. All 3 of them are Enlighters. Luin was shocked, as 8 enlighters had suddenly gathered here. When the 6th mainland had invaded, only the Dowsource 3 skies had been enlighters. However, when he thought about it, it was not that surprising. The 10 arbiters, including the heir of the 7 courts, could all break through to the enlighter realm, but they had not accumulated enough foundation. The 6th mainland's realmlings could also break through, but they had not done so yet. Luin believed that the 6th mainland definitely had more than 3 enlighters from the Dowsource 3 skies. After all, some time had passed since the invasion. Xia Jiuyo pulled away from Shangqing and looked at the distant Lu Tianmu with astonishment. He had not expected one of the 10 arbiters to appear. Xia Jiuyo's 9 clones technique allowed him to split into 9 clones, and aside from Xia Jiuyo himself, the one with the highest cultivation was Xia Tian. Xia Tian had continuously challenged the 10 arbiters because he wanted to test their limits. He had thought that he had done so, but he had not expected that he had still underestimated the 10 arbiters. At the very least, Xia Tian did not have any information about the 10 arbiters breaking through to the enlighter realm. Lu Tianmu had inherited the sword sect's 13 swords, and his power was unparalleled. Now that he had revealed his enlighter realm strength, his sword chi distorted the void, and even Shangqing was shocked. In the entire Neoverse, there was not a single sect or family that could surpass the sword sect in terms of sword techniques. If not for the fact that the sword sect did not have any true powerhouses, they would have long since entered the Neoverse. However, the lack of true powerhouses did not mean that the younger generation lacked experts as well. Lu Tianmu's appearance proved that the sword sect had the qualifications to compete with the heirs of the various great powers in the Neoverse, even if they were up against the Hall of Honor's number 1 disciple. Qiu Shi and Starsabil stopped fighting and calmly looked at Wen Sanxi. You were actually hiding your enlighter realm strength. Wen Sanxi smiled. I had no choice. I promised someone that I would be defeated once, so I had no choice. Qiu Shi looked at Starsabil. What is your Starsabil sect trying to do? Is it worth it to become one of the 5 astral children? You should know that it's just a title. Starsabil's expression turned solemn. We'll talk about it when the results are out. You'll know. Qiu Shi frowned and looked at Wen Sanxi before looking at Starsabil. Both of you should attack together. Starsabil's eyes flickered, and she seemed to be divining something. Qiu Shi was known as one of the 4 ultimate beauties. Her cultivation as an enlighter, her secret techniques, and her lock-breaking abilities were one of the 4 ultimate beauties. However, there was still a 4th ultimate that had never been revealed before, which was the most frightening. Yuhua Mavis attacked. No matter what your plans are, the results will not change. You don't even know what kind of existence you're facing. As she spoke, green grass covered the golden stage, causing the sky to turn green. Dozens of giant green fists appeared and smashed towards invisible light. Luin had the strength and defense to contend with Yuhua Mavis, but invisible light did not. However, he could predict her attacks, and his domain was so powerful that it was rarely seen among his peers. Even the Shangqing and the others could not reach such a level. Invisible light's force field condensed to form a giant human figure that slapped towards Yuhua Mavis. This was not strength, but rather the suppression of a domain. Yuhua Mavis' eyes flashed, and the grass beneath her feet grew crazily, transforming into a giant palm that slapped upwards. The collision between a physical body and a domain seemed illusory, but it was actually a collision. Invisible light was an enlighter, but Yuhua Mavis was also an enlighter. The collision between the two caused the sky to tremble and the golden stage to tremble. Luin had used various methods to challenge someone who was a realm above him, but the results were shocking. Invisible Light's battle against Yuhua Mavis was a head-on clash, and he had used his domain to meet Yuhua Mavis' strength. One had the strongest domain, while the other had the strongest physical strength. Both sides had reached the pinnacle in certain aspects. Yuhua Mavis had not expected the 10 arbiters to be so difficult to deal with, and the grass beneath her feet grew once more, transforming into fists that smashed towards invisible light. Invisible light's domain was like a storm that enveloped an area of 10,000 meters, forming a visible force field that isolated the fists. The scene was extremely shocking. Even the Shangqing, Qiu Shi, and the others were distracted by the battle, and they occasionally avoided the shockwaves from the clash of domains and physical strength. Outside the mountain and sea realm, Mu En sighed in admiration. It's rare for someone of the younger generation to be able to cultivate a domain to such an extent. He'll definitely improve in the future, and he'll even surpass the Sirius stars. This child can enter the observation list. Not too far away, Yuanka sighed in amazement. This generation of youths is too rare. Their domains, physical strength, spiritual force, battle techniques, innate gifts, and secret techniques have all reached the pinnacle. There hasn't been a generation that's as strong as them since ancient times. The stars are bright, and they'll definitely give birth to a progenitor. Let's leave that opportunity to these youths. There's no hope for you or me, an elder said helplessly. Haizit Shinwei spoke up. Old Mu, Lu Yin also has the qualifications to enter the observation list, right? Mu En smiled. Of course. He was already on the observation list the moment he defeated that brat from the Day-Night clan. No, he was on the observation list the moment he unified the Outerverse. The observation list doesn't just evaluate one's combat power, but also their planning, arrangements, and schemes. This child is very suitable. Haizit Shinwei was unhappy. What? Our Lu Yin didn't enter the observation list because of his strength, but because of his schemes. Mu En could not help but laugh. Strength and scheming. Both. That's called boldness, Haizit Shinwei couldn't help but comment. Mu En thought about it and then nodded. Yes, it's boldness. Since ancient times, no one has been able to reach his level of accomplishment. Haizit Shinwei was pleased with himself, and he looked at Xia Meng. Little Meng, why aren't you saying anything? Relax, Xia Jiuyo has definitely entered the observation list. There aren't many people who can challenge the person who cultivates the ancestral qi of the three suns. Xia Meng replied, I know. Back in the mountain and sea realm, the lightless domain was magnificent, and Yuhua Mavis' fists were boundless and firm. The two of them clashed for a few dozen breaths of time, covering the sky and leaving many people dumbfounded. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1135. Those from the Neoverse who had participated in the Star Tower contest already knew how powerful the 10 arbiters were, but they had not expected them to be so powerful that they could fight against Ascension Mavis. These 10 arbiters of the Innerverse are too abnormal. How did they cultivate such a domain? Someone from the mountain and sea realm was shocked. Nearby, Mu Ziying and the other two were shocked. Yao Ji could not believe it. Was this really someone from the Innerverse? Hua Xiao bitterly said, I thought that Lu Yin was the strongest of the 10 arbiters, but it seems like that might not be the case. This obscurer is even more abnormal. It's rare to see someone with such a powerful domain. In another corner, Qin Guangshan and the others from the home of the gods stared blankly at the golden screen in the sky. They had not paid much attention to the 10 arbiters of the Innerverse, which was why they had been chasing after Long He. But were all the 10 arbiters so abnormal? Since Long He was as famous as this person, they should not be too far off. Now that they thought about it, they felt a lingering fear. Tai Yishan stared at the sky in shock. He was well aware of Ascension Mavis' strength, but Obscura was still able to reach such a level. It was unbelievable. They were not the only ones, as even Lu Yin was shocked. Obscura's domain surpassed the one he had displayed during his battle with Ziyi. It seemed like Ziyi had been hiding her strength, and Obscura had done the same. This was the true power of his domain. It was no wonder that even Mr. Mu had praised him and said that he had the potential to become a progenitor. This was the power of a domain that could predict attacks. Such an intense clash affected the other battlefields, and even Shangqing and Qiu Shi looked in Ascension Mavis' direction. They were all the 5 astral children, and although they seemed to be on equal footing, there was still a so-called strongest in their hearts. There was no such thing as first place in literature and second place in martial arts. Regardless of the interests behind them, they would always determine who was the strongest. Only the strongest had the highest chance of becoming a progenitor. The intense clash shocked countless people, and it also allowed them to see the direction of their future development. There were many mysteries within the human body, and reaching the pinnacle of any one of them was equivalent to a metamorphosis. On the other side, Obscura's domain was still clashing with Ascension Mavis' power, and it did not look like it would end anytime soon. Xia Zhuoyou took the opportunity to attack Shangqing, unleashing a netherforged palm that emitted a dark light. It appeared behind Shangqing's back. A stream of air appeared behind Shangqing, blocking the refined netherworld palm. He waved his hand, and a stream of air crashed into Xia Zhuoyou and another stream of air crashed into Lu Tianmu. Since they had appeared, he did not ignore them. 1 versus 2 was not a big deal to him. This was the first method of the Hall of Honor. Lu Tianmu's pride didn't allow her to team up with others, but the Shangqing's chi flow directly crashed into her. Either she withdrew from the fight for the golden stage, or she had to fight. Lu Tianmu's gaze turned cold, and his star energy transformed into a sword that slashed out. The 4th slash disregarded space as it headed straight for Shangqing. Each of the 13 swords was extremely powerful. The 4th sword could ignore space and descend directly, even hitting the opponent. However, the Prime Clear's 3 yang ancestral chi sealed the surrounding void. Even the 4th sword couldn't descend directly as it was shattered outside the void by a stream of air. Lu Tianmu lightly tapped his feet and faced the incoming airflow. The 6th sword, defensive sword force. In different directions, Xia Zhuoyou kept throwing out refined netherworld palms. With the help of his echo talent, 1 palm strike was equivalent to 2 palms, and the second palm strike was still coming from an unknown direction. Even the Prime Clear had to constantly be on guard with 1 stream of air, and the momentum of the other stream of air was clearly reduced. It was 2 against 1, and although the situation was temporarily stabilized, it was still not enough to suppress the Prime Clear. The Prime Clear's 3 yang ancestral chi was too mysterious, and neither Xia Zhuoyou nor Lu Tianmu dared to collide with it. On the other side, Wen Sanxi had also made a move against Qiu Shi. Compared to Lu Tianmu, he didn't care much about a 2-on-1 situation, even if his opponent was a woman. His principle was to think twice before acting, and Qiu Shi was worthy of being in a 2-on-1 situation. Wen Sanxi's first move was the literary prison of 8. Of course, having fought with Qiu Shi before, he knew that he couldn't trap her. The Wen family didn't just have the literary prison, as they had other battle techniques as well. Combined with the literary prison and Starsabil, they were able to suppress Qiu Shi for a time. Qiu Shi seemed to be in the most danger out of the 3 battles, but Lu Yi knew that the Sirius sect secret technique, stellar transposition, was terrifying enough to instantly change the tides of battle. The golden stage represented the human domain's highest stage for the younger generation. On this stage, whoever stood at the end would be the strongest. Lu Yin was also envious, but he had been defeated by Heaven's Emergence Mavis, and he was no match for her as a cruiser unless he broke through to the Hunter realm. However, breaking through to the Hunter realm was not that easy. Just as everyone was staring blankly at the battle on the golden stage, a majestic fluctuation of star energy swept across the mountain and sea realm. The sky suddenly changed, and an ethereal sound of a bell could be heard. Many people looked in the same direction, where the sound of the bell had come from. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What was that? Someone's breaking through to the Enlighter realm. That bell. Could it be the Spirit Palace? Lan Si cried out. Lu Yin had also guessed it, as out of all the people he knew, only the Spirit Palace had such an imposing and ethereal sound of a bell. The next moment, the magnificent Sky Palace appeared like a mirage that was imprinted in the air. Lu Yin sighed. It had to be the Spirit Palace, as that guy had actually broken through to the Enlighter realm at this time. It seemed that he also wanted to join the highest level of battle. 4 of the 10 arbiters had joined, and Lu Yin himself had just been defeated. In addition to Lan Si and Li He, who had been defeated by Lu Yin, there were 2 others who were not qualified to participate. The only one who had not appeared was Drunkard. Lu Yin's guess was correct, as Drunkard was currently sleeping and drifting along the ocean's current. She showed no signs of waking up, and no matter how intense the battle was, it would not affect her. Atop the golden stage, Heaven's Emergence Mavis looked in the direction of the Enlighter realm breakthrough from Lingong. She then looked at Invisible Light. You 10 arbiters are really surprising. Logically speaking, the universe resources should not have been enough to nurture your strength. Did the Daosaur sect ruins give you a chance to transform? Invisible Light's domain collided with the green fist, and he smiled. The Neoverse has the inheritances of the 5 mountains and 5 seas, which is why you don't care about the Daosaur sect ruins. Furthermore, the Daosaur sect ruins face the 6th mainland, which you disdain to fight for. However, you don't know that there are opportunities there as well. Heaven's Emergence Mavis was curious. What opportunity did you obtain? Invisible Light's gaze was complicated, and he seemed to be speaking to Heaven's Emergence Mavis as well as himself. The 6th mainland does not value domains, but in ancient times, there was a person who was born in the 6th mainland. He was born with insufficient spiritual force and was unable to accept a powerful imprint. Even though he became an enlighter, an emissary, or even a world imprinter, he was still unable to accept a powerful imprint. He was ridiculed his entire life, and powerhouses at the same level as him looked down on him. The 6th mainland's Daosaur sect did not even accept him, and everyone saw him as an anomaly. That person's name is Obscurus. I don't know if you've heard of him before. Heaven's Emergence Mavis was puzzled at first, but then she seemed to recall something and was astonished. During the ancient war, he was able to hold on for an entire day against a half-ancestor with a power level of 1,000,000. He even allowed the 6th mainland to safely retreat from the trap that my 5th mainland had set up. In the end, he was still able to escape. Invisible Light nodded and replied with a complicated expression, that person was a hero of the 6th mainland. Although he only had a power level of 1,000,000, he was able to rival the 6th mainland's imprint and was able to withstand the attacks of my 5th mainland's half-ancestor. However, after that incident, his injuries were too severe, and he went into seclusion. Even the 6th mainland could not find any traces of him. He has cultivated his domain to the pinnacle of a certain aspect. You received his inheritance? Heaven's Emergence Mavis was astonished. Invisible Light replied, I've already forgotten my real name. When I received his inheritance, I changed my name to Obscurus. Although he was an enemy, he was still my benefactor. Heaven's Emergence Mavis was astonished. Enemies only had different standpoints. They were both humans, and he inherited your inheritance. From the 5th mainland's perspective, this is considered atonement for the ancient war. His inheritance is in the Daosaur sect ruins. Invisible Light replied, That's right. Heaven's Emergence Mavis laughed. The Daosaur sect ruins don't have much value in the Neoverse, and only 10 futons were left behind during the ancient war. Thus, this opportunity was given to the Interverse, and it seems that it has indeed helped some people. Unfortunately, if it's just Obscurus's inheritance, then you're still not my opponent. Domains have their limits, but my strength has no limits. She then clenched her fists, and the giant green fists that had been bombarding the domain trembled at the same time. Below her, Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Be careful. He saw that the rune lines on the green fists had actually increased dramatically, and they were now nearly 50% stronger than before. What kind of concept was this? It was equivalent to a sudden increase in one's power level. The green fists ruthlessly smashed down. The first fist was unable to penetrate the domain, and it was forcibly blocked by the domain. The second fist built on the foundation of the first and ruthlessly bombarded the domain. Invisible Light's chest felt heavy, and blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. The third fist, fourth fist, fifth fist, and so on, under the bombardment of dozens of fists, the domain collapsed, and a giant green fist smashed down from above Invisible Light's head. Invisible Light's entire body was smashed into the golden stage, and he was unable to move. Everyone who saw this scene fell silent. This was the power of the Mavis family. On the other side, Shangqing's gaze swept over Yu Hua, and a trace of apprehension flashed through his eyes. Even though he had cultivated the universe's #1 technique, the three yang ancestral qi, he was still horrified by Yu Hua's strength. The Mavis family's strength was rarely seen in the world, and the Treeheart family's descendants were different from ordinary Mavis clansmen. While the other Mavis clansmen's strength was limited, the Treeheart family's descendants were infinitely powerful. This so-called infinity did not mean that their strength was limitless. Instead, it meant that no one in the same generation as them had been able to measure the limits of the Treeheart family's strength since ancient times. Even if Shangqing used the three yang ancestral qi to fight against Yu Hua's strength, he might not be able to measure this woman's limits. He might be able to defeat her with the three yang ancestral qi, but he would not be able to measure her limits. This was the power of the Mavis family's Treeheart family's descendants. If the three yang ancestral qi was an unshakable, unparalleled technique, then the Mavis Treeheart family's descendants possessed unshakable strength. They were both true pinnacles. Below, on the surface of the sea, Lu Yin was shocked. This woman's strength was so exaggerated that it was far greater than his own. Was this the Mavis family's Treeheart family's descendant? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1136. Obscurely was already very strong. He had revealed his true strength as an enlighter and had fought against the Ascension Mavis for so long. He was the person who had pushed the Ascension Mavis to its limit, but he still could not defeat the Ascension Mavis' abnormal strength. That woman had unparalleled strength, an extremely powerful defense, and an innate gift that was hidden enough to control people's hearts. This was one of the 5 astral children, an unshakable powerhouse, Feather Mavis. Starsabil, who was cooperating with Wen Sansi to attack Qiu Shi, looked at Obscurely and frowned. Was this still not enough? Obscurely was already strong enough, but she still could not shake Feather Mavis. After all, she was from the Interverse and lacked a foundation. She was secretly furious. She had already said that the 10 arbiters would work together to defeat at least one of them and snatch the position of one of the 5 astral children. But now, it seemed like she could only place her hopes on Lu Tianmu, Wen Sansi, and Ling Gong, who might have broken through to the Enlighter realm. Where are you looking? Qiu Shi's voice traveled to her ears, and Starsabil's heart sank. Her eyes flickered, and her expression changed. She immediately retreated, but it was too late. A pure white palm stretched out in front of her, accompanied by nearly 1,000 stars revolving around it. Sirius's palm. There was a bang, and Starsabil was swept away by the exploding stars from Sirius's palm. Her face turned pale, and she retreated. Chiu Shi chased after her, and a literary prison appeared around her. When Sansi used his star energy to write in the void, which transformed into a cage that trapped Chiu Shi. Chiu Shi did not resist, and when Sansi trapped her with 15 cages, her lips curled up. Revolving star, stellar shift. The next moment, Starsabil appeared within the cage, having switched places with Chiu Shi. Chiu Shi appeared not far from Sansi, and nearly 1,000 stars revolved around her to form a sword of starlight. Serious sword technique. With a whoosh, the sword chi tore through the void and slashed towards Sansi. Sansi knew that the secret technique of the Sirius sect was stellar transposition. However, even though he knew, he still couldn't react in time. Sirius' sword pierced his abdomen, causing fresh blood to splatter on the golden screen. Within the cage, Starsabil's expression changed. She raised her hand, and a round bead formed beneath Sansi's feet. Chiu Shi's Sirius sword technique was unleashed once again, and a round bead emitted a radiance that connected the heavens and the earth. It actually blocked Sirius' sword technique and gave Sansi a chance to catch his breath. Chiu Shi flipped the sword formed from the stars and sliced apart the radiance. Close to 1,000 stars appeared once again as she leapt towards Sansi. Ascension Mavis had already finished her battle, and she wanted to end it as soon as possible. Starsabil raised her hand again, and another bead emitted a radiance that connected the heavens and the earth, blocking Chiu Shi's path. Chiu Shi slashed out with her sword, cutting off the light. Then, another light followed, and then another light blocked Chiu Shi from all directions, giving Sansi a chance to catch his breath. Sansi stared at the round beads that were emitting radiance, and each bead actually blocked Chiu Shi's path. Chiu Shi gripped the sword formed from the stars tightly and swept it out, cutting off all the light. She then looked at Starsabil with a cold gaze. The Starsabil sect's abacus technique lives up to its reputation. Starsabil stared at Chiu Shi. Sirius sect stellar transposition and Sirius sword techniques live up to their reputation as well. Sansi waved his hand and released Starsabil from the cage. He was panting heavily, as he had almost been finished just now. She truly lived up to her reputation as one of the 5 astral children. She ignored speed, transformed the stars into swords, and had unparalleled power. She even had the secret technique stellar transposition. This woman was just as unbeatable as Ascension Mavis. It had to be said that the Neoverse's 5 astral children were not wrong. There was no need to mention the prime clear lineage, as the ancestral chi of the 3 sons was already invincible. Even if Sansi fought 1 against 2, it would not matter. Even if the number of people surpassed the ancestral chi of the 3 sons, at the very least, Sansi would not be defeated. Ascension Mavis was simply unbeatable. Her strength was extraordinary, and her defense was formidable. She also had the innate gift of the Mavis family that she had yet to display. Chiu Shi's Sirius secret techniques were able to counter almost everyone. Even Hidden Weep, who had been defeated, might not have been defeated if his opponent had been someone else other than Lu Yin. Lu Yin had only defeated him because of Ghost Monkey. Otherwise, this person would have at least remained undefeated. The weakest of the 3 was Tear Lady. With her innate gift, indefensible battle techniques, and the Hall of Honor's secret techniques, there were very few people in the same realm who could defeat her. If not for Xia Jiuyo, even Invisible or Sansi would have had a high chance of winning. The 5 astral children were placed in any of the previous Star Tower competitions, and they could easily become the 5 astral children. They could only blame the fact that there were too many geniuses in this competition. There had never been so many enlighters in any of the 5 astral children's competitions. The competition for the Star Tower had reached its climax, and everyone's attention shifted from Ascension Mavis to Shangqing's and Chiu Shi's battles. Although it was 2 against 1, many people in the Neoverse were still confident in Shangqing and Qiushir's abilities. Everyone thought that Ascension Mavis's battle had ended, but with a cry of surprise, many people's attention was drawn to Invisible Light once more. He had actually stood up. Below the golden screen, Xiao He and Xiao Bai covered their mouths. They were all shocked that Lu Yin could still stand after taking that punch. Lan Si was shocked. Even with his physical body that had cultivated the overlaying stacks path, he might not have been able to stand up after taking that punch. Lu Yin was not surprised, as Invisible Light's rune lines had not weakened by much. Of course, he had definitely been injured, but something had happened in the instant that the punch had landed, causing him to not be able to withstand the full power of the punch. Ascension Mavis looked at Invisible Light. At the last moment, I gathered my force field and cancelled out most of the punch's power. You look miserable, but you're not seriously injured. Invisible Light stood up and patted his clothes. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth as he looked at Ascension Mavis with intense shock. It's rare for someone to be as strong as you. It's no wonder why the Mavis family can control the human domain's economy. The Tree Heart's descendant must have been extremely powerful. Just the Mavis family alone is enough to topple half of the human domain. Ascension Mavis replied indifferently, You think too highly of us. Since everyone thinks that you've lost, why don't you just lie there? Even if you stand up, you still won't have a chance of winning. Invisible Light smiled, but his teeth were stained with blood. Let's try. Maybe I'll win. Ascension Mavis frowned and clenched her fists, causing the grass to grow wildly and transform into giant green fists. These green fists maintained the power that had just defeated Invisible Light and smashed down viciously. Invisible Light's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly raised his right hand. Black coffin. As soon as he spoke, Ascension Mavis's surroundings suddenly turned pitch black. It was as if space itself had been stripped away, trapping her within a black coffin. The giant green fists also disappeared at the same time. It was as if Ascension Mavis had been isolated. Next, the black coffin began to distort, and then countless black spikes protruded outwards, seemingly piercing through the black coffin and Ascension Mavis. In that instant, everyone fell silent as they stared blankly at the scene. Even Prime Clarity and the others stopped what they were doing and stared at the scene. Outside the mountain and sea realm, Muan and the others cried out in alarm, Secret technique. Haizit Shenwei was astonished. What a familiar secret technique. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Xia Meng spoke in a low voice, the 6th mainland's ancestor He. Haizit Shenwei remembered. That's right. Master said that the black coffin secret technique came from the 6th mainland's ancestor He, who died in battle. He was a progenitor. How could this kid know the 6th mainland's secret technique? Muan said, Ancestor He died in my 5th mainland's ancient war. He was killed by our 5th mainland's progenitor Qin. His corpse fell to the ground, and there's no way to find it. This kid must have obtained it by chance. The black coffin secret technique. Master said that it's a very powerful secret technique, Haizit Shenwei praised. Everyone stared at the black coffin on the mountain and sea realm's golden stage. Just as its name implied, it was a black coffin. Even an idiot would know that it would not be pleasant to be inside. The worst possible outcome would be for Emergence Mavis to be torn apart by those black spikes. Invisible Light panted heavily as he stared at the black coffin. There was a rare look of confusion in his eyes, as he did not know if this attack would be able to defeat Emergence Mavis. Not long after, the black coffin cracked open and shattered into pieces, revealing Emergence Mavis. This Emergence Mavis was completely different from before. There were dozens of wounds of various sizes on her body, and there were even 1 or 2 that were so deep that her bones could be seen. Her face was cold, and her eyes contained a boundless chill. She looked at invisible light and did not say a word. She simply raised her right hand, causing countless blades of grass to rapidly grow until they formed a giant palm that covered the sky. Invisible light was helpless, as he could not even defeat the Black Coffin's secret technique. Mavis was indeed powerful, and a force field converged above his head to form a giant figure that blocked the palm. At this moment, a figure quickly crossed the sea and charged towards the mountain. A white spear stabbed out, accompanied by the echoes of the primordial celestial palace's bell. The spear stabbed towards Emergence Mavis. It was Ling Gong. She had broken through to the Enlighter realm and had directly charged onto the golden stage to participate in the strongest battle. Emergence Mavis' expression was cold as her green palm pressed down, and the leaves on her body transformed into a fist that punched towards the spear. With a bang, a shockwave rippled out in all directions. The giant green palm was lifted up by the celestial palace, and images suddenly appeared within the palace. Each of the images held a spear as they stabbed towards the palm, instantly tearing it apart. Invisible light, switch. Ling Gong's voice was cold. After being forced back by Emergence Mavis' punch, she charged out again. Her spear spun as her back illuminated the celestial palace, and she descended with a suppressive might. Emerald green flashed in Emergence Mavis' eyes, and just as she was about to try and control Ling Gong, a ghostly palm print appeared from the side and slapped the spear away. Xia Jiuyo had actually abandoned Shangqing and attacked Ling Gong instead. Ling Gong turned around and stabbed out with her spear once more. Ghostly light gathered in Xia Jiuyo's palm, and he slashed out with the Xia family's 3 styles of blade intent. With a hiss, the void split open, and ghostly light and white light scattered in all directions. Ling Gong was forced back by this attack, and Xia Jiuyo's second attack descended. Ripples appeared in the celestial palace above Ling Gong's head, and the majestic sound of the bell prevented the second style of blade intent from approaching. Xia Jiuyo sneered and gripped his blade with both hands as he slashed out with the third style of blade intent. This was the first time that Xia Jiuyo had used all 3 styles of blade intent, and each strike was several times more powerful than the last. The might of the third style of blade intent shocked Ling Gong, and she dodged at the same time. The celestial palace was split in 2, and the blade light tore through the sky of the mountain and sea realm and extended into the distance. Even Ascension Mavis had to take this blade seriously. Thank you. The Mountain Breeze. Thank you, brothers, for your support. The next volume is about to be released. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1137. The Xia clan had always been the head of the 7 courts. The 3 forms of blade intent had once been a silent weapon of an era. It was filled with dominance and sharpness. Unless one was unable to unleash the third strike, very few people would be able to take it head-on. Ling Gong looked at Xia Jiuyo solemnly. Dim Light's domain gradually recovered, and he frowned at Xia Jiuyo. Weren't you challenging the Prime Clear? Xia Jiuyo glanced at Feather Mavis, and then his gaze swept across the other 2 battlefields. I suddenly realized that the situation isn't right. The competition between the 5 astral children originally had nothing to do with the Interverse. According to normal circumstances, I'm already one of the 5 astral children, but now, it's as if the 10 arbiters of the Interverse are challenging the 5 astral children. Many people heard this and subconsciously glanced at the battlefield on the golden stage. They found that this was indeed the case. One of the 10 arbiters, Lu Tianmu, challenged the Prime Clear lineage. When Sansi of the 10 arbiters had teamed up with Starsabil from the Interverse to challenge Qiu Shi, he would never openly challenge Ascension Mavis. The spirit palace of the 10 arbiters participated in the battle. The 10 arbiters, they were all the 10 arbiters. The competition between the 5 prodigies of the stars originally had nothing to do with the Interverse, but because of the 6th mainland's invasion and the Starsibyl sect's strong efforts, the Interverse 10 arbiters had actually joined the competition. They were now competing on the highest stage with the Neoverse's top disciples. In the end, there were 4 10 arbiters, while the Neoverse also had 4. In a corner of the mountain and sea realm, someone exclaimed, "I wouldn't have known if you hadn't mentioned it." The 10 arbiters of the Interverse are a bit abnormal. 4 of them have actually reached that step. No amount of exclamations can represent our state of mind. We must defeat the Interverse's 10 arbiters. Otherwise, our Neoverse will truly lose face. We have to defeat the 10 arbiters. Even if the 10 arbiters lose, their names will still spread throughout the Neoverse. Everyone will know who they are. Outside of the mountain and sea realm, an elder was shocked. "I didn't realize that the Interverse's 10 arbiters would be able to reach such a level. They're even on par with our Neoverse's top disciples." Haizid Shinwei was shocked as well. Is this the reason why the Starsibyl sect is trying so hard to include the Interverse in the Star Tower contest? The 10 arbiters really didn't disappoint them. Muan exclaimed, "Originally, I didn't have high hopes for these 10 people. I just wanted them to participate, but I didn't expect them to win half the battle." Xia Meng's eyes narrowed. This was a battle between the Neoverse and the Interverse, and if one were to reassess the situation, then the 7 courts had already lost based on the division of powers. If not for Xia Jiuyo, then the 7 courts would not even have a single person standing on the highest stage, and Burial Garden would have lost as well. The 3 dark magnates had really declined. On the other hand, the Interverse had risen to prominence, and there was still one more person. She looked at Lu Yin. This kid had relied on a dozen years of cultivation to reach his current level, and he had even been able to fight against Yuanhua Mavis as a cruiser. Once he broke through to the Hunter realm or even the Enlighter realm, it would be hard to say what his future would be like. The situation of the universe had changed. The 7 courts also needed to change, or they would be eliminated sooner or later. Xia Jiuyo's words made the situation on the golden stage clear. It was a battle between the 10 arbiters of the Interverse and the 5 children of the stars of the Neoverse. Even though Lu Yin wanted to see the true power of the 3 ancestral qi, his 9 clones technique was still unable to reach the highest level of power. Under such circumstances, he would be at a disadvantage if he fought against the 3 ancestral qi. Furthermore, he represented the Xia family of the Neoverse, so he naturally could not allow the Interverse to interfere in the battle between the 5 children of the stars. The 10 arbiters were already strong enough, and they would not be able to suppress them if they advanced any further. From the Neoverse perspective, they needed to suppress the Interverse, regardless of whether it was the older generation or the younger generation. Among the older generation of the Interverse, there were not many that the Neoverse cared about. The Sword Sect, the Day-Night Clan, the Beast Tamers Flowzone, the Lingling Clan, and so on. There were only a dozen or so of them, and the most powerful of them all was at Night King Di Zhang's level. However, such a level was not enough to be considered the top in the Neoverse. The younger generation also needed to suppress the Interverse, so there should not be any accidents. The 10 arbiters' current accomplishments were already beyond expectations, but that was the extent of their accomplishments. Xia Jiuyo against Ling Gong, Yuanhua Mavis against Obscured Light, Shangqing against Lu Tianmu, and Qiu Shi against Wen Sansi and Starsibyl. This was the battle on the highest stage. Even though the Interverse had high hopes for the 10 arbiters, the situation was not optimistic. Obscured Light's secret technique, Black Coffin, had injured Yuanhua Mavis, but it recovered very quickly. Now that Obscured Light was on guard against Black Coffin, it would not be so easy to attack again. Obscured light was immediately suppressed by Yuanhua Mavis. Ling Gong was similarly suppressed by Xia Jiuyo. Whether it was the three forms of blade intent or the nether refining palm, they were all very troublesome to deal with. There was no need to mention Shangqing. The ancestral qi of the three sons suppressed Lu Tianmu from start to finish, and even Lu Tianmu's 13 swords could not contend against Shangqing. Below the golden stage, Lu Yin's heart sank. Based on the current situation, the 10 arbiters were definitely going to lose. The 5 signs of the stars were still from the Neoverse, and Lu Yin wanted to participate. However, the 10 arbiters all had their own dignity, and they would not allow outsiders to interfere. Although Wen Sanxi had borrowed Starsabil's strength, it might have been because of their previous agreement that Lu Yin's interference would have the opposite effect. Lu Yin could not help but look at Lan Si. If Lan Si had broken through to the Enlighter realm, then he would have been able to interfere. His emptiness palm was not weak, but unfortunately, this guy had no intention of breaking through. Where had Drunkard gone? Lu Yin was not the only one who could see that. Everyone could see that the 10 arbiters were about to lose. While dodging Qiu Shi's serious technique, Starsabil's gaze swept across the golden stage. She flicked her finger lightly, and although she was not injured, a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. She had overdrawn her energy. Qiu Shi noticed this and frowned. Serious sword technique slashed toward Starsabil. When Sanxi pushed Serious sword technique aside, curious as to what Starsabil was trying to do. Off in the distance, Ling Gong was within the Heaven Palace, and the mighty sound of a bell pressed down on Xia Jiuyo. Xia Jiuyo raised his hand and unleashed 3 forms of blade intent in succession. The third strike was horrifying. At this moment, beams of light appeared on the ground, connecting the heavens and the earth. The first beam of light deflected the third form of blade intent by a fraction, and the second beam also deflected it by a fraction. A total of 10 beams followed, and the final result was that the third form of blade intent was completely deflected and swept past the Heaven Palace. Ling Gong frowned and looked in Starsabil's direction. Xia Jiuyo turned around and looked as well. What had just happened was Starsabil's technique. She had used divination to predict the trajectory of the blade intense attack and deflect it. It was not just Ling Gong. Lu Tianmu had also received Starsabil's help and used divination to interfere with the 3 sons' ancestral Qi's attack. Starsabil could not help them attack, but she could help them predict their opponent's attacks and interfere with them. Starsabil had single-handedly interfered with the entire battle in an attempt to control the overall situation and turn the 10 arbiters' defeat into victory. Shangqing glanced at Starsabil and said, "Ignorant." The second beam of 3 sons' ancestral qi disappeared and reappeared behind Lu Tianmu. "Defend against the sword." Lu Tianmu barked as he blocked the first beam of 3 sons' ancestral qi with his sword. However, he could not block the second. His shoulder was struck by the ancestral qi, and he was sent flying 1,000 meters away. The force of the impact nearly caused his organs to collapse, and he could not help but spit out blood. Shangqing stood motionless in his original spot like a god. The 2 beams of 3 sons' ancestral qi were enough to suppress everything. Seeing the 2 beams of 3 sons' ancestral qi rush over again, Lu Tianmu gripped the hilt of his sword and raised it to point at Shangqing. With a flip of his sword, a beam of sword light disappeared. Shangqing's pupils shrank, and he immediately retreated. At the same time, the 3 sons' ancestral qi blocked in front of him. The sword light pierced through the ancestral qi and forced Shangqing to retreat more than 10 steps. This was the first time that Lu Tianmu had forced Shangqing to retreat. 11th Sword, Sword Splitter. Lu Tianmu did not want to be repelled, as he had no intention of dodging the incoming beams of 3 sons' ancestral qi. Beams of light appeared on the ground, connecting the sky to the earth. Starsabil shouted from afar, "Move aside." Lu Tianmu's expression was cold. The 13 swords had been invincible since ancient times, and they did not need the help of others. Rather than having others help them escape, it was better to trade injuries for injuries. The three sons' ancestral qi was powerful, but Lu Tianmu did not believe that Shangqing's defenses were as powerful. Just as the two beams of three sons' ancestral qi were about to hit her, Lu Tianmu's sword, which had been gradually lowering, suddenly slashed out horizontally. No one had expected her to use the 13 swords in a row, and each of the 13 swords was earth-shattering. Furthermore, she had just used the 11th sword, and the next one was the 12th sword, profound meaning. The 11th sword, Sword Splitter, had once been crippled by Quiet Weep. Even though Lu Yin had used the secret art of plan to dodge it, he had only been able to avoid it due to the warning signs in his heart. Half of it was a secret technique, and the other half was luck. Shangqing had relied on the three sons' ancestral qi to block the 11th sword, but he had not been able to block the 12th sword. As the sword light flashed, blood splattered everywhere. Shangqing's eyes changed, and his vision turned red. He had been injured. This was the first time Shangqing had been injured since he had stepped into the mountain and sea realm. No matter who he had faced before, not even Ku Lei and the others, they had not been able to injure him. They had not even been able to make him retreat half a step. But now, he had been injured by Lu Tianmu's 12th sword. The sword sect's 13 swords was the strongest sword technique in the human domain, and Lu Tianmu had used the 12th sword to injure Shangqing. At that moment, everyone looked over. After Lu Tianmu had used the 12th sword, his body had been struck by two beams of three sons' ancestral qi. His body had been severely injured, and he fell to the ground with a pale face. He could not even hold on to the sword formed from star energy, and it vanished. Shangqing lowered his head. His shoulders had been slashed horizontally by a sword, and there were wounds on them that still contained sword qi. The injury wasn't serious. It looked like a big scar, but it didn't affect him. Shangqing looked at Lu Tianmu, who had fallen to the ground, and was shocked. I never thought that someone would be able to injure me in this Star Tower contest. Three sons' ancestral qi revolved around his body as he looked at Lu Tianmu seriously. You have the qualifications to become one of the 5 astral children, but unfortunately, you don't have the life. Lu Tianmu collapsed to the ground and stared blankly at the sky. Did he not have the life? If he had comprehended the 13th sword, then the outcome would have been different. In the distance, Star Sibyll's heart sank. Lu Tianmu had been defeated. Of the 10 arbiters, she had favored Lu Tianmu the most. His reputation as the invincible 13 swords had given her a lot of hope, and the fact that he had injured Shangqing proved that Lu Tianmu had not disappointed her. Unfortunately, the 12th sword was not enough to defeat Shangqing, and Lu Tianmu himself had fallen. As she thought about this, she looked at the other side of the battlefield, and her expression changed. Invisible light was facing Xia Zhuoyou's Ling Palace. He raised his hand and pressed it down. Ling Palace's surroundings turned black, and it sealed her in like a coffin. Secret technique, black coffin. Many people were stunned by this scene, as invisible light had actually attacked Ling Palace. Thank you for your support, brothers. The next chapter is about to set sail, and the Supreme Astral Tournament is about to begin. With my feet in the heavens, I will be supreme. Invincible Supreme. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1138. Even Xia Zhuoyou was stunned for a moment before he seemed to recall something. He looked at Emergence Mavis fearfully. Obscurus had been manipulated, an innate gift of the Mavis family. Emergence Mavis' eyes returned to normal, and she looked at Obscurus with a serious expression. Obscurus narrowed his eyes and looked at her. He had actually been manipulated. Obscurus was shocked, but so was Emergence Mavis. She had thought that she could control Obscurus for a longer period of time, but it had only lasted for an instant. Obscurus was indeed powerful and qualified to fight against her. The black coffin sealed Ling Gong, but there were no spikes like when he had sealed Emergence Mavis. Obscurus immediately dispelled the black coffin technique, causing Ling Gong to fall. Although Obscurus had not used the full power of the secret technique like he had against Emergence Mavis, Ling Gong had still been heavily injured. The star energy armor that covered her body shattered, revealing a pure and cute face. Many people were stunned as they stared at Ling Gong. The White Knight of the 10 Arbiters was actually a woman. At this moment, even Obscurus, Wen Sansi, Lan Si, and the rest were all staring at Ling Gong. They knew that Ling Gong was a woman, but they had not expected her to be so cute. Pure. This was a white knight. It did not match the image of a knight. Below, Lu Yin pursed his lips. He had been exposed, and he did not know why, but he felt that it was a pity. It was as if his secret had been exposed, and it made him feel very uncomfortable. Xia Jiuyo looked at Ling Gong in amazement. I never thought that you would look so pure. Ling Gong gritted her teeth and reformed her star energy armor. She then glared at Obscurus and stabbed her spear at Xia Jiuyo. Nonsense. On the other side, Starsabil glanced at Wen Sansi and then rushed towards Xia Jiuyo. Ling Gong looked fine on the surface, but in reality, he had been heavily injured. The secret technique was not easy to endure, so Xia Jiuyo could only leave it to her. Seeing Starsabil approach, Xia Jiuyo immediately gave up on Ling Gong and faced her. It's time to settle our grudges. Then let's settle it. Starsabil's tone was cold. She then looked at Ling Gong. Go help Wen Sansi. The Interverse must become one of the 5 astral children. Ling Gong did not move and instead looked at Shangqing. Shangqing frowned. Starsabil frowned, but she also felt somewhat helpless. The 10 Arbiters were all like this, and they all wanted to save face. She suddenly thought of Lu Yin, as he was a more practical person. Unfortunately, if he had also broken through to the Enlighter realm, then the battle situation would have been completely different. Without Starsabil's help, Qiu Shi used all of her strength to suppress Wen Sansi. Serious swordsmanship was enough to break through all of Wen Sansi's attacks, and the literary prison was similarly unable to trap her. Wen Sansi was in imminent danger. Below, Lan Si sighed. This should have happened a long time ago. Wen Sansi doesn't need anyone's help. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat as he recalled Lan Si's words. What did you mean when you said that Wen Sansi couldn't attack him even if he just stood there? Lan Si looked at Qiu Shi gloatingly. Just you wait. Soon, you'll know what it means to be disgusting. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the battle between Qiu Shi and Wen Sansi. Wen Sansi was indeed not Qiu Shi's opponent. The 10 Arbiters of the Interverse were all very powerful, but their foundations could not compare to the descendants of the Neoverse. Regardless of whether it was the Hall of Honor's methods, the Sirius sect's true inheritors, or even the 7 Courts inheritors, they all had their own secret techniques. Among the 10 Arbiters, there were too few who had them. Even Night King Zhenwu's secret technique had come from the Daosaur sect's Arrow progenitor's inheritance. If he had not obtained the Arrow progenitor's inheritance, he would not have any secret techniques either. Wen Sansi wrote with both hands, using ancient characters to form a strange attack that covered Qiu Shi. The stars around Qiu Shi revolved, and all of Wen Sansi's attacks were like child's play to her. The Wen family is most famous for its literary prison. Without it, what can you do? Wen Sansi frowned and moved his fingers. 8 by 8, the literary prison trapped Qiu Shi within. In the next moment, Chiu Shi used the stellar transposition and switched places with Wen Sansi using a secret technique. However, she immediately felt that something was wrong. Another literary prison appeared around her. This was the real literary prison, and the one that trapped her was fake. Chiu Shi snorted and raised a hand. Sirius's palm caused the stars to explode, enough to break through the literary prison. At that moment, Wen Sansi's star energy transformed into a giant landscape painting that pressed down. Below, Lu Yin was shocked. Wasn't this Han Chang's technique? Astral 2's leader, Azura Realm Master Han Chong, was also known as the Art Sage. He could paint with his star energy, and he could draw mountains and rivers. Who would have thought that Wen Sansi could do it as well? Wen Sansi's star energy painting was not something that Han Chong could compare to. Seeing the painting descend, Chiu Shi detonated her star energy, causing the void to completely collapse as black lightning swept out in all directions. The next moment, Chiu Shi activated her star energy again and transformed it into a sword. Sirius's sword technique tore through the painting and slashed at Wen Sansi. Wen Sansi's attacks were weak, which was his weakness. Although Chiu Shi's Sirius sword technique was not as sharp as the 12th sword, it was still enough to slice through the literary prison. Wen Sansi could not block it with his techniques, and he could only dodge. But how many times could he dodge? In the distance, Starsabil could not help but look over. She wanted to intervene, but Xia Jiuyo stopped her. I know all about your techniques. Interfering in that battle will only bring you bad luck. Starsabil could only helplessly respond to Xia Jiuyo. No one could help Wen Sansi, and Sirius sword technique descended upon him. Sirius sword technique drew closer and closer to Wen Sansi's head, and even Chiu Shi was certain that this attack would hit. She planned to shift her attack, as there was no need to kill in the Star Tower contest. Suddenly, a transparent screen of light appeared above Wen Sansi's head and collided with Sirius sword technique. There was a loud bang, and the void splashed apart like water. Sirius sword technique was unable to advance even an inch as it had been blocked. Chiu Shi was even forced back 100 meters by the shock wave, and she looked over in shock. A screen of light had appeared around Wen Sansi's body like glass, and he was calmly looking at Chiu Shi from within it. Chiu Shi was shocked. An innate gift. Wen Sansi's lips curled up. Sorry, I definitely can't beat you, but you can't beat me either. Below, Lu Yin was stunned. This is the disgusting person you were talking about? Lan Si smiled bitterly. I see it again. A barrier. This is Wen Sansi's innate gift, an unbreakable barrier. Lu Yin was shocked. An unbreakable barrier. Lan Si explained, when I fought Wen Sansi, I used 150 stacks to attack the barrier, but he allowed me to attack. No matter what I did, I couldn't break through the barrier. In the end, I was trapped by the literary prison, which is why I said I couldn't beat him. This is why you said you lost. That's right. I was trapped by the literary prison and couldn't break through the barrier, so I lost. Lu Yin looked curiously at Wen Sansi on the golden screen. He actually had such an innate gift. Was it really unbreakable? Lu Yin didn't believe it, and neither did Chiu Shi. She attacked, and the stars appeared as she unleashed Sirius Palm. Wen Sansi no longer had any intentions of defending himself, and he just stood there, allowing Chiu Shi to attack. Close to 1,000 stars exploded, and a palm strike landed on the barrier, but it was useless. Chiu Shi's eyes narrowed, and the stars turned into swords. Close to 1,000 stars gradually condensed, forming the strongest heavenly star's sword technique so far. She stabbed out, and even if this sword was not comparable to the 12th sword, it was not far off. Even so, such a powerful attack still couldn't break through the barrier. When Sansi spoke up, "No one can hurt me once the barrier is activated." Qiu Shi's tone was cold. "It's just that the attack power hasn't reached the upper limit. There is no such thing as an invincible technique, and there is no such thing as an invincible innate gift." When Sansi subconsciously looked at Shangqing, "Isn't the 3 Yang ancestral chi publicly acknowledged as an invincible technique?" Qiu Shi didn't answer, and she continued to attack the barrier with serious palm, but even after a full minute, she still couldn't break through. When Sansi's innate gift attracted the attention of Yuhua Mavis and the others. Was his innate gift really that powerful? Qiu Shi retreated 1,000 meters and frowned at Wen Sansi. She really couldn't break through it. Wen Sansi was disgusted by Qiu Shi. Even though he couldn't attack after activating his innate gift, he still couldn't defeat anyone else. It was truly disgusting. Lu Yin also felt disgusted. "Seventh bro, are you just going to watch?" The monkey's voice rang out in Lu Yin's mind. Lu Yin replied, "What else can I do? I've already lost." "Steal the treasures. Didn't those people fight to the death for those treasures? Let's take them first," the monkey urged. Lu Yin frowned, as he was somewhat tempted, but he also felt embarrassed. "That's not very good." The monkey pursed his lips. "Let me ask you something. Have the 5 signs of the stars already been decided?" "Those people have already decided on the 5 signs of the stars, and you guys are just foils. The Neoverse doesn't plan on letting you guys get a share of the inheritance from the 5 mountains and 5 seas. If that's the case, why don't you guys do it yourself? They're being unfair to us, so there's no need for us to be fair to them." "That makes sense." Lu Yin was a decisive person, and it just so happened that a current appeared beneath his feet. He said to Lan Si, "Take your time to watch. I'll take a stroll." Lan Si was stunned. "Take a stroll." Lu Yin grabbed Xiao Bai and Xiao He and charged into the current. Xiao Bai and Xiao He didn't even have time to react. They were startled and subconsciously wanted to resist, but when they saw that it was Lu Yin who had grabbed them, they obediently stopped moving. In the distance, Mingyue saw this scene and was somewhat confused. Everyone was paying attention to the battle above them. What were they doing? After entering the current, Lu Yin grabbed Xiao Bai and Xiao He and remained motionless, allowing the current to wash over them. After a while, Lu Yin grabbed Xiao Bai and Xiao He and charged out of the current, heading towards the surface. The current was extremely fast, and it was like an underwater express. By the time Lu Yin brought Xiao Bai and Xiao He out of the water, they were already far away from the mountain from before. He looked up and saw Lu Tianmu lying on the golden platform. Not too far away, the Ling Palace's sky palace was being washed away by the ancestral qi of the 3 suns. They had arrived at the mountain where the prime clarity resided. The mountain had split apart to reveal a giant eye. Lu Yin didn't know what it was used for, but since it had appeared in the Mountain Sea inheritance, it must be of considerable value. The blood of a progenitor was immeasurably valuable, and it even surpassed progenitor Wushang's hide. One could only imagine the value of that giant eye. "Lu Yin, you scared us. We thought that an enemy had come looking for us," Xiao Bai complained. Xiao He was unhappy. "That's right. Annoying." Lu Yin said, "Let's go. I'll take you guys to find treasures. Thank you for your support, brothers. The next volume is about to set sail, and the Astral Sovereign Tournament is about to begin. Invincible. Whatever you want, it's all here. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1139. Xiao Bai and Xiao He's eyes lit up, and the two girls subconsciously tightened their grip on their mountain sea bags. Treasure. What treasure? Lu Yin pointed at the giant eye on the distant mountain. Xiao Bai and Xiao He nodded excitedly. Lu Yin smiled and looked expectantly at the giant eye that had cracked open at the top of the mountain. He wondered what it was. He hoped that the Shangqing wouldn't find out, as he suddenly felt like a thief. As they headed towards the mountain, Lu Yin saw a strange object floating along the way. It was a white solid that formed words, "Save me." Lu Yin picked it up and used a bit of force, causing it to turn into smoke and float away. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. Smoke. Gu Shao, That's right. Lu Yin had been fighting for the Star Tower for so long in the mountain and sea realm, but he had never seen Gu Shao, Although the Star Tower was huge, Gu Shao should have shown himself at least once. That white smoke was very mysterious, and it could even deal with Ziyi's life energy, so it shouldn't have disappeared without a trace. Furthermore, Gu Shao wasn't the type to hide himself. Lu Yin continued to look at the distant sea and quickly found another white solid that also formed two words, "Save me." This was a cry for help formed from smoke, and it was coming from the distant mountain. Lu Yin brought Xiao He and Xiao Bai along as he sped up. Not long after, the three arrived at the foot of the mountain. Lu Yin looked up and saw some rune lines. There were cultivators at the top of the mountain, and they were gradually approaching the giant eye. Besides him, there were others who wanted to steal the inheritance. Lu Yin couldn't let others get ahead of him, so he quickly climbed the mountain with Xiao Bai and Xiao He. At the same time, 3 cultivators were climbing halfway up the mountain, sweating profusely. How did those freaks get up there? They didn't even use any effort and just directly reached the platform. Damn it, one of them complained. The man next to him growled, "Shut up, they're all in lighters." I remember that there was a cruiser who tried to compete with the Mavis family, but he also went up, another said. They're all freaks, competing with the Mavis family. There's no need to talk about such people. Climb hard, the inheritance is right in front of you. While they were talking, a chuckle came from behind them. The men were shocked and looked back. They didn't know when, but a woman in revealing clothes had approached them and was looking at them with a faint smile. The woman was only wearing a few pieces of cloth to cover her body. She was extremely alluring, like an enchantress. Her entire body was exuding an evil and strange aura. This was Xia Shaoxian. When they saw Xia Shaoxian, their faces went pale. They were all cultivators from the Neoverse, and had been able to enter the mountain and sea realm for a long time. Weren't you defeated by the Prime Clear lineage? Someone asked in shock. Xia Shaoxian chuckled. Can't you come if you lose? Just like you, I want to steal something. They looked at each other and gritted their teeth. Do it. The few of them were able to participate in the Star Pagoda contest, so their strength was not bad. However, when they encountered the 7-court successor, they were like babies. In just a few breaths of time, they were defeated. Xia Shaoxian clapped her hands, appearing clean and efficient. Just as she was about to continue climbing, she paused for a moment and slowly turned around, only to see 3 silhouettes rapidly rushing over. Her eyes flashed with coldness. These 3 silhouettes were about the same speed as her. They were all experts. Striking first to gain the upper hand was a tradition of the Shi family. Xia Shaoxian grabbed a nearby rock and smashed it down. The moment she did so, layers of white bone imprints appeared on her arm that extended from her flesh. Lu Yin looked up and waved his hand, causing a hollow palm to sweep out and shatter the 3 rocks. At the same time, it crossed the void and attacked Xia Shaoxian. Xia Shaoxian was shocked, and her bones extended from her flesh to block the attack. There was a thump, and her body was sent flying back and embedded into the mountain. She coughed. What a powerful palm. It was that person. Lu Yin grabbed Xiao Bai and Little Black, and he quickly flew over to Xie Xiaoxian. The moment he saw Xie Xiaoxian, Lu Yin was stunned. This woman was wearing too little. Ah! Shameless! Xiao Bai covered her eyes and pointed at Xie Xiaoxian. Xiao Hei's face turned red, and it jumped up to cover Lu Yin's eyes. Don't look, pervert. Lu Yin was speechless. He pressed Xiao Hei down and looked at Xie Xiaoxian. I've seen you before. When we first entered the mountain and sea realm and encountered the Prime Clear, you were behind him. Xie Xiaoxian pulled herself out of the mountain, and the white bones merged back into her body. She rubbed her abdomen and complained, You really hurt when you hit me. Can't you be gentler? Lu Yin calmly replied, You were the one who attacked first. I didn't think that it would be a handsome guy. If I knew that it was you, my heart would ache, Xie Xiaoxian said coquettishly as she rolled her eyes. Lu Yin felt strange, as this was the first time someone had called him a handsome guy. To be honest, his looks were average, and he was the type that was more pleasing to the eye the more one looked at him. Xiao Hei glared at Xie Xiaoxian. Shameless! How can you say something like that? Xie Xiaoxian giggled and teased, Little girl, you're still young. That was called flirting. I really like the little guy beside you, hee hee. Xiao Bai bared her teeth. Shameless. Senior brother said that women with big breasts and big butts are all shameless. Xiao Hei looked at Xiao Bai seriously. Did senior brother say that? Wasn't that what master said? Xiao Bai made a shushing gesture and looked around carefully. Don't let master hear you. He's really petty. Lu Yin was speechless. Was the sage heavenly master such a person? On the other side, Xie Xiaoxian overheard the two girls' conversation and laughed happily. Thank you for the compliment, little girl. Who's complimenting you? Shameless. Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai rebuked at the same time. Xie Xiaoxian laughed again. Lu Yin pursed his lips and looked at Xie Xiaoxian. You want the inheritance too, right? Xie Xiaoxian nodded and beamed at Lu Yin. Together. Lu Yin wanted to refuse, but then he remembered that this might be Gu Xiao'er's request for help. All right, let's go together. But it'll depend on who gets the inheritance. Xie Xiaoxian's lips curled up. I'll listen to you. Right, what should I call you? Little brother. Lu Yin replied, Call me seventh bro, seventh bro. Okay, seventh bro, Xie Xiaoxian's soft voice made Lu Yin feel numb. Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai were flustered, and they grabbed Lu Yin's hand. Lu Yin, have you been seduced by her? Master was right, all women with big breasts and big butts are bad. Lu Yin rubbed their heads. Don't spout nonsense. The sage heavenly master wouldn't say something like that. Xiao Hei was about to speak, but Xiao Bai quickly interjected, That's right, senior brother said it. Senior brother Shenwei said it. Fortunately, Shengxing Shenwei and the rest were focused on the battle on the golden screen. Otherwise, they would have been angered to death by the two girls, and Everlasting Island's reputation would have been ruined. They weren't too far away from the cracked mountain, and Lu Yin and Xie Xiaoxian were able to ascend the mountain without any hindrance. They could even ascend the golden screen to participate in the battle, but Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai couldn't hold on any longer. The two girls were very fast, and their combined strength was very strong. However, they were still young. Lu Yin had no choice but to leave the two girls behind while he and Xie Xiaoxian climbed the mountain. Lu Yin, don't be seduced. Bad woman, cover your breasts. They're all exposed. Xiao Bai shouted. Xiao He bared her teeth. Lu Yin, don't look at bad women's breasts. Lu Yin felt awkward, and he quickly climbed the mountain. Xie Shaoxian laughed and followed behind him. Right above Lu Yin and the others, on the golden screen, the sky palace of the spirit palace was being bombarded by the ancestral qi of the three suns. The illusory figures within the sky palace were constantly sweeping away the ancestral qi of the three suns. Even if they could disperse the ancestral qi of the three suns, they would quickly reform it. This was the most frustrating aspect of the ancestral qi. It could be scattered, but it couldn't be completely destroyed. It couldn't be trapped, and it couldn't be defended against. Once struck, one would be heavily injured. Lu Tianmu had been attacked a total of 3 times, and he had already collapsed. Only when faced with the ancestral qi of the three suns would one feel despair. Ling Gong was the least suited to fight against the prime clear lineage, as she was too big of a target. Her heaven palace had tried to suppress the ancestral qi of the three suns, but it couldn't do so. It could only passively endure the attacks. Even the true scripture of Aeon evolution couldn't erase the rune lines of the ancestral qi, which meant that it wasn't called the number 1 technique in the universe for nothing. From the very start, Ling Gong was defeated again and again. However, her innate gift was enough to be proud of her ability to withstand so many attacks from the ancestral qi. Shangqing sighed. Not everyone's innate gift can withstand the attacks of the ancestral qi. He then looked at Wen Sansi. Was there a barrier that even Qiushi couldn't break through? He wanted to try. At that moment, Lu Tianmu, who had collapsed in the distance, slowly stood up and looked at Ling Gong. This is my opponent. Ling Gong retreated and her heaven palace dissipated. Although she had the pride of one of the 10 arbiters, she wasn't stupid. She knew that Shangqing was her opponent, so she naturally wouldn't fight to the death. Don't die. It doesn't sound good that the 10 arbiters became the 9 arbiters. Shangqing turned around and looked at Lu Tianmu in astonishment. You still want to fight me? Why? Lu Tianmu exhaled, and his black hair drooped down with mottled bloodstains. Star energy formed a sword around his body, and he looked up at Shangqing. Because of the 13th sword. Ling Gong, who had just turned around and was about to leave, suddenly paused and looked back at Lu Tianmu in disbelief. You comprehended the 13th sword. Shangqing was shocked as well. The sword sect's 13 swords are famous throughout the universe, and it's rumored that as long as one's innate gift is enough, even a hunter can comprehend the first 12 swords. However, I've never heard of anyone below the emissary realm being able to comprehend the 13th sword. From what I know, only the previous sect master, Lu Qianjue, can use the 13th sword. No one else has been able to do so. Lu Tianmu gripped his sword tightly and looked at Shangqing with a resolute gaze. Try it. Shangqing looked at Lu Tianmu seriously and then suddenly smiled and nodded. If you can use the 13th sword, then I'll let you experience the true power of the ancestral qi. Lu Tianmu's eyes narrowed. True power. What did that mean? Could it be that the ancestral qi that had caused everyone to be speechless up until now wasn't its true power? Ling Gong also heard Shangqing's words and was in disbelief. It couldn't be, right? Those 3 streams of qi had left them speechless. Aside from their numbers, they really didn't know how to deal with them. Shangqing's words thoroughly shocked Lu Tianmu. Lu Tianmu's gaze became resolute. The 13th sword had a simple name, the emotion sword. It was a mystical sword that had nothing to do with space. As long as there was emotion, it could be transformed into a sword. How could a person be emotionless? Thus, the 13th sword could not be avoided. The Supreme Astral Tournament is about to begin. Brothers, please take your seats. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1140. Time flowed by, and no one could avoid the 13th sword. Even the strongest person would have to endure the 13th sword. This was the sword sect's invincible 13 swords. Only emissaries could comprehend it, not because there was a cultivation realm requirement, but because the user did not have a deep understanding of emotions. It would take a long time to cultivate to the emissary level, and this was also something that had to be endured in order to cultivate the 13th sword. The 13th sword required emotions. Lu Tianmu had never experienced emotions before. She had been a peerless genius since birth and had been chosen by the 13 swords. Who would dare to talk about emotions with her? Even the 10 arbiters kept a respectful distance from her, and she could not find anyone to talk about emotions with. As for familial love, that was even rarer. Cultivators could stand tall in the starry sky, but they could not obtain the familial love of ordinary people. This was the sorrow of many cultivators. Lu Tianmu did not have love or familial love, so she could not fully comprehend the 13th sword. However, Lu Tianmu was also a genius. Everyone believed that emotions were just love and familial love, and that they were the most profound. However, she believed that there was another type of emotion, and that was stubbornness. Stubbornness towards the sword and cultivation was also a type of emotion. This was her emotion, and this was the emotion that she had established by using the 13th sword. A gentle breeze blew past, causing Lu Tianmu's hair to flutter along the sword, across the golden stage, and across the mountain and sea realm. Everyone felt that something was strange. At this moment, this gentle breeze stirred up many people's thoughts, making it impossible for them to fully immerse themselves in the battle. They subconsciously looked in the direction of the breeze towards Lu Tianmu. Prime Clarity's expression turned serious as 3 streams of energy surrounded him. He felt an indescribable sense of danger. Although it was only a small amount, how many people in the entire mountain and sea realm could cause him such a sensation? His eyes were filled with anticipation. He had wanted to experience the 13 swords for a long time. Although the 13 swords were rumored to be mysterious and powerful enough to instantly kill powerful enemies, he did not care. No one could defeat the 3 sons' ancestral qi, and no one could defeat him. This was his confidence, and he had no intention of stopping Lu Tianmu. He wanted to see just how powerful the 13th sword was. Below Lu Tianmu, Lu Yin and Xia Shaoxian were also watching. They also felt that something was wrong, especially Lu Yin. At this moment, the rune lines within Lu Tianmu's sword had disappeared. He could see the rune lines. It meant that it was beyond the scope of his understanding. It was just like how the 3 sons' ancestral qi could ignore the weakening effects of the universe evolution true scripture. Lu Tianmu's current state had reached a certain miraculous state. It wasn't that she and Shangqing were able to surpass the scripture of Aeon evolution. That was impossible. However, they were able to surpass him. At the very least, the scripture of Aeon evolution that he had cultivated to the level of spirituality was unable to affect the two of them. The Zhou Yan true scripture was also a technique. As long as it was a technique, there was always the possibility of being surpassed. The Prime Clear's 3 Yang ancestral qi and Lu Tianmu's 13th sword both surpassed Lu Yin's grasp of the Zhou Yan true scripture. Naturally, it wasn't something that he could understand. There was no sword light, no slashing motion. When the sword in Lu Tianmu's hand cracked and she fell to the ground, everyone knew that the 13th slash had been completed. Everyone subconsciously looked at Shangqing. They were shocked to find that Shangqing's face was pale. His chest was stained with blood, which eventually dripped onto the golden stage. His body trembled, and he slowly squatted down, panting heavily. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Anyone who had fought with Shangqing before would understand the might of the three yang ancestral qi. He had never been injured before, but he had been injured twice by Lu Tianmu. He had been injured by the 12th and 13th slashes, and the 13th slash was especially severe. Had the 13th slash really been completed? Why hadn't they discovered anything? Only one person in the entire mountain and sea realm had seen the might of the 13th slash, and that was Tai Yishan. He had cultivated the Zhou Yan true scripture to the knower realm, which was a level higher than Lu Yin's. He had also seen the rune lines of the 13th slash. Tai Yishan was stunned. Was this the 13th slash? No wonder the legendary sword Sek's 13th slash was unavoidable. That slash had nothing to do with space, and when it appeared, it had already been executed. Tai Yishan looked at Lu Tianmu, who was lying on the ground. He did not know if she was dead or alive. This woman was terrifying, and no matter who she faced, she had the ability to take them down with her. Even Shangqing was no exception. Lu Yin could not see Shangqing's rune lines, but Tai Yishan could. In his eyes, Shangqing's rune lines had weakened significantly. Outside the mountain and sea realm, the older powerhouses were speechless. After a while, Mu En sighed. I've seen the sword Sek's 13th slash again. It's just as stunning as before. Haizit Shenwei's expression was solemn. If the sword sect had more people who comprehended the 13th slash, they would have established themselves in the Neoverse long ago. Xia Meng stared at Lu Tianmu. This child would definitely have a place in the future. Mu En smiled. Not bad. This Star Pagoda competition was truly impressive. Even the 13th slash appeared. This child is qualified to be included in the list. Not far away, Yuan Ke sighed. She's the only person who's been able to injure the three yang ancestral qi user. If she's not qualified, then no one else is. Above the mountain and sea realm's golden screen, Shangqing was half squatting on the ground, panting heavily. It took him a while to recover, and he stood up shakily. He looked at Lu Tianmu and shook his head. Use beyond your limits. Although the 13th slash is unfathomable, you can only use it once. Lu Tianmu of the Sword Sect, I, Shangqing, acknowledge you. If you can stand up, I guarantee that you will become one of the 5 astral children. Shangqing's words shocked many who heard him. They had all assumed that he was uninterested in the outside world and would only follow the Hall of Honor's orders. He was only interested in his own strength, so they had never expected him to say such words to Lu Tianmu. Outside of the mountain and sea realm, Mu En frowned. These words should not have come from the Prime Clear's mouth. The 5 prodigies of the stars were the result of the Neoverse distribution of benefits, and the Hall of Honor had taken control of the situation. Even Xia Jiuyo, who had revealed his 9 clones to defeat Lei Las, had been stopped in his futile attempt to become one of the 5 prodigies of the stars, let alone someone from the Innerverse. Shangqing actually had such thoughts. Haizit Shenwei laughed. Not bad, not bad. I thought that this kid was just a blockhead who had cultivated the 3 suns ancestral qi, but now it seems that he has his own ideas. Ha ha ha, that's good. In the distance, Yuan Ke also laughed and looked at Shangqing with admiration. Without his own ideas, even if he cultivated the universe's #1 technique, he still wouldn't be able to reach the progenitor realm. It's impossible to become truly invincible just by relying on a technique. The Hall of Honor was right to raise this child. Xia Meng also looked at Shangqing with admiration for the first time. Mu En was helpless. While they might think this way, some people in the Hall of Honor did not. Some of them hoped to raise someone who was completely loyal to the Hall of Honor, someone who could use the 3 suns ancestral qi, someone who would be loyal to the Hall of Honor, rather than someone who would be rebellious and would even admire their enemies. Many people probably couldn't fall asleep after hearing this. It seemed that Shangqing had not been tamed, but rather disdained. Not only was he disdainful of his enemies and peers, but he was also disdainful of certain people in the Hall of Honor. He did not want to argue with them. This was the true Shangqing, an invincible genius with flesh and blood who had cultivated the universe's #1 technique. No one knew how Shangqing's injuries were, and no one dared to attack him. Ling Gong had gone to challenge Shangqing but had retreated, which meant that she had lost. Based on her temperament, she did not have the face to challenge Shangqing again. Yuhua Mavis suppressed invisible light the entire time. Originally, the Spirit Palace had not intended to interfere, but Yuhua Mavis had included her in the attack range. The green fists attacked wildly from above, and the Spirit Palace could only cooperate with invisible light to resist. Xia Jiuyo and Starsabil's battle was the simplest, as no one could tell where they had used the 9 clones technique. Could it be that the technique had only brought them from the Hunter realm to the Enlighter realm? Obviously not, as Progenitor Chen's invincible technique was not necessarily any weaker than the 3 Suns' ancestral qi. Qiu Shi was the most aggrieved in this battle, as her attacks were completely useless against Wen Sanxi. Actually, it was not just Qiu Shi who was aggrieved, as Yuhua Mavis and Xia Jiuyo were also aggrieved at times. Just like how Starsabil would occasionally use her abacus to help Wen Sanxi, invisible light, and the others obstructing their opponent's attacks, Wen Sanxi would occasionally use a barrier to help Starsabil, blocking Xia Jiuyo and Yuhua Mavis. That barrier was currently unbreakable, and it would occasionally block Yuhua Mavis' attacks. This made Yuhua Mavis feel aggrieved, and she even wanted to switch opponents with Qiu Shi to see if she could break through the barrier with her unlimited strength. The intense battle on the golden screen was nearing its end. If not for Wen Sanxi's sudden appearance in his barrier, they would have already been defeated. Shangqing had been heavily injured by Lu Tianmu's 13th sword, and no one knew how serious his injuries were. Under such circumstances, Lu Yin and Xie Shaoxian took the opportunity to charge into the giant eye. They were all afraid of Shangqing, as he would not let his guard down. How could he allow his inheritance to be stolen? However, after being heavily injured by the 13 swords, Lu Yin and Xie Shaoxian were confident that they could rely on their own abilities to avoid the 3 Suns' ancestral qi and charge into the giant eye. However, they were overthinking things, as Shangqing did not care about them at all. Perhaps he had discovered them, but he did not care. He simply allowed them to charge into the giant eye that had split open the mountain peak. As soon as they stepped into the eye's range, the scene before them completely changed. It was as if a strange starry sky had been opened up, and as far as the eye could see, they were surrounded by specks of star energy that slowly rotated. This giant eye was formed from star energy, and it formed a strange heaven and earth, or rather, a world. 7th Bro, this is a heaven and earth controlled by a world realm cultivator's star energy. It might also be the profound creation realm, the monkey said excitedly. Lockbreakers placed the most importance on star energy control, and it was divided into 6 different realms: Minute, Cloudwalker, Heavenly Intelligence, Divine Eye, World Realm, and Profound Creation Realm. Lu Yin had been able to reach the Divine Eye realm with the help of the Elysian Lake spring water, and normally, he could only reach the Heavenly Intelligence realm. He had no understanding of the World Realm or Profound Creation Realm, but now, he had arrived at a strange place that might have been formed by these 2 realms. 7th Bro, this place should be specially created for lockbreakers to comprehend the realm of star energy control. It's most suitable for you, the monkey shouted. Lu Yin felt the same way. It was no wonder why Shangqing did not care. He was not a lockbreaker, and he had already discovered the giant eye's mysteries while climbing the mountain, which was why he did not care. Xie Shaoxian was disappointed, as she could also tell that this place was not suitable for her. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1141. At that moment, something white slid out from the distance. Lu Yin was about to catch it, but Xia Shaoxian snatched it away and gave him a charming smile. When he looked down, his expression froze. There were 2 words written on it: "Save me." Lu Yin saw it as well. It had indeed been thrown out from here. He gestured for Xia Shaoxian to keep quiet, and the 2 carefully made their way inside. Their surroundings were formed from star energy, making it seem like a starry sky. The 2 didn't dare to cause too much of a commotion, for fear of causing a disturbance. Not long after, they made a turn and saw a cloud of white smoke with a head peeking out. It was Lonely Little Fool. At that moment, Lonely Little Fool was furtively using smoke to form words and throwing them out. He would occasionally look behind him, his eyes darting around. He was rather unlucky. Before the Star Tower contest had begun, he had stayed in the brothel and enjoyed himself for a while. After the Star Tower opened, he hadn't wanted to come in, but his father had pulled him in. After entering, he felt that he hadn't suffered so much for nothing, so he decided to show off his skills and find an expert to spar with. Coincidentally, he had run into a whirlpool at the bottom of the sea, which naturally contained treasures. If there were treasures, it meant that someone was trying to steal them. He felt that it was time for him to make a move. But just as he was about to enter, someone tapped him on the shoulder and asked for directions. This was the Mountain and Sea Realm. Asking for directions. What directions? Looking for the inheritance. He still wanted to know. He yelled at the person in a bad mood, but the person had a good temper. He smiled like a fox and said that he wanted to treat him to food. Lonely Little Fool felt like he had been tricked. Food. In the Mountain and Sea Realm. Where would there be food? The more he looked at the person, the more he felt like a fox. Lonely Little Fool wanted to show off his skills, so he attacked the person. When he woke up, he was already here. If not for the white smoke protecting him, he might have died. Even with the white smoke protecting him, he was still captured and couldn't move. There was also a disgusting person standing guard not too far away. All he could do was use the white smoke to form words and throw them out, hoping that someone would see them. Lonely Little Fool had never been so pitiful before. He had just been about to show off, but now he was thrown here without seeing anything. He had wanted to compete in the Star Tower and marry the top courtesan, but now he had nothing. Just thinking about it made him sad. Hoping that someone familiar could see this brother's cry for help, Lonely Little Fool continued to painstakingly create words. In the distance, Lu Yin and Xia Shaoxian saw Gu Shower, and their gazes met. Although the smoke-gulping mountain range was not a colossus in the Neoverse, it was still a rare and powerful force. That white smoke was very mysterious, and even the 7 courts knew about it. Even if Gu Shower's white smoke wasn't a match for those from the Prime Clear lineage, he could still put up a fight against the 10 arbiters and the successor of the 7 courts. Yet, he had actually been trapped here. Lu Yin made a shushing gesture again and brought Xia Shaoxian closer to Gu Shower. Gu Shower was still stealthily creating words when the white smoke that enveloped him suddenly floated up. He suddenly looked up and coincidentally met Lu Yin's gaze, and his eyes immediately turned red. "Bro, I'm here." Lu Yin cursed inwardly. In front of him, a black figure appeared, its scarlet eyes flickering as it raised both fists and punched out. Lu Yin's expression changed. The Neo-Human Alliance. He raised his arms to block in front of him, but there was a thump as his body was sent flying back 100 meters. Xia Shaoxian was also attacked at the same time, but fortunately, she had been prepared. Her bones extended from the surface of her body and transformed into armor that blocked the punch, but she was also sent flying back 100 meters. Lu Yin stared at the black-clothed man in front of him in shock. It really was someone from the Neo-Human Alliance. How had they gotten in? Xie Xiaoxian's expression darkened. You half-human, half-ghost things are here as well. Aren't you afraid of death? Across from them, the black-clothed corpse king raised its scarlet eyes and clenched its right fist. Its gaze swept past Xie Xiaoxian before landing on Lu Yin. A trembling aura spread out from its body and whizzed past, but it didn't spread too far. Only its enormous eyes revealed a terrifying strength. This was an enlighter. Xie Xiaoxian's expression changed. This is troublesome. Just as she spoke, the black-clothed corpse king's eyes suddenly changed from scarlet to gray, and then to green. This was Corpse King's second transformation. Lu Yin's expression changed. This Corpse King's rune lines had already surpassed theirs, and its physical strength was not much weaker than Lu Yin's. Now that it had suddenly increased by 100 times, Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Be careful. He warned Xie Xiaoxian, but she turned around and fled. The Neoverse understanding of the Neo-Human Alliance far surpassed that of the Innerverse and Outerverse, especially the Shi family. Their old enemy, the Spectre clan, had joined the Neo-Human Alliance, and the Shi family had always been in an intense confrontation with the Neo-Human Alliance. She only needed one look to know if she was a match for this Corpse King. It was obvious that this Corpse King was not something she could deal with. As for Lu Yin, she didn't even consider him. Lu Yin had not expected Xie Xiaoxian to flee so quickly. A black shadow appeared in the corner of his eye as the Corpse King punched him. The attack was simple and crude, but it caused Lu Yin's hair to stand on end. The might of this punch was terrifying, and he subconsciously used the planned secret art to escape. The void collapsed where he had been standing, and the Corpse King's enormous eyes distorted. This scene attracted the Prime Clear's attention. He did not care who obtained this inheritance since it was useless to him, but the Corpse King's eyes emitted an aura that caused even the Prime Clear to feel apprehensive. Within the Corpse King's enormous eyes, Lu Yin narrowly avoided another punch. Beside him, the Corpse King turned around and punched out again. The wind from the punch swept out, and an unstoppable force descended. Lu Yin waved his hand and used the Yu's secret art to teleport. He dodged yet another punch. However, fist attacks were not as limited as secret techniques. As long as he had enough power, he could unleash countless punches. Lu Yin used 2 secret techniques to avoid 2 punches, but he could not avoid the third one. There was a thump as the Corpse King's punch landed squarely on Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin's 9-line battle force immediately shattered, and his fate sand was sent flying back into his body. His arms were almost broken, and his organs were in turmoil. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. What a terrifying physical strength! This strength surpassed that of Metamorphosis Mavis' 7th punch by several times, and it should be equivalent to the power of Metamorphosis Mavis' 7th punch. The black-robed Corpse King leapt towards Lu Yin and raised its fist again. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and used the planned secret art. The star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet, and he teleported. This time, he appeared not too far away from Xie Xiaoxian. The Corpse King had only attacked him for a few breaths of time, and Xie Xiaoxian had not been able to escape the Corpse King's eyes. Now that Lu Yin had appeared, she cried out, "Get away from me!" Lu Yin did not have time to reply. The Corpse King's physical strength exploded, and its speed distorted the void as it descended and punched out with both hands. This was the Corpse King's attack. The Corpse King transformation strengthened the body and suppressed the opponent's strength. It was similar to Metamorphosis, but much more brutal. Stars revolved around Lu Yin's body, and his eyes transformed into runes that weakened the rune lines on the Corpse King's fists. He narrowly avoided the attack again, but Xie Xiaoxian was not so lucky. She was struck by the punch, and the white bone armor on her body shattered. She spat out a mouthful of blood as her body was sent crashing into the mountain. This was a progenitor's mountain sea, and it was extremely sturdy. Even so, a crack had appeared on it. Xie Shaoxian miserably fell to the ground. Lu Yin struck out with an empty palm. The empty palm struck the corpse king, but it only managed to push it back a few dozen meters. The corpse king raised its green eyes and stared at Lu Yin before charging at him again. Lu Yin continued to strike out with his empty palm in an attempt to break through the corpse king's defenses. However, the green eyes transformation had increased the corpse king's physical strength by 100-fold. It was far more powerful than Lu Yin's physical strength, and even the empty palm was not considered too strong against the corpse king. Lu Yin had never thought that someone in his generation would be able to withstand the empty palm. Even Mu Ziying's innate gift of wood could only withstand a few hits, and the empty palm was not strong enough to break through the corpse king's defenses. The corpse king endured the empty palm and punched at Lu Yin once more. Lu Yin waved a hand, using the Yu's secret art to divert the wind from his fist. He raised a hand and tapped out with a finger. Seventh Brother's Finger. Seventh Brother's Finger was Lu Yin's strongest attack, but he did not think that it would be enough to injure the corpse king. All he needed to do was knock the corpse king out of the eye's range so that the Shangqing elders could see him. On the other side, Xie Shaoxian was lying on the ground with blood dripping from her mouth. She raised a hand and also tapped out with a finger. This time, it was exactly the same as Lu Yin's, Seventh Brother's Finger. Evil secret art, omnidirectional borrowing. This was one of the Shi family's secret techniques. Lu Yin did not know that the Shi family had such a secret technique, and when he saw Seventh Brother's Finger attack, he was stunned. However, now was not the time to think about such things. The two Seventh Brother's Fingers combined and struck the corpse king, knocking it out of the eye's range. It crashed into the mountain outside of the eye's range, causing a crack to appear. In that instant, the Shangqing elders saw it. He saw the corpse king's green eyes and felt its disgusting aura as well as the terrifying fluctuations of an enlighter. It was not just the Shangqing elders, the corpse king's eyes had been blasted out, and its strength as an enlighter was naturally exposed. This attracted the attention of the people on the golden screen, as well as the older powerhouses outside of the mountain and sea realm. Mu En and the others were shocked. The Neo-Human Alliance. They immediately moved to attack, as the Neo-Human Alliance was the universe's public enemy. There was only one thing they could do against them, and that was to destroy them. There was no need for a fair battle. But just as they were about to attack, their bodies suddenly froze. Everything in front of them turned black, and they could no longer feel their own existence. Mu En could only feel the existence of his nose, but his nose was actually able to see his surroundings. Haizit Shenwei could only feel the existence of his hand, but his hand smelled something strange. Yuan Ke, Xia Meng, and the other older powerhouses also felt their five senses become chaotic. Xia Meng spoke in a low voice, Neo-Human Alliance, one of the seven sky gods, sorcerer spirit god. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange white doll appeared beside them. It had a strange appearance, and two green lines extended from the corners of its eyes to the corners of its mouth. Its pupils were deeply sunken, and it looked particularly eerie. It let out a strange laugh and said, Xia Meng from the Xia family, hee hee. You were once the most beautiful woman in the Neoverse universe, and you were even more beautiful than the most beautiful courtesan in the brothel. Now, you have a power level of over 900,000. Since you know of this god's existence, you are qualified to compete with this god, hee hee. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1142. Haizit Shenwei could not see his surroundings, but he could hear the voice. He angrily rebuked, "Sorcerer spirit god, come at me." He, people of Everlasting Island, is your eldest senior brother doing well? He took care of my disciples in the past, the sorcerer spirit god said sinisterly. An elder suddenly shouted, "Sorcerer spirit god, you were the one who slaughtered the Yu clan. What are you trying to do today?" The Yu clan was courting death. Don't blame me. As for today, I just want to bring a few outstanding juniors back to inherit the Neo-Human Alliance, the sorcerer spirit god said. Yuan Kut took a step forward, and the sorcerer spirit god cackled. "I advise you all not to move. If you do, you might die." In the mountain and sea realm, the battle on the golden screen stopped the moment the black-robed corpse king was exposed. Shangqing raised his hand, and a stream of energy shot towards the corpse king. Against the Neo-Human Alliance, all grudges had to be set aside. The corpse king had to be destroyed first. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and a person appeared behind Shangqing. This person had short silver hair, and his eyes were squinting as he smiled. His lips curled into a strange smile, and he spun a butterfly in his hand. The knife said, "I was careless. This won't do. The first method." Shangqing's eyes flickered, and he slowly turned his head. "What? When?" With a squelch, blood spurted from his legs, and he slowly fell to the ground. The silver-haired man smiled and turned around. "I fought with you once. Have you forgotten?" Shangqing's legs were bleeding, and he stared at the silver-haired man. He remembered that this person had ambushed him at the bottom of the sea and had been injured by his 3 young ancestral qi. The silver-haired man smiled and bent down, staring at Shangqing. "The 3 young ancestral qi is indeed powerful, but my death aura isn't bad either." Shangqing's eyes narrowed. "You hid your death aura in my body back then." The silver-haired man's smile widened. As expected of the first method. In a one-on-one fight, no one is a match for the 3 young ancestral qi, but when it comes to ambushes, my specter race isn't bad either. Shangqing clenched his fists. He wanted to stand up, but his legs had been ambushed, and there was still death aura around his wounds. Even if he wanted to heal them, it would take him some time. The silver-haired man spun the butterfly. The saber suddenly attacked Shangqing again. The airflow on the surface of Shangqing's body collided with him. His speed was extremely fast as he avoided the airflow. The blade swept across the void and slashed at Shangqing's neck. Even though the Prime Clear One was unable to move, the 3 young ancestral qi was still unbreakable. The silver-haired man attacked several times but to no avail. Meanwhile, Xia Jiuyo and the others leaped over the golden barrier and attacked the silver-haired man in unison. The silver-haired man looked at Xia Jiuyo. "The 9 clones technique. I'm very familiar with your clones." The dim light in Xia Jiuyo's palm turned into a saber and slashed down. It was the Xia family's 3 saber intents. Behind him, the white spear of the spirit palace pierced out, accompanied by the reverberating sound of the bell. Further away, winged Mavis and Qiu Shi appeared together, but Wen Sansi was nowhere to be seen. Qiu Shi was rather vexed. Just as the corpse king's eyes were about to pop out, she could no longer endure Wen Sansi's defensive barrier. She used her sourcebox array to teleport him away, and she didn't even know how far he had flown. If only he was a step late. Silver snapped his fingers in the face of the many experts who were attacking him. Below him, the black-robed corpse king ignored the trio and charged towards the golden screen, roaring as it punched out. Ascension Mavis crossed the crowd and punched out. Bang! A loud explosion shook the void, and the terrifying collision forced Invisible Light and the others to retreat. Silver leaped back and grinned as he watched on. The Corpse King was forced back more than 10 steps by Ascension Mavis's punch. Ascension Mavis was also forced back, but only by 3 steps. Silver was astonished. As expected of the Mavis family's Treeheart successor. You're actually able to force back an Enlighter at the second transformation. Continue. Ascension Mavis's fists were red as she stared at the Corpse King in front of her in shock. She had used an unprecedented amount of strength that surpassed what she had used against Luine and Invisible Light, but she had only been able to force the Corpse King back. This was the strength of a transformed Corpse King. She clenched her fist and punched out once more. Xia Zhuo's second saber intent slashed at Silver. Silver's smile was as creepy as a fox's, and the butterfly in his hand. He flipped his saber and drew a strange arc, tearing apart Xia Zhuo's second saber intent. How many of the 9 clones technique have you fused? Xia Zhuo's saber slashed down once more, unleashing the third saber intent. Xia Zhuo's third saber intent had once been feared by the Tear Lady, who had used a secret technique to restrain him and prevent him from using it. It had also been taken seriously by the Prime Clear lineage, and it had been used to split open the Spirit Palace's innate gift. It was extremely powerful. At this moment, Xia Zhuo slashed down at Silver. Silver's expression did not change as he retreated step by step. The black-robed Corpse King appeared in front of him, and it raised both of its hands to block the third saber intent. It growled as its body was forced back by the attack, leaving behind 2 long marks on the golden screen. On the other side, Ascension Mavis charged at Silver and punched out. In the Spirit Palace, neither Invisible Light nor Qiu Shi made a move, as they believed that victory had already been decided. Silver dodged Ascension Mavis's punch, and grass had wrapped around his feet at some point, binding him just like Luine. However, against Silver, Ascension Mavis was not as gentle as she had been with Luine. The grass that bound him flickered with a green radiance, and Silver's expression changed slightly. He opened his eyes slightly, revealing a cold glint as a black aura appeared around his body. The aura of death immediately dissolved the grass, and Ascension Mavis's gaze turned cold. She raised her fist and punched out, her strength so great that the void could not withstand it even before she punched out. The punch caused the sky to explode, giving many a fright. Silver stood where he was without moving. Not too far away, the black-robed Corpse King roared at the sky, its green eyes suddenly turning red. It was not a scarlet red, but a blood-red murderous intent. Visible ripples of energy spread out, and not only did it crush Xia Zhuo's third saber intent, it even caused Ascension Mavis to feel apprehensive. She forcefully changed the direction of her fist and smashed it towards the black-robed Corpse King. The black-robed Corpse King's eyes widened, and it raised a hand to grab Ascension Mavis's fist. There was a thump, and shockwaves shook the ground beneath their feet. Ascension Mavis's fist was tightly gripped by the Corpse King, and she could not move at all. Her expression changed, third transformation. The Corpse King growled, and its right hand exerted strength to pull Ascension Mavis over. It clenched its left hand into a fist and punched her abdomen. Ascension Mavis stepped forward with her right foot, her body glowing with a green radiance. Her expression was unprecedentedly solemn, and just like the Corpse King, her body rippled with energy that shook the void. She actually managed to resist the Corpse King's pull, and she raised her leg to kick out. The Corpse King's left fist collided with Ascension Mavis's right foot, and with a thump, the void split apart. Ascension Mavis was sent flying 1,000 meters away, almost falling off the golden stage. Everyone knew how strong Ascension Mavis was. Even if the Prime Clear's 3 Yang ancestral Qi was known as an unrivaled technique, it did not dare to compete with Ascension Mavis. However, at this moment, Ascension Mavis had been forced back by the Corpse King's physical strength. This was the Corpse King's third transformation, which increased one's physical strength by 1,000 times under normal circumstances. And in lighter corpse King's physical strength was already extremely powerful, and it surpassed most of the people present. Only Lu Yin, Ascension Mavis, and a few others with strong physical strength could match it. Now that it had been increased by 1,000 times, even Ascension Mavis could not face it head-on. Silver smiled. Corpse Ghoul, destroy them. The Corpse King raised its hands, clenched them into fists, and punched out at Xia Jiuyo. Xia Jiuyo's expression changed, and she hurriedly dodged, but the fist was too fast, and it shattered the void in front of her. The shock wave also affected Xia Jiuyo, and her left shoulder was struck and shattered as she was flung far away. The Corpse King punched at Ascension Mavis at the same time. The leaves on Ascension Mavis's body transformed into a fist, and she punched out. There was another loud boom, and she was sent flying 100 meters away. She had lost in terms of strength. A magnificent bell rang out as Ling Gong used his Heaven Palace to suppress the Corpse King. The Corpse King raised its arms, grabbed at the air, and smashed at the Heaven Palace. The Heaven Palace was pierced through, and Ling Gong hurriedly dodged, not daring to face the Corpse King's strength head-on. Invisible Light raised his hands and pressed down. The void around the Corpse King was cut into a dark space that sealed him in like a coffin. Secret technique, Black Coffin. The next moment, black spikes appeared around the black coffin. This technique had once injured Ascension Mavis. With a bang, the black coffin shattered, and the Corpse King rushed out and punched at Invisible Light. Rays of light appeared in front of Invisible Light, connecting the sky and the earth. This was Starsabil's divination technique, which had allowed Ling Gong to avoid Xia Jiuyo's third blade technique. However, this technique was useless against the Corpse King, and he directly pushed his way through. Even though Starsabil's divination was useless, it still delayed the Corpse King for a breath of time, allowing Invisible Light to dodge. At this moment, Qiu Shi slashed down with Sirius's sword technique. The Corpse King raised his head, but he did not move. He allowed Sirius's sword technique to land on his head. Everyone held their breaths as they watched. The Corpse King raised his right hand, grabbed Sirius's sword technique, and crushed it before sending a palm strike towards Qiu Shi. Qiu Shi's eyes flashed, and her figure disappeared. Silver appeared where she had been standing, using Sirius's secret technique, stellar transposition. The Corpse King's palm strike stopped just before it hit Silver. He slowly turned his head, his red eyes staring at Qiu Shi as he growled. Silver clapped his hands and smiled as he looked around. I believe that everyone has already felt the power of the Corpse Ghost. My Neo-Human Alliance is now officially declaring war on the entire universe. Anyone who does not submit to the Neo-Human Alliance will be killed without mercy. Those who join the Neo-Human Alliance will receive unparalleled power. After this round of attacks, the human domain's true geniuses who had been fighting on the golden screen were completely helpless against the Corpse King. They were all suppressed. No one dared to be hit by the Corpse King, as that would be the end of them. Above the screen, Shangqing was still trying her best to dissolve the deathly energy in her legs. Nearby, Lu Tianmu opened her eyes. She had regained consciousness, but she could not move. She looked at the invincible Corpse King and twitched her fingers. She wanted to get up, but she could not. Outside the mountain and sea realm, the experts of the older generation were being controlled by the shaman spirit god and were similarly unable to move. Inside the mountain and sea realm, on the golden screen, the contestants for the Star Tower competition looked up, speechless. They saw that the Neo-Human Alliance had suppressed everyone with just 2 people, and they were all speechless. Silver smiled slyly as he looked around, then looked down. There are more experts than these few. Even the losers have a chance to turn defeat into victory. That's why. With that, his gaze swept across the entire mountain and sea realm. There are no exceptions. As he spoke, the bottom of the sea suddenly changed. Stone steels flew out of the water and then exploded. The next scroll was about to open. In the Starry Sky Supreme competition, I will step on the starry sky and become the supreme. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1143. The stone tablet exploded, and countless cracks appeared in space. It was as if a world had been destroyed, but it was also as if a new world had appeared. Shangqing and the others were shocked. Above the sea, a stone tablet exploded beside Mu Ziying and the others, and the void in front of them tore apart as a gray figure charged out. It sensed Mu Ziying and the others and raised a hand to unleash a sky beast claw. The gray figure was the remnant of the sky beast claw that had been used in the monolith realm. Its power level was so great that even Lu Yin was wary of its sky beast claw and did not dare to touch it. Hua Xiao and Yao Ji's expressions changed, and they felt as if a disaster was about to befall them. Mu Ziying stepped forward and used his innate gift of wood transformation. There was a thump as his body was sent flying, but he managed to block the sky beast claw for Hua Xiao and Yao Ji. On the other side, Feng He, who had been heavily injured by Lu Yin, encountered the same situation. A gray figure stabbed at him with a spear, but Feng He's expression did not change. He simply raised a hand and shattered the spear. In his eyes, this gray figure's rune lines were not even comparable to a hunter's. Rune lines could not be seen in the monolith realm, but here, they could be seen. This was because the remnant essence had arrived in the mountain and sea realm. The entire mountain and sea realm was filled with gray figures, and they attacked anyone they saw. It was complete chaos. Atop the golden screen, Silver's lips curled up as he beamed at the scene. This was the effect that he had wanted. Behind him, Yu Hua and the others attacked once again. The black-robed corpse king roared and raised its fist, punching everyone. Silver was unaffected, and he looked at the giant eye as if he could see past it to see Lu Yin. Long time no see, Captain. Within the giant eye, which had split open the mountain peak, was a strange starry sky that was formed from star energy. Lu Yin had never looked at it so seriously before. After joining forces with Xia Shaoxian and using the seventh brother's finger to send the corpse king flying, he no longer had anything to do with the outside world. When he saw the corpse king charge towards the golden screen, he knew that he could leave the Neo-Human Alliance to Shangqing and the others. He returned to the giant eye and immersed himself in the mysterious starry sky created by star energy. To a lockbreaker, star energy control was very important. This giant eye had been created by at least a world realm cultivator, and it was comparable to a progenitor's blood inheritance. If he did not comprehend it, then it would be a waste of his trip to the mountain and sea realm. The progenitor's blood had been taken by the ghost monkey, so it was a good opportunity for him to comprehend this inheritance. Lu Yin immersed himself in his comprehension of star energy. Ghost monkey stood behind him, staring warily at Xia Shaoxian. Xia Shaoxian rolled her eyes. She wasn't interested in the star energy, and she was more concerned about the battle outside. It seemed that the situation wasn't looking too good. The Neo-Human Alliance had dared to make a move, and the group of old fogies outside the mountain and sea realm hadn't entered either. Things weren't looking good, and she had to think of a way to escape. The monkey turned into a shadow and stared vigilantly at Xia Shaoxian. He actually wanted to comprehend star energy as well since he could lockbreak as well, but Lu Yin had already comprehended it, so he didn't dare to snatch it from her. On the golden stage, a ghoul corpse used the third transformation of the corpse king to suppress Yu Hua Mavis and the others. Ascension Mavis could no longer tolerate this. The Mavis clan had always been known for their strength, especially the descendants of Shuxin. They had never lost to anyone of their generation in terms of strength, even if their opponent was a corpse king of the third transformation. Of course, it was impossible to estimate the age of a corpse king. The corpse king transformation increased one's pure physical strength, but compared to battle techniques, pure physical strength didn't have much of an advantage. A battle technique could often multiply one's power by several times, and Xia Jiuyo and the others' battle techniques were no ordinary ones. The Corpse King's third transformation seemed to increase one's physical strength by a ridiculous amount, but as long as this strength couldn't be converted into a battle technique, it was just brute force. Although it was still enough to suppress everyone, it couldn't reach the level of a 1,000-fold increase in physical strength. It was just like how Obscurely could use his domain to forcefully resist Yuhua Mavis' strength. Lu Yin could convert his strength into the overlaying stacks path or even the empty palm to maximize his strength. This Corpse King obviously couldn't do so. However, this was enough for the Neo-Human Alliance. A Corpse King at the third transformation was enough to suppress everyone. At the very least, a single punch from a Corpse King could take away half of their lives. Its strength was too great, and even if it couldn't be used to its full potential, it was still enough. Bang! Another explosion rang out, and Yuhua Mavis retreated 7 steps before charging forward. Again. Ghoul Corpse's blood-red eyes became even more ruthless as he punched at Yuhua Mavis. Bang! 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 Silver was forced back by the shockwave, but at this moment, a white spear pierced towards him from above. He had no choice but to dodge. The blade spun and swept towards Ling Gong, who was wielding a white spear. A sky palace appeared around Ling Gong, its majestic heavenly might slowing down Silver's movements. The spear swept out and viciously struck Silver's abdomen, causing him to retreat. Another refining palm appeared behind Silver, and just as it was about to strike him, a black deathly aura appeared behind him and transformed into a scythe that slashed out horizontally. The nether refining palm was sliced apart by the deathly aura scythe, and Ling Gong's spear was instantly broken as well. At this moment, a black radiance appeared around Silver, attempting to envelop him. This was the Black Coffin's secret technique. The deathly aura around Silver's body erupted, delaying the Black Coffin for a split second. He leapt out of the Black Coffin's range and looked towards Obscurely. Obscurely was also looking at him, and a domain crashed down from above. Silver was viciously slammed into the ground by the domain, which transformed into a force field that transformed into an image of Obscurely that bombarded Silver. Nearly 1,000 stars appeared around him, transforming into Sirius's sword technique that descended vertically towards Silver. Several top-notch powerhouses took turns attacking Silver, and aside from a prime clear expert at his peak, no one could withstand such an attack. When everyone's attacks ended, they discovered that Silver's original position had been replaced by a corpse ghost, and Silver was hiding behind it. In the distance, Yuhua was panting heavily, and her fist was bleeding. Silver grinned at the crowd. It seems like the third transformation is still a little lacking. Since that's the case, Corpse Ghost, the fourth transformation. Everyone was shocked, and they all looked at Corpse Ghost in shock. The Corpse King transformation was a supreme battle technique that the Neo-Human Alliance had created for Corpse Kings. No one knew exactly how many transformations there were, but with each transformation, one's physical body would become 10 times stronger. Corpse Kings were originally a different species, and they relied on their physical bodies to fight as well as the innate gift that they gained from eating all sorts of strange things. The Corpse King transformation was equivalent to increasing one's physical strength to an infinitely higher level, and it was one of the Neo-Human Alliance's most terrifying battle techniques. An enlightened Corpse King's physical strength would increase by 1,000 times after reaching the third transformation, and it was already invincible in the mountain and sea realm. Even a peak prime clear expert would not be able to defeat it, and it had single-handedly suppressed 5 top-notch experts, including Yuhua Mavis. If it reached the fourth transformation, then it would no longer be a suppression, but a massacre. Even Yuhua Mavis was shocked. Corpse Ghost's third transformation was something that everyone could deal with. It could not perfectly display 1,000 times physical strength, and it could only be used as a meat shield. However, if it reached a certain level of strength, then it would not even need a battle technique to display its strength, as a single punch could destroy everything. Strength was also equivalent to speed, and no one was confident that they could avoid it. Corpse Ghost quietly stood in place, and its blood-red eyes swept across everyone without any emotion. Silver slapped his head. "Sorry, I forgot. Corpse Ghost is just an enlighter, and he hasn't reached the fourth transformation. Even the third transformation has pushed him past his limits, and he'll need some time to recover." Yuhua Mavis and the others stared at Silver, as this person was quite disgusting. Silver's lips curled up. But even if he can't reach the fourth transformation, there's no rule that says that he can't improve. He then pointed at Corpse Ghost's feet. Everyone looked over and saw that the death chi that had surrounded Silver had merged into Corpse Ghost's body. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, as this was the death chi. Roar! With a furious roar, Corpse Ghost's shirt was torn to shreds, revealing countless wounds. Corpse Ghost's sinister and terrifying body had death chi wriggling within it. It was a disgusting and horrifying sight. Corpse Ghost stomped on the ground and roared. Its right palm slammed down, and the wind from the palm formed visible ripples that tore through the void. The ripples enveloped Yuhua Mavis and the others as they were swept away. Everyone was forced back 1,000 meters by the wind from the palm. Corpse Ghost was like a barrier that protected Silver. Silver smiled and turned around to look at Shangqing. "It's your turn, user of the Three Suns Ancestral Qi. Our target this time is you." Shangqing was still trying to think of a way to dissolve the death qi from the wounds on his legs. He had been ambushed, and Lu Tianmu's 13th sword had severely injured him even though he was invincible. "You want to capture me?" Silver shrugged. "There's nothing we can do about it." "Who told you to cultivate the Three Suns Ancestral Qi? Didn't you read the history books? The Hall of Honor should have records that anyone who cultivates the Three Suns Ancestral Qi will be captured by the Neo-Human Alliance. You're no exception." Shangqing coldly replied, "Since you value the Three Suns Ancestral Qi so much, you should know that it's an invincible battle technique." As he spoke, a stream of energy shot toward Silver. Silver was frustrated and helpless. "He's not easy to deal with, but we can't just leave him be." Within her large eyes, Xia Shaoxian looked at the golden screen and then at Silver, her eyes filled with hatred. There were enemies everywhere in the universe, such as the Outerverse Six-Fingered Tribe and the Wei family, the Innerverse Dire Barbarian Tribe and the Soul Dream Tribe, and the Neoverse Seven-Court Shi family and the Spectre race. Because of the origin of their battle techniques, there was an unresolvable hatred between the two sides. It was precisely because of the Shi family that the Spectre race had been attacked by the various powers of the Neoverse and had almost been exterminated. They had been forced to join the Neo-Human Alliance. The Shi family was not doing well either, as they were one of the Seven Courts, but they only had a few descendants left. Xia Shaoxian understood the Spectre race very well, so she was not worried about Shangqing's safety. Although the death aura was terrifying, it was not at the level where it could break through the Three Suns Ancestral Qi. Xia Shaoxian had seen the true strength of the Three Suns Ancestral Qi, and she believed that Shangqing was absolutely invincible. In this universe, no one could defeat Shangqing. On the golden screen, Yuhua Mavis surpassed everyone else and punched at Corpse Ghost. The Mavis family had never lost in a contest of strength, and she did not want to be the first to do so. Invisible Light frowned, this was too reckless. There was a thump, and Corpse Ghost's punch sent Yuhua Mavis flying back a few hundred meters. Cracks appeared on her right fist, and her white bones could be vaguely seen. Yuhua Mavis charged forward again, but she was stopped by invisible light. Don't fight it head-on. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Star Step was a book, a world, and a universe. Every character in the book had their own unique characteristics, their own personalities, and their own persistence and desire for power. Windswept did his best to show them to everyone. That was a world of flesh and blood. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Windswept continued to write. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1144. Without seeing the light, he didn't understand the Mavis family. Although the ascended Mavis looked gentle, intelligent, and rational, she was still a Mavis after all. She was extremely strong, and there was a ruthlessness in her bones. She wasn't good at fighting head-on battles, and the more she was suppressed, the more this ruthlessness would surge forth. She passed by invisible light, her fist glowing green as she punched out. Corpse Ghost's death aura wrapped around her as he punched out as well. Infinite strength. Emergence Mavis shouted as she collided with Corpse Ghost's fist. With a bang, the void shattered, and a huge shockwave pushed back invisible light and the others from Spirit Palace. The corpse ghoul stood in place without moving, while Metamorphosis Mavis was sent flying. The descendants of the tree heart of the Mavis clan were indeed terrifyingly strong. If Corpse Ghost hadn't been at the third transformation of the Corpse King transformation, he wouldn't have been able to defeat him. However, no matter how strong he was, he still had a limit. Otherwise, he would truly be invincible. Throughout the generations, none of the descendants of the tree heart of the Mavis clan had ever met an expert who could suppress their strength. Corpse Ghost pushed Emergence Mavis back and raised his hands, using pure strength to attack Qiu Shi and the others. He had single-handedly defeated Qiu Shi, Invisible Light, Spirit Palace, and Xia Jiuyo. At this moment, he was truly invincible. Another expert appeared on the screen as Quiet Weep charged towards Corpse Ghost with a spear in her hand. Corpse Ghost raised his hand and sent a palm strike towards Qiu Shi and the others. However, Quiet Weep's spear pierced through Corpse Ghost's head. Corpse Ghost paused for a moment before grabbing the black spear and throwing Quiet Weep off her horse. The horse raised its hooves and stomped towards Corpse Ghost, but Corpse Ghost didn't even move. He slapped the horse out of the golden screen. Quiet Weep looked at Corpse Ghost in shock. What terrifying physical strength! A book appeared above his head. There was an expert in ancient times named Lu Guai. 11th Sword, Origin Splitting. Sword light flashed, and Corpse Ghost had no intention of dodging. A huge wound appeared on his body from the 11th sword, but it quickly healed. Corpse Ghost raised his right hand and sent another palm strike towards Quiet Weep, forcing Qiu Shi and the others to retreat. Quiet Weep looked at Corpse Ghost in disbelief. He's a third transformation Corpse King. We can't destroy him with our strength. Qiu Shi stepped forward. I'll use the Great Shift Array to throw him out. Yu Qi said in a low voice, even if I throw him out, he'll be back soon. Corpse Ghost roared. He raised his hands and sent out palm after palm strike. Just the wind from his palm strike was enough to suppress everyone. Only Quiet Weep was able to ignore his attacks. However, even she couldn't find a way to defeat Corpse Ghost. In the distance, Silver also couldn't find a way to deal with the Prime Clear. Even if the Prime Clear couldn't move, the three Yang ancestral Qi wasn't something that he could get close to. Silver was also very helpless. They had already overestimated the three Suns' ancestral Qi, yet they still underestimated it. His deathly aura was actually suppressed by a single strand of three Suns' ancestral Qi, unable to damage the Prime Clear's body from the inside. Otherwise, this battle would have ended long ago. Since I can't deal with you, I can only use others to complete my mission. Fortunately, the 13th sword is enough to complete my mission. Silver avoided the three suns' ancestral chi and reached out to grab Lu Tianmu. Lu Tianmu was unable to move. Shang-Qing's eyes widened, and a stream of energy appeared in front of Lu Tianmu. It seems that only the two of you from the Neo-Human Alliance have come. Silver retreated and looked at Shang-Qing in surprise. How many did you think would come? Shang-Qing exhaled. You're all very confident, but you've underestimated the three Yang ancestral chi. Silver narrowed his eyes and stared at Shang-Qing. Lu Tianmu looked at Shang-Qing as well. 3 strands of ancestral chi revolved around Shang-Qing's body. One strand of ancestral chi suppressed the deathly aura, and the last strand of ancestral chi stood in front of Lu Tianmu. It slowly transformed from a stream of energy into the shape of a human with a nose, eyes, arms, and legs. Finally, it transformed into a handsome man who looked somewhat cold and somewhat similar to Xia Zhuoyou. Silver looked on in surprise. What was this? Shang-Qing looked at Silver calmly. Since ancient times, cultivators of the three suns' ancestral chi have always been targeted by the Neo-Human Alliance. You've done everything in your power to kill users of the three suns' ancestral chi, but have you ever truly seen it? Do you dare to let users of the three suns' ancestral chi cultivate it? Silver's eyes flashed. Indeed, the three suns' ancestral chi was known as the universe's #1 mystical art. Anyone who cultivated this art would definitely be the first target of the Neo-Human Alliance. They had never thought of giving users of the three suns' ancestral chi any chance. It was for this reason that Shang-Qing hadn't appeared even during the invasion of the Sixth Mainland. He had remained under the protection of the Hall of Honor, so he hadn't even had the chance to train. There were pros and cons to this method. The pros were that it could protect his life and allow him to cultivate in peace. The cons were that he wouldn't be able to train. However, in the eyes of the Hall of Honor, as long as one successfully cultivated the three suns' ancestral chi, it didn't matter if they trained or not. They would be invincible. Throughout history, numerous geniuses who cultivated the three suns' ancestral chi had been killed by the Neo-Human Alliance. They didn't want to suffer such a loss. In the Battle of the Mountain and Sea Realm, Shang-Qing had overshadowed everyone else. Everyone thought that it was because of the invincibility of the three suns' ancestral chi. However, that wasn't the case. Only one person had ever seen the true three suns' ancestral chi, and that was Xie Shaoxian. Her secret art of the evil character could use the three suns' ancestral chi to fight against it. That was how she was able to force Shang-Qing to use the true three suns' ancestral chi. After witnessing the three suns' ancestral chi, Xie Shaoxian was confident that no one could defeat Shang-Qing. Now, the true three suns' ancestral chi had appeared. In the distance, Xia Zhuoyou's third-style saber intent slashed a corpse ghost, but it only left a scar on its body. It wasn't much stronger than Hidden Weeping's 11th sword. Corpse Ghost's palm wind swept out, and Xia Zhuoyou retreated. He looked past Corpse Ghost and saw the transformation of the three suns' ancestral chi in front of Lu Tianmu. His gaze froze, then turned to disbelief. It was as if he had seen something incomprehensible. The figure formed by the three suns' ancestral chi looked somewhat similar to Xia Zhuoyou. It stood in front of Lu Tianmu, looking at Silver with lifeless eyes. The scene was a little strange, and even Silver found it very strange. Shang-Qing arrogantly asked, "Have you seen Ancestor Qin?" Silver didn't understand. In the next moment, the figure formed by the three suns' ancestral chi disappeared and reappeared in front of Silver. It raised its hand, burning with illusory flames that looked very similar to Burial Garden's Hidden Weeping. Silver's body was blocked by the deathly aura, but the figure's palm passed through the deathly aura and slammed into Silver's chest. Silver felt his chest tighten, and he almost coughed up blood. He looked up in shock. What was that? The figure continued to attack, disappearing and reappearing as it slammed its palm down on Silver's head. Silver frowned. Butterfly. The saber danced and slashed out. Butterfly. The saber slashed past the figure, cutting through the void. However, the figure's palm still landed on Silver's shoulder, pushing him back. Silver steadied himself with great difficulty and looked at his shoulder in confusion. There was still an illusory black flame burning there, and intense pain spread through his body. That was a real palm strike, so why was it able to ignore his attack? He suddenly looked at Burial Garden's Hidden Weeping. At this moment, Hidden Weeping was also looking at the figure. The figure's technique was exactly the same as his. They were both transparent and could ignore the opponent's attack. There was also that illusory black flame. Facing the unknown, Silver could only retreat. He didn't dare to fight the figure head-on. However, the figure was extremely fast. It alternated between illusory and real, and Silver was suppressed. In the distance, Hidden Weeping seemed to have thought of something, and she looked at Shangqing in shock. Shangqing smiled, and his eyes were filled with unparalleled arrogance. Ever since he had cultivated the Three Suns' ancestral qi, he had known that he would not be defeated. He had thought that no one would be able to force him to use his true strength in this war in the mountain and sea realm, but he had never expected to encounter the Neo-Human Alliance. Using the Neo-Human Alliance as a stepping stone on his path to becoming a progenitor wasn't a bad idea. Silver continuously dodged the figure's attacks. This figure was formed from the Three Suns' ancestral qi, but it seemed to have a mind of its own. Every time the figure attacked, it would seal off Silver's path of retreat. If not for Silver's strength, he would have already been defeated. It didn't feel like he was facing off against a stream of energy, but rather an absolute powerhouse who was also an enlighter. It felt like he was facing off against Hidden Weeping. Left with no choice, Silver appeared beside Corpse Ghost, and Corpse Ghost swatted at the figure. A hand swept past the figure, who then placed a single palm on Corpse Ghost's chest. There was a thump, but Corpse Ghost only trembled slightly and was not injured. In the distance, Shangqing's eyes trembled as he saw that Yu Hua and the others were about to attack Silver. He shouted, "Back down!" Then, a streak of Three Suns' ancestral qi whizzed out from his body and took the form of a human in midair. A dark light appeared in his hand, which transformed into a long blade that he slashed out. Xia Jiuyo's pupils shrank. This was the Xia family's three forms of blade intent. The first form of blade intent tore through the void and slashed at Corpse Ghost, tearing a large bloody wound on its body. Corpse Ghost roared and slapped at the figure in front of it. The figure became illusory again and pierced through Corpse Ghost, forcing Silver to retreat. The other figure's second form of blade intent descended and slashed at Corpse Ghost's shoulder, almost severing it in two as it tore through the void. This scene shocked everyone, and they were puzzled. These two figures were born from the Three Suns' ancestral qi, and their strength definitely did not surpass Shangqing's, which meant that they were only enlighters. They were both enlighters, so how could they injure Corpse Ghost? Corpse Ghost was already invincible, and even the Three Suns' ancestral qi might not be able to defeat it. However, it had been injured by a single stream of air. Xia Jiuyo was shocked. Ancestor. Beside him, Yu Weep was equally shocked. Progenitor Qin. The others were puzzled. Within the giant eye, Xia Shaoxian saw this scene for the second time. She exhaled, but her eyes were still filled with shock. This is the true face of the Three Suns' ancestral qi. It can transform into a progenitor of the same generation to fight. Those two figures should be Progenitor Chen's clones. You guys are fighting against an enlighter like Progenitor Chin. How can you win? Since ancient times, who can defeat Progenitor Chin? Progenitor Chin was synonymous with invincibility in the long river of time. He had created the 9 clones technique, the Sirius technique, the Xia secret word, the 3 forms of blade intent, and so on. At their peak, each clone could fight against a progenitor, and each clone had created a progenitor battle technique that allowed him to fight against 9 opponents at once. This was Progenitor Chin. The Shangqing was invincible in the mountain and sea realm, but no one dared to say that he would definitely reach the progenitor realm. Brothers, thank you for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1145. No one knew exactly how powerful Ancestor Qin was when he was in the Prime Clear Realm. At this moment, they finally understood. The first person to experience it was Silver. Corpse Ghost used the 3rd transformation of the Corpse King to fuse with the Death Aura to suppress Yuhua Mavis and the others. However, it was injured by Progenitor Chen's first move. Progenitor Chen alone was enough to deal with Corpse Ghost. Silver had never imagined that this would be the true power of the 3 Yang ancestral energy. With such terrifying power, it was no wonder that it was known as the #1 magical art in the universe. Forget about dealing with him. If the Prime Clear lineage truly unleashed the 3 Yang ancestral energy, it would be the equivalent of summoning 3 former Ancestor Realm experts to help him. One of them would be enough to dominate the entire mountain and sea realm. This was the true face of the #1 martial art in the universe. Everyone looked at Shangqing in shock. No wonder he had always been so high profile. He was so high profile that he did not care even when he was surrounded by everyone. He had the ability to do so. Ghost Monkey peeked out from within his enormous eyes and clicked his tongue. 7th bro, oh 7th bro, you don't even know what kind of opponent you're facing. He's a freak, and he's way too freakish. Who could possibly defeat him? Gu Shao, gulped. Father, you can't blame me. You can only blame this universe for being too unreasonable. Beside him, Xia Shaoxian rolled her eyes. Fight? Don't even think about it, just fight for 2nd place. Ever since Lu Yin had participated in the warfront at the Erudite Flowzone's border warfront, the monkey had been by his side the entire time, and he had witnessed all of Lu Yin's miracles. His confidence in Lu Yin was stronger than anyone else's, and he believed that Lu Yin would be invincible as long as he was given enough time. However, at this moment, the monkey no longer had that confidence. The 3 Suns ancestral chi was a strange technique that left people speechless. It was no wonder why someone dared to say that it was comparable to the 9 clones technique. Back then, it was already disdainful. Who could compare to the 9 clones technique? Now, he was sure that the 3 Suns ancestral chi could do it. 3 Suns ancestral chi, 3 streams of chi. 2 of them could turn into Progenitor Chen's avatar. What about the last stream of chi? Who was it? Thinking of this, Ghost Monkey felt his scalp go numb. Under the long river of time, not many Progenitor Realm experts had been born. Moreover, there were some Progenitor Realm experts that even history didn't dare to record. Since this Prime Clear had chosen Progenitor Qin, then the other chi current would either be Progenitor Qin or definitely not an ordinary person. It couldn't be Progenitor Wushang, right? In the distance, Lu Yin woke up from his stupor and looked around at the starry sky formed from star energy. He rolled his die without hesitation. He didn't have a single star crystal on him, so there wasn't enough for him to enter that mysterious space. He condensed the surrounding star energy into crystals and restored the die. Again. This time, it was 3 dots. He waved his hand to disperse them and started again. This time, he rolled 4 pips. The scene before his eyes changed, and he appeared in the time-stop space. The reason why he had to enter the time-stop space was because there was clearly not enough time outside. Even though he hadn't seen the battle outside, he had heard the conversation between Ghost Monkey and Xie Shaoxian. It seemed like an incredible battle technique had appeared outside. No matter what battle technique it was, it had nothing to do with him. What he needed to do now was to comprehend star energy control and recall everything that he had seen in his eyes. As he thought about it, he used the star energy within his body to condense over 10,000 star essence to increase the duration of the time-stop space. He then sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. A month passed. Lu Yin opened his eyes and raised a hand. His star energy transformed into various forms, but it didn't change much. As he thought about it, he continued to comprehend. 2 months passed, and when he raised his hand again, the star energy seemed to have changed slightly. His eyes lit up, and he continued. 4 months later, he raised his hand, and his perception of star energy had changed. Previously, he had viewed star energy as star energy, but now, there was an additional layer of microscopic world to his star energy. Someone once said that the end of the microscopic world was the macroscopic world. Star energy was very subtle, and ordinary people couldn't see it with their naked eyes. It was a microscopic world, but now, he could see through star energy and into the macroscopic world. This was the world realm of star energy control. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and turned it into a gaseous state before transforming into a starry sky. The starry sky continuously shrank and shrank before suddenly exploding like the Big Bang. His control over star energy had undergone a qualitative change. Even he didn't know how much his power level had increased by. That's right, he suddenly recalled something. The stars on the surface of his body began to revolve, and the cosmic art was activated to 520 stars. Then, he shut his eyes. A few days later, his eyes widened as the number of stars on the surface of his body increased from 600, 600, 600, 600, 700, 700, 700, 700, 700, 700, 700, 720, 726 stars. This was the limit of the 3rd level of the cosmic art. Lu Yin stood up and looked around in delight. He had activated a total of 726 stars, which was the limit of the 3rd layer of the serious art. He hadn't expected that increasing his star energy control would bring about such benefits. The star energy on Lu Yin's body condensed and transformed into star essence, increasing the number of days in the time-stop space. Since his star energy control had reached the world realm, the next step was to comprehend a sourcebox array. Although he had yet to successfully unlock a boundless advanced sourcebox, his current abilities were enough for him to become a boundless advanced lockbreaker. He was definitely capable of comprehending a sourcebox array. He only had one sourcebox array, which was the one he had obtained from Shang Ju's study on the Red Planet. It had come from the Sirius sect. This array's origins were too obvious, and even if he could comprehend it, he couldn't use it casually. Otherwise, the Sirius sect would definitely sense it. However, it could still save his life in a critical moment. Speaking of which, he had just formalized the Sirius art, and now he had to create a greater teleportation array. There was still the danger of the blood-colored bell that had yet to be resolved. Lu Yin pursed his lips, but it didn't matter. If he could comprehend something, then so be it. It was better than nothing. Lu Yin recalled the sourcebox array that he had seen before and closed his eyes to study it. Sourcebox arrays were very complicated, and they were set up using sourceboxes. Because each sourcebox had different killing intent, they could form unique powers. This was the true nature of sourcebox arrays. In Liu Yin's opinion, sourcebox arrays were like a fixed formula that could produce a mysterious power. As long as one could follow the steps in the formula, regardless of whether it was a sourcebox or star energy, they could achieve similar effects. When Sansi had been thrown out by Qiu Shi's sourcebox array using her star energy. However, it wasn't easy to accomplish this. The first step was to understand the sourcebox array. Without reaching the boundless advanced lockbreaker level, it was impossible for one to understand the sourcebox array. They wouldn't even be able to comprehend the danger within the sourcebox array, and they wouldn't even be able to come into contact with it. However, this was only the first step. Some lockbreakers relied on their powerful cultivations to forcefully fix the formula of a sourcebox array. All one needed to do was find a sourcebox array that was similar to the formula. Although it was difficult and time-consuming, it was still doable. This was actually the choice of many lockbreakers in the human domain. The next level was someone like Qiu Shi, whose control of star energy could reach the level of setting up a sourcebox array. However, it was too difficult to reach this level, as one's control of star energy had to reach the world realm. Otherwise, even someone at the Divine Eye realm would only be able to see it clearly and not do it. Liu Yin had previously reached the Divine Eye realm with the help of the Elysian Lake spring water, and he had also easily reached the Divine Eye realm with the help of the Giant Eye. If it had been any other lockbreaker, this would have been considered an inheritance, but Liu Yin had used his time-stop space to extend this inheritance to the world realm. Only by reaching the world realm could one see the limits of the microscopic world of star energy. Only then could one use star energy to set up a sourcebox array. Without comprehending a sourcebox array, it would seem like a complicated process that even a 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker would not be able to understand. However, once one comprehended a sourcebox array, it would become a simple formula. Liu Yin now knew the sourcebox array formula for a greater teleportation array. What he needed to do now was control his star energy and set up the array. Comprehending it was one thing, but doing it and setting it up in battle was not something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. Liu Yin calmed himself down and quietly comprehended the formula. Sometimes, he would use his star energy to transform, and other times, it would disappear. Just like that, more than half a year passed in the time-stop space. On this day, Liu Yin suddenly opened his eyes and raised his hand. Star energy spread out in all directions. It was invisible to the naked eye, but he could clearly see that to his left, the star energy had fanned out to form a pushing force, while to his right, the star energy had formed an arc of attack. Front, back, and even in all directions, the star energy attacks were all different, but they all seemed to work together to form a strange attack pattern. Liu Yin's eyes lit up, and he tapped lightly with his finger. All of the star energy erupted, and the space at the center of the star energy distorted. Everything then calmed down. This was a greater teleportation array. If a person had been standing at the center of the array, they would have been thrown out by Liu Yin. Of course, the distance was limited because he had only set it up in an instant. If he had set it up for a longer period of time like Qiu Shi, then he would have been able to throw the entire empty space platform into outer space. Liu Yin looked up and let out a long sigh. He had spent nearly a year to raise his star energy control to the world realm, and his serious art had reached 726 cores. He had also mastered the 3rd level and comprehended a greater teleportation array. He had not wasted an entire year. He looked at the time and saw that there was not much time left. Liu Yin sat down once more and quietly recited the Stonewall scriptures as he waited to leave. The Stonewall scriptures were always useful at the most crucial moments. Liu Yin did not know who that old man had been or why he had been in the outerverse. According to him, the Stonewall scriptures were a mess, but even so, they still had such an effect. They had allowed Lu Yin's spiritual force to subtly increase to the point where he could remain conscious under Night King Jinwu's attacks. He had even been able to activate the 9 cauldrons and obtain the 9 cauldrons battle techniques. Back then, he had not only obtained the Stonewall scriptures, but also a set of numbers that Lu Yin did not dare to forget. He had a premonition that in the future, this set of numbers would be just as important as the Stonewall scriptures. That old man had told Lu Yin to go to the Neoverse and hand over the Stonewall scriptures to someone. However, the old man had not revealed who that person was, and that person had also helped Lu Yin remove the hidden injuries that had been inflicted on his body. If not for that encounter, Lu Yin would not have been able to achieve what he had today. Lu Yin recalled his past experiences and recited the Stonewall scriptures. After a period of time, the scene in front of him changed, and he walked out of the time-stop space and appeared within the giant eye. As soon as he exited, Lu Yin absorbed the surrounding star energy to replenish himself. In the distance, Xia Shaoxian, Ghost Monkey, and Gu Xiaosu were still sneaking glances outside. To Lu Yin, almost a year had passed, and it felt like a lifetime had passed. However, to the 3 of them, it had not even been a second. It had only been an instant. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1146. Lu Yin walked over and looked at the golden screen outside. When he saw the current situation, he was shocked. That's the ancestral chi of the 3 suns. The monkey fused into Lu Yin's arm. Gu Shaoer saw Lu Yin walk over. Bro, you're awake. You saved my life, so I don't have to say anything. I owe you my life. Lu Yin didn't care about Gu Shaoer's words at all, and he continued to stare at the golden screen in shock as he watched the Prime Clear fight against 2 opponents, including the Corpse Ghost. In Lu Yin's eyes, the Corpse Ghost's rune lines were enormous, and it probably had a power level of over 400,000. It was an absolute powerhouse, and the rune lines of Yuhua Mavis and the others paled in comparison. However, the person formed from the Prime Clear's ancestral chi was actually able to injure the Corpse Ghost and even fight it to a standstill. It was simply unbelievable. Xia Shaoxian was shocked. That's Progenitor Qin. Lu Yin's expression changed. Progenitor Qin. Xia Shaoxian lowered her voice. The true nature of the ancestral chi of the 3 suns is that it can transform into a progenitor with the same power level. The Prime Clear was an enlighter, and his ancestral chi transformed into Progenitor Qin, who had the same power level as him. She then looked at Lu Yin. I used to think that our generation was different, and it was impossible for there to be so many geniuses like us in history. However, the strength of the older generation is astonishing. At least, no one in our generation can match up to that Corpse King, but Progenitor Qin can. Lu Yin stared in shock at the figure fighting the Corpse Ghost on the golden screen. It was Progenitor Qin, and every strike had heavily injured the Corpse Ghost. The blade intent made Lu Yin's hair stand on end, and even he wouldn't be able to use the strategy secret art to avoid it. Was this Progenitor Qin's strength when he was an enlighter? The Prime Clear has already surpassed Progenitor Qin. He transformed into Progenitor Qin to fight against the Corpse King. Gu Shaoer couldn't help but comment. Xia Shaoxian shook her head. It's not the same. The Prime Clear is indeed invincible, but he relied on the ancestral chi of the 3 suns and Progenitor Qin. If he relied on his own strength, he wouldn't have been able to reach the Progenitor realm. It's impossible for him to rely on the ancestral chi of the 3 suns to reach the Progenitor realm. A technique is just a technique, and it's not a path to the Progenitor realm. You make it sound like you've reached the Progenitor realm. Xia Shaoxian frowned and stared at Gu Shao. You're asking for a beating. Gu Xiao glanced at Xie Xiaoxian's clothes, which barely covered her skin, and licked his lips. You can slap me if you want. Xie Xiaoxian harumphed coldly and continued to look at the golden screen. At this moment, on the golden screen, Silver was in a very difficult situation. He was no match for the human figure in front of him. He was also facing Progenitor Chen's clone, and he was in a very difficult situation. His attacks were completely ignored by Progenitor Chen's clone, and the attacks from Progenitor Chen's clone made him feel very uncomfortable. Not far away, Corpse Ghost roared. Although Progenitor Chen's doppelganger's saber intent couldn't cause any fatal damage to him, he was the only one who could suppress him in a one-on-one battle. Corpse Ghost was also fighting impatiently. The Prime Clear lineage had the right to be arrogant. Out of the 3 ancestral chi of the 3 sons, he still retained a strand of ancestral chi. Everyone was guessing who that strand of ancestral chi would take the form of, including Silver. He finally understood why the Neo-Human Alliance had paid such a huge price to capture the Prime Clear lineage. The 3 sons' ancestral chi was truly heaven-defying. Once the Prime Clear lineage matured and reached the level of an emissary, or even a battle prowess of 1,000,000, he would be invincible. Who could face an progenitor of that era? Even if an progenitor had a battle prowess of 1,000,000, he could still challenge a half-ancestor. That kind of power was simply unfathomable. There were definitely people in the Neo-Human Alliance who knew the true identity of the 3 sons' ancestral chi. Since he knew how terrifying the 3 sons' ancestral chi was, there was no reason for Silver to let it slip away. Corpse Ghost, a 4th transformation, Silver said as he dodged Progenitor Chen's clone's attack. Previously, he had also asked Corpse Ghost to undergo the 4th transformation, but he had given up and only used Death Chi to strengthen it. He had also said that Corpse Ghost was unable to undergo the 4th transformation with its current strength. Now, he spoke again. This time, Corpse Ghost paused for a moment, then roared at the sky. In the distance, Yuhua Mavis and the others were shocked. It really was the 4th transformation. Terrifying waves of energy spread out. The Prime Clear lineage's gaze turned cold, and the last strand of ancestral chi whizzed out, gradually taking the form of a human. Even the Prime Clear lineage could feel the pressure. Progenitor Chin was indeed invincible, but it was impossible for him to fight against a 4th transformation Corpse Ghost. Corpse Ghost's physical strength was enough to cause even envoys to feel apprehensive, even if he did not use any battle techniques. To the Prime Clear lineage, Corpse Ghost had surpassed several realms. Silver's lips curled up, and he looked at the Prime Clear lineage with a mocking gaze. Below, Luin had a bad feeling. The moment he saw Silver, he knew that the Prime Clear lineage was about to be schemed against. This guy was too patient, and he was also too good at pretending. The 2nd strand of ancestral chi took the form of a human, but at this moment, Corpse Ghost suddenly sped up and swept its right arm. The Progenitor Chen's clone slashed down, and the 3rd style's blade intent, which far surpassed Xia Zhuoyou's, severed the Corpse Ghost's right arm. However, the clone was also forced back by Corpse Ghost's enormous strength. The Corpse Ghost passed by Progenitor Chen's clone and grabbed the Prime Clear lineage with its left hand. Its true target was the Prime Clear lineage. Silver had used the 4th transformation to threaten the Prime Clear lineage, causing the last strand of ancestral chi to appear while leaving the Prime Clear lineage without any protection. The Prime Clear lineage was unable to react to this unforeseen event. He had originally thought that Progenitor Chen's clone would be able to stop the Corpse Ghost. Based on the previous battle, Progenitor Chen's clone would indeed be able to stop the Corpse Ghost, but the Corpse Ghost's explosive strength at that moment was far greater than before. This was all part of Silver's plan. He had been suppressing the Corpse Ghost's strength all along, waiting for this moment. His goal was not to defeat the Prime Clear lineage, but rather to capture the Prime Clear lineage. Even Yu Hua Mavis, Chiu Shi, and the rest could not react in time, let alone lend a helping hand. They were too far away. Lu Yin could not help either, as he could not block the prime clear lineage himself. He was not a saint, just like Chiu Shi, and she could not use the stellar transposition to replace the prime clear lineage. The corpse ghost grabbed the prime clear lineage. The prime clear lineage was also very strong, but there was no way he could block the corpse ghost. At this moment, a barrier appeared in front of the prime clear lineage. The corpse ghost's claw slammed into the barrier, causing it to gradually crack. The terrifying shockwave from the corpse ghost's attack injured the prime clear lineage even though he was separated by the barrier. Coupled with the injuries caused by the 13th sword, the prime clear lineage finally spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. The barrier came from Wen Sansi, who had returned and was now standing on top of the golden screen. He had been tossed out by Chiu Shi using a greater teleportation array, but he had appeared at the most critical moment. The invincible barrier had also been shattered by the corpse ghost's claw. However, he had managed to buy himself a split second of time. At that moment, the golden screen suddenly trembled, and golden light shone brightly. Silver's expression changed. Corpse ghost, jump. He and the corpse ghost jumped off the golden screen at the same time. The golden screen swept up the prime clear lineage, Yu Hua Mavis, Ming Guang, Ling Gong, Lu Tianmu, Xia Jiuyo, Wen Sansi, and Yoqi, and they all disappeared from the mountain and sea realm. Outside of the giant eye, Lu Yin was stunned. The golden screen had disappeared. Within the mountain and sea realm, many people were stunned as well. The golden screen had actually disappeared. What the hell? Xie Xiaoxian's expression changed. It's the Hall of Honor. They took those people away. Lu Yin's heart sank, and he looked at the distant Silver, who had jumped off the golden screen. Silver also looked over at the same time, and his gaze was bone-chilling. No one had expected that the Hall of Honor would have a backup plan in the mountain and sea realm. The golden screen had not appeared by the mountain and sea realm on its own, but rather by the Hall of Honor. The Neo-Human Alliance had tried to capture the prime clear lineage, as well as the other geniuses who could fight on the highest stage. However, that had been wishful thinking, as the Hall of Honor had long since made preparations. When Lu Yin thought about this, the only feeling he had was that he had been abandoned. It wasn't just him, everyone else in the mountain and sea realm who had competed for the Star Tower had been abandoned as well. They would have to face the experts of the Neo-Human Alliance, and if they were lucky, they could wait for the Hall of Honor or the other powers to rescue them. If they were unlucky, their lives would be up to the heavens. It had been a long time since Lu Yin had experienced the feeling of being abandoned. The reason he had unified the Outerverse and worked so hard to climb up was to obtain an identity and a background so that he would not repeat the tragedy of Drift Charge Planet. He would no longer be treated like a piece of white meat, and he would no longer be someone who would die without a name. However, even if he stood at the peak of the Outerverse, the fate of being abandoned still awaited him. Of course, many of the heirs of the Neoverse's top forces had been abandoned along with him. For example, Xie Xiaoxian, Gu Shower, Ku Lei, Little Black, Little White, Mu Ziying, and the others. They had not been abandoned, but they had not been rescued at the first opportunity. This was because they did not stand on the highest stage and could not represent the pinnacle of their generation. This universe was cruel, and the one who could decide one's own fate would never be anyone else but oneself. Eternal Sky Island would never abandon him, but Eternal Sky Island could not represent the mountain and sea realm or the Neoverse. One day, when he truly stood at the peak of the Neoverse, he would be able to decide the fates of others. Only then would he never be abandoned. At that time, he would be able to abandon others. The mountain and sea realm was still filled with the remaining spiritual force from the world within the monument realm. Gu Shaoxian forcefully pulled Lu Yin back. Bro, back up a little. Don't let those monsters from the Neo-Human Alliance see you. Seventh bro, there's still some good stuff from the other mountains. Do you remember the mountain where Xia Zhuoyou appeared? The cracked thing looks like a root. Do you think it's a root of wisdom? The monkey asked. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. A root of wisdom. That's right, that's good stuff. With that in mind, Lu Yin charged out of the giant eye and headed towards the foot of the mountain. He wanted to obtain a root of wisdom. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared behind him. It was a ghoul. Lu Yin was shocked, and he hurriedly dodged. The mountain wall where he had been standing was cracked by the ghoul's claw, and even further away, Silver beamed at Lu Yin. Long time no see, Captain. Lu Yin was wary of the ghoul, and he looked at Silver. There's no enmity between us, so I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the experts from the Hall of Honor arrive, it'll be too late for you to leave. Silver shrugged. Sorry, I couldn't capture the Shangqing, so I couldn't complete my mission. I couldn't even capture the heir of the 13 swords. I can't report back. So you're plotting against me? Lu Yin's tone was cold. Silver's lips curled up into a sly smile. Captain, you're a treasure. After cultivating for 12 years, you'll be able to stand on the highest stage of your generation and unify the outerverse. In our eyes, you're no less valuable than the Shangqing. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1147. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. If all of his secrets were exposed, his value would definitely surpass that of the Prime Clear Ones. Just his innate gift alone was enough to confuse everyone. The ghoul growled and punched at Lu Yin. Even an Ascendant Mavis couldn't match a third transformation ghoul's strength, so Lu Yin naturally couldn't. The ghoul's strength was too great, and it was difficult for him to even dodge. He activated the Yu's secret art and could only rely on it to shift the ghoul's punch, just like he had done in the giant eye. The ghoul took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Yin, swatting down with its paw. The star chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet, and he moved. His body reappeared in the distance, but Lu Yin didn't even look back as he tried to escape. The ghoul chased after him, its strength increasing as well. It easily overtook the distance created by the plan's secret art, and the ghoul swatted down at Lu Yin's head. Stars revolved around Lu Yin's body, and the 726 stars caused the ghoul's speed to decrease. He could clearly see the ghoul's movements and narrowly avoided it, but the ghoul's strength was too great. The wind from its paw brushed past him and tore his arm apart, sending him crashing into the mountain wall. The ghoul swiped at Lu Yin, but at that moment, white smoke floated over and pulled him away. In the distance, Gu Shao was terrified, but he gritted his teeth and controlled the smoke to throw Lu Yin into the sea. Silver's lips curled up. Silver light flashed, sweeping towards Gu Shao. Gu Shao was shocked, but his body was blocked by the white smoke. The blade cut through the smoke and left a bloody gash on Gu Shao's neck, almost decapitating him. Gu Shao was shocked, and he quickly controlled more white smoke to surround himself, just like when he had faced the ghoul. Lu Yin was viciously thrown into the sea by the white smoke, and the ghoul leapt down and charged at him, swatting at him with its paw. A black and white halo flashed from the side and slashed at the ghoul. The ghoul didn't dodge and allowed the halo to hit its body, leaving no wounds on its body. Little Black and Little Bai went pale, their attacks were useless. Lu Yin shouted, "Back off!" The star chessboard appeared beneath his feet again, and he disappeared in another direction. The ghoul roared and chased after him again. Silver covered his head, how troublesome. Someone who's only cultivated for 12 years can actually evade a third transformation ghoul's capture. Captain, you're a treasure. Lu Yin crashed into the surface of the sea with a thump, and Corpse Ghost crashed into the sea as well. Lu Yin punched out, but Lu Yin turned around and punched out. The invisible palm print was dispersed by the wind generated by the punch. His strength was far inferior to Corpse Ghost's, and the blow to his abdomen almost caused him to vomit out his organs. The Corpse Ghost closed in and clawed down again. Lu Yin waved a hand, activating the Greater Shift Array. The ghoul was instantly thrown 1,000 meters away by the Greater Teleportation Array. It raised its head, and its blood-red eyes stared at Lu Yin once more. It took a single step forward, as space meant nothing to it. Lu Yin had thought of all sorts of ways to avoid the Corpse Ghost, but it was simply too powerful. Even Yu Hua, Mavis, and the others working together were not a match for it. Lu Yin had no choice but to use all of his methods to evade the Corpse Ghost. Few in the human domain had been able to remain uncaught for so long, but with the Corpse Ghost's power, it would eventually be able to catch him. Lu Yin was helpless. He rolled his die, hoping to get 4 pips and escape. Even if he could recover his secret technique in the time-stop space, he would still be able to hold on for a bit longer. If those who were fighting on the highest stage could see Lu Yin's performance, they would definitely be shocked. Even they were not confident that they could evade the ghoul's all-out pursuit for so long. Lu Yin's die had just appeared when a giant pale hand reached out from beside him like a ghostly claw. It grabbed him and then vanished. The ghoul paused and looked around in confusion. Silver helplessly said, "Let's go." Ghoul and the witch spirit god have both taken action. This mission can be considered a failure. Outside the mountain and sea realm, the strange doll disappeared. Mu An and the others regained their senses, and they looked towards the mountain and sea realm. They discovered that the golden screen had disappeared. Heizich's aura scanned the area and saw Xiao Bai and Blackie, but Lu Yin was nowhere to be seen. Neo-Human Alliance, do you want to be hunted down by the entire universe? Mu En threatened loudly. The witch spirit god's voice rang out, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Presiding Judge Mu En, you're wrong. It's not us, but you. Mu En frowned. The Neo-Human Alliance wants to fight against the entire human domain. Kiki, just wait and see. Soon, all of you will become slaves and be transformed. I look forward to the day of our reunion, and I believe that day won't be too far away. Right, protect our little Shangqing well. We must obtain the 3 Yang ancestral qi, Kiki. With that, the witch spirit god vanished. Wait, where's Lu Yin? Did you kidnap him? He's from Everlasting Island, and the Heavenly Master will not let you off. Heizich's aura barked, but he could not find the witch spirit god's location. At the same time, in the ancient glory realm, there was a strange place on the endless land known as the Genesis realm. Half-ancestor Elder Chan was here. The moment the witch spirit god of the Neo-Human Alliance attacked the mountain and sea realm, Elder Chan opened his eyes. A giant palm pressed down, covering the entire Genesis realm and extending endlessly until it covered the sky. Elder Chan stood up. 7 sky gods, ancient god. Elder Chan, long time no see. A giant voice rang out from the Genesis realm. Elder Chan was astonished. Ancient god, you've always avoided me. Why have you come here today? I haven't fought in a long time, and I'm using you to break through to the progenitor realm. Elder Chan smiled. A mere corpse king wants to break through to the progenitor realm. What a joke. The progenitor realm is mysterious, and any creature can reach it. It's another level of life, and compared to you humans, both the astral beasts and us corpse kings are closer to it. Elder Chan, your vision is too limited. The giant palm pressed down, shaking the entire glory realm and causing the land to tremble, which then led to the Neoverse. Elder Chan's gaze was cold. You don't want to break through to the progenitor realm, but rather attack the Genesis realm. Who told you about this location? You're not that stupid after all. I thought that you were so old that you couldn't tell the difference. There's a spy from the Neo-Human Alliance in the Hall of Honor. Who is it? Elder Chan barked as he attacked. The next moment, the entire glory realm changed. The Genesis realm was not the only place that was affected. 4 of the 7 sky gods had arrived, and they attacked the most important places in the glory realm. The 7 sky gods were not the only ones attacking, as countless corpse kings from the Neo-Human Alliance were attacking the Hall of Honor as well. Without warning, the Neoverse experienced the greatest upheaval in its history. The glory realm, which had not been affected even by the 6th mainland's invasion, was now filled with the flames of war. The Neo-Human Alliance was the enemy of the entire human domain. Even though it had been besieged many times over the years, it had still been developing in secret. Now, the Neo-Human Alliance's power had exploded, shaking the entire glory realm. Countless experts from the Hall of Honor came out, and the Sirius sect, home of the gods, and 7 courts all took action to resist the Neo-Human Alliance. The instability of the glory realm caused the Neoverse to become unstable, and it even affected the cosmic sea. Elder Chan personally ordered everyone in the Neoverse to attack the Neo-Human Alliance, and the final battle erupted without warning. There was a place at the end of the Neoverse called the Astral Storm. It was a powerful storm that isolated the universe from the outside. The storm's power was so strong that even half-progenitor powerhouses could not penetrate it, and it isolated the human domain from the other side of the astral storm. Just as the entire Neoverse was in chaos, a figure appeared near the astral storm, accompanied by several ancient powerhouses. The figure that appeared was shrouded in darkness, but its most distinctive feature was its eyes. They were bright, intelligent, and deep, and 3 pitch-black lines overlapped to form a star-shaped image. It was one of the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 sky gods, Hei Wuxian. Hei Wuxian, how bold of you to enter the astral origin realm. One of the ancient powerhouses shouted, causing the void to tremble. His power level had long since surpassed the 1,000,000 mark. Several ancient powerhouses surrounded Hei Wuxian. Hei Wuxian looked around. I knew you old fogies weren't dead and that you were all hiding in the astral origin realm. Today, no one can stop the Neo-Human Alliance. With that, a black mist appeared around his body, and an indescribable fluctuation spread out. The moment it reached the ancient powerhouses, their hair stood on end. This aura. Progenitor. One of them cried out. Impossible. The 5th mainland doesn't have any progenitors. How did you do it, Hei Wuxian? Another was shocked. Hei Wuxian let out a hoarse laugh and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze had completely changed. It was as if he was a completely different person. The surrounding powerhouses were shocked, and they stared at Hei Wuxian. Hei Wuxian looked around, completely ignoring the ancient powerhouses. A strange power spread out, and in an instant, everyone, including Elder Chan and the 7 sky gods, felt a chill run down their spines. They sighed with mixed emotions. How many years has it been? We're back in a familiar place. This time, no one can stop us. You're not Hei Wuxian. Who are you? One of them was terrified. Elder Chan looked in the direction of the astral origin storm, and his pupils dilated. He was extremely nervous. The entire Neoverse was trembling, but only those who had reached a certain level of strength could feel this indescribably terrifying pressure. Hei Wuxian raised his head, and his eyes were filled with arrogance. Humans are a weak race. We are the perfect race. Die. With that, he waved his hand and forced the ancient powerhouses to retreat. The starry sky completely collapsed, but He Wuxian did not attack them. Instead, he charged towards the astral origin storm. Not good. He's going to tear apart the astral origin storm. The ancient powerhouses were shocked, but they could not stop him. They could only watch as He Wuxian attacked the astral origin storm. At the same time, the astral origin storm began to distort, as if an indescribable power was descending from the other side. No one could understand the fear in the hearts of these ancient powerhouses. They had lived for a long time, and even history might not be able to record them. They were indifferent to life and death, and at this moment, they were not afraid for themselves, but for the entire human domain and the fifth mainland. Behind the astral origin storm was an ancient truth that had long been erased from history. Thank you. Looking at the small building in the distance. Thank you all for your support. Thank you. A new volume will be released soon. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1148. The ancient war between the sixth and fifth mainlands was also the truth that had been erased, but that truth could not be compared to the truth after the astral source storm. It was unknown what had entered He Wuxian's body, but he had transformed into another person, instantly surpassing the half-martial ancestor realm and even reaching the martial ancestor realm. He joined forces with the even more terrifying power at the other end of the storm, gradually tearing apart the astral origin storm. The ancient powerhouses wanted to stop him, but they were powerless against He Wuxian's power. Pairs of scarlet eyes appeared, making people's hair stand on end. These scarlet eyes came from behind the astral origin storm, and were only a step away from this part of the starry sky. At the same time, outside of the mountain and sea realm, a blood-colored bell rang out. The Inquisitor of the Interstellar Arbitration Court appeared, and under the shocked gazes of Heizid Shinwei and the others, he reached out toward the mountain and sea realm, ejected all of the cultivators inside, and then detonated them. The mountain and sea realm contained the legacy of an ancient ancestor realm expert. It was the fifth mountain and fifth sea of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, and had always been the stage for the Star Pagoda competition. It had many legacies, and represented the former glory of the fifth continent. The mountain and sea realm had been birthed by ancestor realm experts. Not even Patriarch Zen would be able to detonate the mountain and sea realm if he wanted to, let alone the judge. However, the Hall of Honor, or perhaps the entire Neoverse, had been waiting for this moment for far too long. The Grand Inquisitor's intervention was just a prelude. The mountain and sea realm had long since been prepared to explode. Following a loud explosion that covered the entire Neoverse, countless people felt their brains explode as they fainted. The mountain and sea realm had exploded. The 5 mountains and 5 seas had been created by the ancestor realm, and the new cosmos had existed for countless years. It had done everything in its power to detonate the mountain and sea realm, which was equivalent to detonating the treasures of 5 ancestor realm experts. As of this moment, even the chief judge's eyes were wide as he stared at the scene playing out in front of him. The mountain and sea realm exploded, and the 5 mountains and 5 seas were pushed aside. One part of the mountain and sea realm spread out toward the south, while the other part spread out toward the west. The mountains and seas exploded, and the remaining spiritual force within instantly evaporated. The void was torn apart, but this was not the void that a hunter could tear apart. This was the true universe, the universe that gave birth to astral sources. Even envoys could not tear apart the void, but at this moment, it was completely torn apart. Outside the stellar source storm, a tall mountain appeared in front of the few ancient great beings. It exploded and tore apart the stellar source universe, separating the stellar source storm and He Wuxian. It formed a huge horizontal black hole like a giant beast. This horizontal black hole extended westward for an unknown distance. Even the ancient experts could not see the end of it. The head inquisitor looked to the west in shock. Even he could not see the end. This was a masterpiece that the Hall of Honor had joined forces with the entire Neoverse, including the most ancient experts from the Sirius sect, the home of the gods, and the burial garden. The 5 mountains and 5 seas had exploded, tearing apart the astral source universe and forming a true horizontal black hole that crossed the Neoverse, the cosmic sea, and even parts of the Innerverse and the Starfall Sea before finally reaching the 6th mainland. The moment the 5 mountains and 5 seas exploded, the entire new universe changed drastically. Elder Zen's eyes were filled with shock as he walked out of the stellar source universe and looked toward the west. On the other side, one of the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 celestial gods, the ancient god, was also looking toward the west with a blank expression on his face. After a while, Boss Chan laughed. His laughter was very carefree, as if he was venting the countless years of pent-up frustration in his heart. The ancient god stared at the west and then followed the horizontal black hole to the east. He clenched his fists and stared at Elder Zen. "You schemed against us." Elder Zen laughed. "How many years has it been? I don't even remember how many years it's been. This day has finally come." The ancient god growled, "What did you do?" Elder Zen laughed heartily and looked at the ancient god. "Don't you remember the truth of history? How did my 5th mainland's Daosaurus sect get destroyed? Even more ancient times, how did the 4 mainlands get destroyed? Have you forgotten? Countless ancestors sacrificed their entire lives for this day. Did you really think that you could successfully tear apart the astral source storm and occupy my 5th mainland? Stop dreaming. Everything that you did was within our expectations." The ancient god was shocked. "You schemed against us. The 5 prodigies of the stars, the mountain and sea realm, the outerverse, and even the 6th mainland's heavenly transformation were all part of your scheme." Elder Zen exhaled, and his gaze was complicated. "A scheme that spanned countless years. Years are no longer enough to record time, and even I have almost forgotten why this scheme was set up. I thought that I wouldn't be able to see it in my lifetime, but it has finally appeared. It's time to pay back the damage that you caused us, and the damage that the 6th mainland did to us." The ancient god clenched his fists, and his eyes turned red. A long time ago, there was only one person who could set up such a scheme, and that was Ancestor Hui. Is Ancestor Hui dead? Elder Zen did not answer. Instead, he looked in the direction of the astral source storm. The ancient god looked over as well. At the same time, the other 3 from the 7 sky gods also looked over at the places where the glory realm had been attacked. The astral source storm had been torn apart at this moment. It was as if an ancient seal had been opened, and countless scarlet eyes crossed the storm and He Wuxian to appear in space above the 5th mainland. Separated by the horizontal black hole, they looked at the 5th mainland and the ancient powerhouses. Within the horizontal black hole, the ancient powerhouses exchanged glances. Suddenly, as if they had heard something, they nodded and moved to distort the void, covering the scene outside the horizontal black hole. He Wuxian stood in space, gritting his teeth as he stared ahead. He had been tricked. He had actually been tricked. He had thought that he would be able to break through the seal and completely destroy the 5th mainland, but he had actually been tricked. The time span of this scheme is enough to wipe out a race's history. It's enough to cover up all truths, and it's still effective today. There's only one person in the human race who can do this. Ancestor Hui, are you still alive? He Wuxian muttered to himself. Even though he was furious at being tricked, he was also excited. It's good that you're alive. It's meaningless if you're all dead. If you're alive, then what about the others? Only a few of you are worthy of our attention, so don't die. Ha! Ha! The truth of history could only be seen by those at the very top. The horizontal black hole had separated the astral source storm from the fifth mainland, but it was connected to the sixth mainland. Outside the horizontal black hole, the countless scarlet eyes could not pass through it. They could only head in one direction, the sixth mainland. A calamity was about to befall the sixth mainland. The ancient truth would eventually be revealed. The grudges of the past would be avenged. The grievances, anger, despair, and howls of the past would all be paid off one day. No one in the fifth mainland could see this scene. Apart from Elder Chan and a few others, no one else could see the world outside the horizontal black hole. Most people did not know the truth of the battle between the fifth and sixth mainlands. They did not need to know that their skies had been swapped, and they naturally did not need to know that this grudge had been avenged. The plan that had been laid down for countless years by the previous Almighty had been revealed. In the glory realm, the ancient god looked to the west. As the horizontal black hole was covered up, although he was furious, he could not help but sigh in admiration. I'm impressed. Ancestor Hui is indeed Ancestor Hui. He created an unprecedented technological power for the human race. He set up a scheme from ancient times until today and resolved your calamity. I'm impressed. Among the progenitors that were born, only a few are worthy of admiration. Elder Chan sighed. A zombie like you has no right to admire Ancestor Hui. The ancient god's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Elder Chan. The sixth mainland is truly stupid. They thought you were weak, but they didn't know that they were already part of the scheme. No wonder the mountain and sea realm was placed in that position. Back then, we guessed that the 5 children of the stars represented the most dazzling geniuses of the human domain. However, just because you were able to escape once doesn't mean you can escape a second time. When the sixth mainland invaded, the symbol ancestor helped you. This time, Ancestor Hui helped you. What about the next time? Ancestor Qin? Or Ancestor Wushang? Or the progenitors from the previous 4 mainlands? How many times can they save you? With that, the ancient god's body vanished. Just you wait. You humans will eventually die out, and we will replace you as the greatest intelligent race in the universe. We are immortal and indestructible. Elder Chan did not stop the ancient god from vanishing. As a half-ancestor himself, he could not stop him. The ancient god was right, a scheme that had lasted for eons had saved them. However, this scheme could only be used once. The Neo-Human Alliance had existed for too long, and they were basically immortal and indestructible. They definitely had the ability to plan the next calamity, so who would be able to help them then? Elder Chan inexplicably looked at the sixth mainland. If the sixth mainland had not been so stupid, they would not have ended up like this. The sixth mainland's calamity had arrived, and they might have been able to survive in the future, but they might also have ceased to exist. No matter what, they had taken revenge for the destruction of the Daosaur sect. Lu Yin was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. He was currently in a strange place called the Eternal Kingdom. Welcome to the Eternal Kingdom, Captain. Silver's voice rang out as he beamed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin calmly stood on a grassy plain. He was standing on a mountain that was surrounded by cities, and there were villages at the foot of the mountain. It was just like a normal person's world, but he knew that this was where the Neo-Human Alliance was located. He would never have dreamed that the headquarters of the Neo-Human Alliance, a dark organization filled with zombies, would actually be like a normal person's world. There were blue skies and white clouds above his head, green grass beneath his feet, clear rivers, and fragrant flowers. The hustle and bustle of the city made him feel as if he had returned to Earth. This is the Neo-Human Alliance's headquarters? Lu Yin looked at Silver in disbelief. Silver's lips curled up. That's right. This is the Eternal Kingdom. Shall I show you around? Lu Yin curiously looked into the distance and saw normal people walking around. There are zombies here. Silver smiled. There are zombies, but there are also normal people. Our Neo-Human Alliance wants to create a place where normal people and zombies can coexist. Here, we want to make the zombies rational and intelligent, and we want to give normal people eternal life so that they can freely choose their innate gifts. This is our dream, and this is the Eternal Kingdom. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1149. When he heard Silver's words, Lu Yin shouted, "Impossible! How can humans live forever? Even progenitors can't. If freezing one's body can allow one to live forever, then why can't one live? That's why we need to research it. That's why it's called a dream, isn't it?" Silver smiled. Lu Yin was speechless, and he looked into the distance. Were those people really zombies? They looked no different from ordinary people. They were living their lives, pursuing whatever they wanted, and doing whatever they liked. This was the world of ordinary people, and it was completely different from what Lu Yin had imagined the Neo-Human Alliance headquarters to be. Lu Yin followed Silver to the city, where ordinary people walked past him. Some had a lot of rune lines, while others had very few rune lines. Laughter could be heard all around him, and everyone seemed to be very happy. Why was this happening? Was this the nature of the Neo-Human Alliance? "Captain, would you like a drink?" Silver pointed at a nearby restaurant. Lu Yin nodded. Not long after, the two sat down, and a waiter who walked rather awkwardly brought them drinks. Lu Yin looked at the waiter curiously. Silver smiled. He just entered this city, so he'll slowly get used to it. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked at the drink in front of him, his eyes still filled with confusion. "Seventh bro, did that guy in front of you find a city filled with ordinary people to trick you?" The monkey guessed. Lu Yin had guessed as much, but that waiter and the many people around him had convinced him that this was indeed the Neo-Human Alliance. Those people were all zombies, and their eyes could not lie. Everyone lived a blissful and free life, but their eyes were always scarlet and vertical. Only zombies had scarlet vertical eyes. Could zombies maintain their rationality? Could zombies live a normal life? What he had just seen completely overturned his worldview. "Hello, please give me a bag of blood, thank you," a woman said from behind the bar in a nearby restaurant. The waiter behind the bar lowered his head and took out a bag of blood before handing it to the woman. She accepted it and smiled. "Thank you." She then left the restaurant. Lu Yin was astonished, that woman was a normal person. Silver took a sip of his drink and beamed at Lu Yin. "Captain, I've been paying attention to you." Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked at Silver. "You're paying attention to me." Silver nodded and smiled as he praised, as expected of the captain. Since the inner verse and outer verse have been separated, quite a number of experts from the inner verse remained in the outer verse. Many of them are your enemies, and they're all enlighters. At that time, I thought that you were dead for sure, but not only did you survive, but you even unified the outer verse. You stole the Astral River Arc, defeated Lan Si, defeated Night King Jinwu, and almost overturned the entire day-night flow zone. Captain, everything that you've done is amazing and enviable. Lu Yin looked at Silver. What about you? You went from being a student of the Astral Combat Academy to standing on the highest stage of the human race and suppressing everyone by yourself. If we're talking about achievements, you're not any worse than me. Silver shrugged. I can't compare to Captain. In fact, I was already a hunter from the very beginning, but I used some small tricks within my clan to conceal my strength. Captain only used a mere 12 years of cultivation to reach his current level. At this point, Silver suddenly stood up and moved closer to Lu Yin. There's something mysterious happening to Captain. Lu Yin's expression did not change. Don't tell me that you also know Progenitor Chen's 9 clones technique. Silver smiled and slowly sat back down. Only Xia Jiuyo and Starsabil know how to use the 9 clones technique. It's indeed powerful, and all 9 clones are extremely powerful in the later stages. The Prime Clear One used 2 strands of 3 Yang ancestral qi to create 2 of Progenitor Chen's clones, turning defeat into victory and almost killing me. That's the greatest power of the 9 clones technique, but unfortunately, it also has its flaws. Xia Jiuyo's clones include Xia Tian, Xiaye, Xia Luo, and the others. It's fine if they don't fuse, but once they do, who's in charge? Lu Yin had also thought of this point. He understood Xia Luo, and he knew that Xia Luo would not willingly allow Xia Jiuyo to fuse with him. I believe that Xia Jiuyo was prepared from the start, but everything can change. Just like Captain, who would have thought that you would reach this point? Xia Luo is not simple. Silver smiled, taking pleasure in Lu Yin's misfortune. Lu Yin looked at him calmly. You didn't capture me just to tell me this, did you? Silver replied, of course not. I'm hoping that you can join our Neo-Human Alliance. We lack people like you, Captain. You're one of the most important people in the Neo-Human Alliance, and you're worth at least as much as the 3 Suns ancestral qi. Lu Yin frowned. He Wuxian specifically sought me out back then. Could it have something to do with you? Silver smiled. Who knows? Now that Silver had said this, Lu Yin knew that it definitely had something to do with this guy. Xia Luo, Silver, and Lulu Mavis had all been very difficult to deal with, and Lu Yin had no idea why so many of them had gathered on Earth. When he thought of this, he asked, why are you going to Earth? It's a coincidence. Lu Yin laughed. As if I'd believe you. Captain, you've seen it for yourself. Our Neo-Human Alliance isn't as dark as you think it is. Isn't it good to live here? There's no pressure here, and everyone can live forever. Lu Yin took a deep breath. If there's no pressure, then what's the point of living forever? Silver was stunned, but then he smiled. Captain, are you rejecting me? Lu Yin laughed. Do I have the right to reject you? Silver finished his drink. Let's go, Captain. Relax. You'll have a tough time from now on. Lu Yin did not have the right to refuse. This was the Neo-Human Alliance's headquarters, and there were experts everywhere. Even the person who had captured him was not someone he could resist. Even if he still had his cosmic ring, it would be useless. Lu Yin's heart ached when he thought about his cosmic ring, as those people probably thought that he was dead. Fortunately, the items in his cosmic ring could not be lost. Otherwise, with so many good things, especially the 7 million star essence, his heart would ache. The entire city looked very clean, and the ordinary people could really live together with the zombies. Where's the Eternal Kingdom? The Neoverse? Lu Yin asked. Silver replied, it's in a folded space in the Neoverse. Lu Yin understood. Just like the Shenwu continent, folded spaces were a strange phenomenon in the universe. Some celestial bodies in the universe would appear in parallel spaces, but these spaces did not refer to the entire universe. They were limited in scope, and they could encompass a large region of the universe or contain certain celestial bodies. They could also be just a few square meters in size. Some civilizations in folded spaces were extremely powerful because the flow of time in a folded space was not the same as in the real world. It could be countless years behind, or it could be countless years ahead. At this moment, the fifth mainland, which was folded into the Eternal Kingdom, might have an identical city in space, or it might be empty. Lu Yin believed that it was empty, as no one would be able to find the Eternal Kingdom. The Eternal Kingdom is the dream of countless people, and many people call it a paradise. You'll definitely like it here, Captain, Silver said with a smile. Lu Yin and Silver slowly walked down the streets, and not long after, Lu Yin discovered something strange. The people here were all dressed very tightly, as if they were trying to wrap themselves up. It was clearly not cold. Captain, the Eternal Kingdom is huge. This is a city, and there are mountains and seas outside. There are also islands and kingdoms, and they're collectively called the Eternal Kingdom. Let me take you to have some fun, Silver said. Lu Yin nodded, but he suddenly grabbed the clothes of a passing person and pulled them aside. His pupils shrank. The monkey shrieked. The person who had been pulled aside had all of his organs and was even bleeding. It was obvious that he had been gnawed on. Lu Yin's hair stood on end, and the person whose clothes had been pulled aside howled in despair. Many scarlet eyes looked over and charged at the person. Lu Yin clenched his fist and waved it, but Silver suddenly grabbed him. Silver opened his eyes slightly and glanced at the zombies. Retreat. Many of the zombies nearby panted heavily, and the person trembled as he covered his body with his clothes. Only then did the zombies slowly recover, and they all returned to being ordinary people. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he watched the person struggle to walk, his eyes filled with endless fear. He looked at Silver and asked in a bone-chilling voice, "Is this the paradise you were talking about?" Silver's expression was cold. "Captain, why do you have to expose me? Isn't paradise a good place?" Lu Yin clenched his fists, his eyes filled with murderous intent. These normal people are just toys for the zombies. They live together, and the zombies can slaughter them at any time. They can tear apart their bodies and dig out their organs at any time. Your so-called paradise is just a paradise for the zombies, not for us humans. Your so-called eternal life is just the body's function. Everyone here lives in fear and despair. Silver's lips curled up. So what? They really do have eternal life, and they can't die. Seventh bro, will we become like that too? Cover our bodies with clothes, or else they'll be dug out by the zombies. Seventh bro, think of a way to escape. Seventh bro. The monkey was terrified, and even he was afraid. At this moment, this seemingly peaceful city did not give Lu Yin any peace of mind, but rather an indescribable sense of horror. The sun's rays did not bring warmth, but rather a chill. This was not a city at all, regardless of whether it was a normal person or a zombie. This was a dining table for zombies, a cage for normal people, and a paradise for the Neo-Human Alliance. Next to him, inside a house, blood splattered on the window as the Scarlet Eye stared at Lu Yin. It was quickly wiped clean, just as it had been in the beginning. Lu Yin felt like he was in an ice cellar, as he had never thought that a place like this existed. This place was even more disgusting than Driftcharge Planet, and even being reduced to white meat would be more comfortable than being here. At the very least, he could die there, but here, no one could die even if they wanted to. Someone once said that waiting for death was even more terrifying than dying. The people here experienced this feeling at every moment, and the scariest thing was that they couldn't die even if they wanted to. Eternal life was the biggest joke in the world. The greatest hope of all the normal people here was to die. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1150. The Neo-Human Alliance was the darkest organization in the human domain, and it was also the darkest organization in the Fifth Mainland. Everyone would exterminate it the moment they saw it, and anything that had anything to do with the Neo-Human Alliance, regardless of whether it was a region, power, or environment, would be wiped out. This was the Hall of Honor's mission, and it was an ironclad order. Lu Yin had not fully understood it back then, but he did now. This was the Neo-Human Alliance, the deepest darkness of humanity. No, they were not humans, but monsters. Monsters disguised as humans. You're also human. Why did you degenerate into a monster? Lu Yin stared at Silver in disbelief. A cold glint pierced through Silver's eyes, and he met Lu Yin's gaze. Ever since I was young, I had a firm belief that as long as I could survive, I would not hesitate to become a monster. Lu Yin fell silent. This place made him want to vomit, and the entire city made him want to destroy it. The entire Eternal Kingdom should be burned down and disappeared. Silver smiled. Do you want to continue the tour, Captain? Lu Yin's voice was low. If possible, I'll destroy this place. Silver replied, I believe you, but I also believe that such a day will never come. He paused for a moment and looked at his gadget. Ready, Captain. Let's go. It's time to join us. Before that, there's someone who wants to see you. Please be respectful. This city was filled with sunlight, but it hid the deepest darkness of humanity. Lu Yin's entire being felt stifled as he walked through the Eternal Kingdom. This stifling feeling gave him the urge to vent, and he wanted to destroy everything in front of him. He wanted to destroy those zombies who treated humans like toys and turned this place into a paradise. There are many cities in the Eternal Kingdom, and everyone, zombies, and even I, worship that place. Silver pointed into the distance. Lu Yin looked in the direction he was pointing, and he saw 7 dark towers that pierced through the clouds. He had seen these towers a long time ago. 7, the 7 sky gods. Lu Yin asked. Silver smiled and nodded. The human progenitors can create mountains and seas, but the progenitors of our Neo-Human Alliance can create the dark pagodas. What you see now is 7 pagodas, which represent the 7 sky gods. But very soon, you will see 8, 9, 10, and even more pagodas forming a forest. This will be the most spectacular sight of the Neo-Human Alliance in the future. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he glanced at Silver. This was simply a dream. If the Neo-Human Alliance had truly achieved this, then they would have been invincible in the 5th mainland a long time ago. The 7 sky gods had at most a power level of over 1 million and had reached the celestial imprint realm. It was impossible for them to reach the progenitor realm. Back then, Mr. Mu had been able to easily destroy the essence, energy, and spirit that He Wuxian had attached to the Corpse King. Furthermore, He Wuxian's attitude towards Mr. Mu made Lu Yin certain that the 7 sky gods were at most on the same level as Mr. Mu. With Mr. Mu around, Lu Yin still had a sliver of hope in his heart, even if it was very small. This was the Eternal Kingdom, a place that even the Hall of Honor could not destroy. He had only placed his hopes on Mr. Mu to comfort himself. Even if Mr. Mu could find this place, could he take him away? Silver led Lu Yin past mountains and rivers. Silver was right, the environment here was indeed beautiful, so beautiful that it was almost illusory. It was almost as if it had been intentionally created to look so beautiful. However, no matter how beautiful the scenery was, it could not cover up the darkness. The 7 dark towers were not as tightly guarded as Lu Yin had expected, and they were just like a wasteland. Silver led Lu Yin towards one of the towers. Lu Yin guessed that it should be He Wuxian, as he had crossed paths with him 3 times in the Outerverse. On the 3rd time, He Wuxian's essence had been destroyed by Mr. Mu. He Wuxian was the most passionate about Lu Yin, and he had even tried to use Ming Yan to force Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin did not expect to see He Wuxian. Instead, It was the sorcerer god who had captured him. When he saw the strange doll floating in front of him, Lu Yin felt his hair stand on end. He felt as if his life was no longer in his hands, a feeling that he only felt when facing a super powerhouse. This was one of the 3 dark hands that stood at the peak of the 5th mainland, one of the 7 sky gods that represented humanity's deepest darkness. Brother Lu, even if you don't belong to the Neo-Human Alliance, you should still show some basic courtesy to an elder when meeting the sorcerer god, Silver said with a smile. Lu Yin looked at the doll floating in front of him. Sorry, I can't show you any respect. Silver's smile did not change. The strange doll opened its mouth and let out a strange laugh. It doesn't matter. Soon, you'll be one of us. It paused for a moment, and then a sizzling sound came from it. Lu Yin felt as if he had been seen through, and a chill ran down his spine. The monkey's shadow suddenly appeared and merged into the ground. 7th bro, save me. Lu Yin reached out to grab the monkey, but he suddenly could not move. The world spun around him, and everything in front of him went dark. He could not see any light, and he fell to the ground, unable to control his own body. Suddenly, he saw something, but strangely, there was a deviation in his vision. The scene that he saw was higher than before, and he was shocked to find that his vision had appeared above his nose. He was using his nose to see. His 5 senses were in chaos, and Lu Yin immediately thought of this. In front of him, the shadow behind the strange doll merged into the monkey's shadow, and the monkey screamed, 7th bro, save me. Kiki, save you. This is the eternal kingdom. Who can save you? The doll asked. Lu Yin stood in place without moving, as he could not move at all. He had lost control of his own body. He was like a marionette that was at the mercy of the doll. Interesting, very interesting. You're actually a shadow. The doll's strange eyes looked at the monkey, and it let out a strange laugh. The monkey was frightened, and the shadow kept squirming. Don't look at me like that. I'm scared. Silver opened his eyes slightly and stared at the monkey. Lu Yin also stared at the monkey. The shaman spirit child circled around the shadow. Interesting. This god is very interested in you. How about it? This god will help you break away from that human, and you will join the Neo-Human Alliance. The monkey suddenly stopped moving. Lu Yin's brows rose, but he did not speak. Silver's lips curled up. The shaman spirit child circled around again, waiting for the monkey's reply. At this point, Silver spoke up. Lord Shaman Spirit God, this tamed beast absorbed the blood of a progenitor in the mountain and sea realm, and it broke through from the explorer realm to the hunter realm. It's quite strange. The shaman spirit child suddenly stared at Silver, and his body trembled. His eyes went slack, and he spat out a mouthful of strange black blood. Did this god allow you to speak? The shaman spirit god spoke, and the entire dark tower trembled. Silver hurriedly lowered his head. I'm sorry, Lord Shaman Spirit God. The shaman spirit child retracted his gaze and stared at the monkey. Kiki, you only have one chance. You can choose to join the Neo-Human Alliance, and this god will help you remove the taming technique. Otherwise, you will be reduced to ashes. The monkey was shocked, and he hurriedly said, I'll join. Lu Yin was not surprised, and he calmly watched everything unfold. Given the monkey's personality, it would be strange if he did not join. Lu Yin did not blame the monkey, as it was a matter of life and death. The shaman spirit child cackled and stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin felt his arm burn, and then a heart-wrenching pain that almost caused him to faint. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and Lu Yin could not help but crouch on the ground like Silver. Half of his arm had been burned. The shaman spirit child cackled and faced Luin. This is what you humans are like. This god will also give you a choice: join the Neo-Human Alliance, or live a life worse than death. Your choice. The monkey's shadow remained motionless. Luin panted heavily and sneered. It's not that I'm not afraid of death, but I believe that my value is enough for you to not kill me. How are you going to use me? The shaman spirit child laughed. As expected of someone who could unify the outerverse. Your temperament is different from the average person's. Do you want to be used? Luin helplessly shook his head. No one likes to be used, but only those who are useful can survive and have a future. Your future lies in the Neo-Human Alliance, said the sorcerer god. Luin fell silent. The shaman spirit child looked down at Luin. Actually, this god admires you, and even the 7 sky gods do. If you are willing to serve the Neo-Human Alliance and accept the transformation, then with your talent, you might be able to build a black tower in the future. Do you still remember that brat from the Outerverse Amethyst Trading Company? Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he looked at the shaman spirit child. The shaman spirit child cackled. He willingly accepted the transformation and was able to cultivate the Corpse King transformation. His strength increased greatly. Aren't you tempted, kid? Think about it, you were abandoned by the Hall of Honor. In the Mountain and Sea realm, the Hall of Honor took away the person on the highest stage, but left you behind. Why? Because you can't reach that level. Is the Shang-Qing really more powerful than you? More talented than you? Not necessarily. In this god's eyes, you far surpassed the Shang-Qing. If he hadn't cultivated the 3 young ancestral qi, how could he have reached that position? Anyone who can reach that position must have some background. Which one of them is like you, someone who fought their way up? Don't you think that's unfair? Don't you think that being abandoned is the greatest tragedy? So what if you unify the outerverse? You were still abandoned. Join us, the Neo-Human Alliance, and you will obtain even more powerful techniques. You will surpass the Shang-Qing and the 5 children of the stars, and you will stand at the peak of humanity. In the future, you will have a chance to reach the progenitor realm. It had to be said that the shaman spirit child's words were very persuasive, and Luin was tempted. He wanted to surpass the Shang-Qing and the others. Ever since the 3 young ancestral Qi's true face had appeared, no one had dared to say that they could defeat the Shang-Qing. Luin really wanted to defeat the Shang-Qing and shake the universe, but not by relying on the Neo-Human Alliance. Although the shaman spirit child was powerful and his words were very persuasive, Luin felt that it was the opposite. The shaman spirit child's words made Luin want to break free from the Neo-Human Alliance even more. He wanted to escape, and he wanted to stand on the highest stage of humanity. The Neo-Human Alliance had left humanity with no future. Without a future, what was the point of defeating the Shang-Qing? What was the point of fame and fortune? The Eternal Kingdom was like a normal human world. As long as one didn't tear off the oversized outer garments, as long as one didn't see the occasional bloodstains or terrifying chewing sounds, it was a beautiful paradise. It was a paradise that used beauty as a disguise to hide humanity's darkest secrets. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1151. Just like how the ordinary people here used their loose clothing to hide the fact that they had been fooled by the Corpse Kings and devoured, the Eternal Kingdom also used its beautiful exterior to hide its underground. Silver led Luin underground. Luin was not restricted, and no one was watching over him. He could not escape from the Eternal Kingdom. The underground of the Eternal Kingdom was dark, and zombies would occasionally wander about unconsciously, growling softly. Only corpse kings with intelligence are allowed to leave. Otherwise, they can only stay underground. Captain, this is where you'll be staying from now on. Silver beamed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin surveyed his surroundings and stared into the distance. There were many rune lines there, some of which were very large, some of which were very small, and some of which were constantly changing. More importantly, the entire underground area was covered by a layer of rune lines. Lu Yin raised a hand, and a black gas floated out. What is this? Silver looked at Lu Yin. This is death energy. Captain, you probably haven't come into contact with it before. It's a power unique to my Spectre clan, and its effects are surprisingly good when fused with a corpse king. This is also why my Spectre clan was able to smoothly join the Neo-Human Alliance without being transformed into a corpse king. Lu Yin stared at the death energy in the air. Never come into contact with it. No, not only had he come into contact with it before, but he could also suppress it. Back at the Sea King's dome, he had ordered Faceless to deal with Feng Mo and the Bo duo, and he had succeeded. Back then, he had guessed that suppressing death energy might have something to do with the arcane art of life and death, but no one had been able to help him analyze the specifics. Regardless, he could still suppress death energy. Lu Yin subconsciously did not want to get close to Silver, as Silver was also from the Spectre clan. If he fought with him, the Spectre clan might discover that Lu Yin could suppress death energy, which would be troublesome. Right, there's one more thing to tell you, Captain. Your transformation is no ordinary transformation. Silver smiled like a fox. 12 years. You've experienced 12 years of brilliance, and the Neo-Human Alliance is looking forward to it like never before. Unlike those who have been transformed, the 7 sky gods want to transform you into the most perfect combat weapon. Congratulations, Captain, you won't immediately be transformed into a corpse king. Lu Yin looked at Silver. So? Silver opened his eyes and met Lu Yin's gaze. So, this is your only chance to escape. Lu Yin laughed. Escape? Are you kidding me? This is the Neo-Human Alliance's headquarters, and the invincible 7 sky gods are right next to us. You want me to escape? Silver looked at Lu Yin for a while, but then he smiled and waved his hand. It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously, Captain. Lu Yin had never been able to understand Silver, as he had no idea what this person was thinking or what he wanted to do. That smile of his made Lu Yin's blood run cold. The Eternal Kingdom was filled with an aura of death. Along the way, Silver had told Lu Yin many things about the Neo-Human Alliance. Perhaps it was because he believed that Lu Yin would not be able to escape, or perhaps it was because he was lonely, but Silver had given Lu Yin a lot of information about the Neo-Human Alliance. Not all members of the Neo-Human Alliance were corpse kings, as there were humans as well. This included the Dark Inquisition, which was formed by the Spectre race, as well as spies from the various powers. There were many powerful forces in the human domain, and almost all of these forces had spies from the Neo-Human Alliance. This fact shocked Lu Yin, but it wasn't too surprising. Humans were all afraid of death, and he was the same. In the face of life and death, there were very few people who could survive. Most people were selfish. Of the 7 sky gods, there's one person who's the most mysterious. Even I've never seen him before, and that's Bai Wuxian, Silver said. Not only is Bai Wuxian the most mysterious of the 7 sky gods, but he's also the only one who has a list of all the humans who are loyal to the Neo-Human Alliance. That list is called Eternal Life. Lu Yin listened quietly. I've heard that Bai Wuxian himself is a beauty. Who knows? Captain, if you succeed in your transformation and become the perfect combat weapon, then you might have a chance to meet Bai Wuxian. Silver smiled. Lu Yin calmly followed him. Along the way, Luin saw countless corpse kings. During Earth's apocalypse, no more than 5 corpse kings had been born, but here, there were at least 50,000 of them. Some of these corpse kings were extremely powerful, and their rune lines were not much weaker than Lu Yin's. Some corpse kings even glanced at him, causing him to shiver. These corpse kings stay underground all year round to absorb the aura of death. Ghouls are the same. They're my favorite companions, Silver said with a smile. He didn't stop talking along the way. In the distance, a blood-curdling scream rang out. Lu Yin looked over, and his eyes trembled. Someone's here. In the distance, a man was kneeling on the ground, trembling. His body was covered in countless scars of various sizes, and his hair had fallen off. Death energy had entered his body through his scars, and then spewed out through his nose. The man was experiencing unimaginable pain, and he howled in anguish. His words were unclear, and he was sometimes vicious and sometimes crazy. Lu Yin watched quietly. This person wasn't a corpse king, but rather a normal person. This meant that he had been transformed by death energy. Silver snapped his fingers and pointed at the man. Several corpse kings rushed out from the surroundings and dragged the man away. I'm sorry, Captain, for letting you see a failed experiment, Silver smiled at Lu Yin. Lu Yin fell silent. Silver smiled and continued walking forward. Not long after, he stood in place and glanced at Lu Yin before slowly retreating. Lu Yin was puzzled when a pair of white eyes opened in front of him. They were pale and emotionless as they stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin met the white eyes and felt his entire body go numb. Was this an innate gift? The white eyes came from a sinister-looking corpse king. The moment Lu Yin's body went numb, the corpse king charged at him and punched out. Lu Yin's body trembled as he broke free from the numbness. He raised a hand and slapped out, sending the corpse king flying. The corpse king crashed to the ground and roared as its eyes turned from white to gray. The corpse king transformed, and its aura became much stronger as it charged at Lu Yin again. Lu Yin frowned, but he slapped the corpse king to the ground again. The corpse king raised its head and roared at the sky. Black death energy appeared from its body and transformed into a blade that slashed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin slapped the corpse king once more, and this time, he completely obliterated it. Silver applauded from nearby. As expected of the captain. My Spectre Clan's eye techniques are useless against you. Lu Yin calmly looked at Silver. What do you mean? Silver smiled. That was a weapon that was successfully transformed. It was originally an explorer with decent aptitude. The first stage of transformation was successful, allowing it to use my Spectre Clan's eye techniques. The second stage of transformation was successful, allowing it to cultivate the Corpse King transformation. What awaits it is the third stage, which will allow it to regain its rationality. Once that happens, it will be able to roam the human domain and work for us. And this is your final outcome, Captain. I just wanted you to see what you would become. Lu Yin looked at the shattered Corpse King. What's the success rate of this experiment? Silver raised a brow. About 1 in a million. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This 1 in a million did not refer to the 1 in a million of an ordinary person. Rather, it referred to finding a cultivator with excellent aptitude from a large number of cultivators. Among those with excellent aptitudes, there was a 1 in a million chance of success. The rest of the people would either turn into mindless zombies or become corpse kings. He was beginning to understand more and more why the Neo-Human Alliance was the universe's public enemy. Even the astral beast domain and the technocracy wanted to destroy them. This organization was simply too dark. If all humans are transformed into zombies by the Neo-Human Alliance, then what's the point of your lives? Lu Yin asked. Silver smiled. Why should we transform all of them? We can leave some of them behind. Haven't humans learned how to rear food since the birth of intelligence? Lu Yin looked at Silver deeply. There was nothing else to say about this person. Captain, your thoughts will change once you're transformed. Let's go. Your transformation isn't outside. Silver gestured for Lu Yin to follow him. Lu Yin followed him deeper into the ground. The deeper they went, the thicker the death energy became. The corpse kings they encountered also became stronger. Silver brought Lu Yin to the deepest part of the ground, where a giant pit was located. The boundless death energy was surging out of the pit. Silver looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. Aside from the Spectre clan, anyone who approaches this place will be invaded by the death energy. Captain, I'm impressed that you can last this long. Lu Yin was startled. He had forgotten that normal cultivators would not be able to ignore such dense death energy. Silver had only mentioned it briefly and did not probe any further. No matter what secrets Lu Yin had, once he was transformed by the death energy, he would have no choice but to join the Neo-Human Alliance. Given the Hall of Honor's methods, there was no way they would let him live. Silver was certain that Lu Yin was aware of this. No matter how big the secret was, it would only benefit the Neo-Human Alliance in the future. There were no corpse kings near the pit, and the death energy entering one's body was not that easy to endure. Aside from the Spectre clan, anyone who absorbed the death energy would have to do it step by step. Otherwise, they would easily explode. Lu Yin did not absorb the death energy near the pit, but rather thousands of kilometers away. Silver had only brought him here to take a look. In Silver's words, once Lu Yin succeeded in absorbing the death energy, he would unconsciously approach the pit. At that point, he would be close to success. Death energy surged out from the pit, but Lu Yin did not know where it was coming from. Lu Yin arrived at a spot thousands of kilometers away from the pit. There were quite a few corpse kings entrenched around the pit, and all of them were unconsciously absorbing the death energy. Captain, you can begin now. Don't make things difficult for me. Silver stood nearby and smiled at Lu Yin. Lu Yin clenched his fists, and there was a look of unwillingness in his eyes. But in the end, he relaxed his hands and sat down as if he had accepted his fate. This moment would eventually come, and regardless of whether he joined the Neo-Human Alliance or not, he would not be able to escape the fate of absorbing death energy. Lu Yin would usually leave a backup plan behind. For example, during the border war, he had the jade that Mr. Mu had given him, and during the battle with Night King Jinwu, he had the support of Leon's armada. Under normal circumstances, he would not do anything that was not within his control. However, on the path of cultivation, life and death were determined by the heavens, and no one could guarantee their own safety. He had encountered many dangers in Iron Blood Weave, and he had even been killed by Night King Jinwu once. What had left the deepest impression on him had been his life or death calamity on Drift Charge Planet. That had been the first time he had truly felt how insignificant a person could be. He had once sworn that he would not allow himself to be placed in danger that he could not control. However, this trip to the mountain and sea realm might very well be the end of his journey. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1152. Regardless of whether or not his cosmic ring had been taken away, he would still be captured by the witch spirit god without any room for resistance. This day had been set in stone the moment he had set foot in the Neoverse. Lu Yin looked up at the dark surface and thought about it for a long time. Perhaps this was the end for him, and his only hope was Mr. Mu. However, it was unlikely that Mr. Mu would be able to take him away from the Eternal Kingdom, and it was questionable whether Mr. Mu would even be able to find the Eternal Kingdom. The Neo-Human Alliance had been encircled and suppressed, but it had still been able to exist for countless years. If it was that easy to find, then it would not be the Neo-Human Alliance. Silver did not rush Lu Yin, and he simply watched him with the same smile on his face. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment before asking, "Silver, do you have any human emotions?" Silver's smile gradually disappeared, and he looked at Lu Yin's back. "Perhaps. I've been very courteous to you, Captain." Lu Yin sighed. "You can leave. I'll absorb the death energy." Silver shrugged. "Then I'll take my leave, Captain. The next time we meet, you might not be you anymore. Goodbye." "Oh, no, there's no possibility of us meeting again." He then turned and left. Lu Yin looked in the direction of the crater. He had no other choice in the Eternal Kingdom, and stalling for time was not an option. Even though Silver had been very courteous to him and the witch spirit god had not done anything to him, he knew that if he tried to stall for time, he would be forced into a passive transformation that he could not control. If he took the initiative to absorb the death energy, then he would have a sliver of hope with his ability to suppress it. However, if he was passive, then he would be easily discovered. Lu Yin was a decisive person, and he had the courage to become the first person in history to unite the Outerverse. He had even succeeded in doing so, so he naturally had the courage to try absorbing the death energy. If he could not avoid it, then he would take the initiative. He had accepted his fate, but he had accepted that he had to absorb the death energy and not that his mind would be affected by it. Of course, this was also a small consolation and hope in his heart. Hope was minuscule, but it was still hope. Lu Yin released his domain and then contracted it. The death energy was drawn over and absorbed into his body while he silently recited the Stonewall scriptures. The more dangerous the situation, the more the scriptures gave him a sense of security and miracles. In the distance, Silver turned back and saw Lu Yin absorbing the death energy. His eyes flashed, and he turned to leave. "Goodbye, Captain." On the surface of Eternal Kingdom, within the Divine Witch Spirit's black tower, Ghost Monkey's shadow was trembling. The Divine Shaman Spirit doll cackled. "It's starting. The most perfect weapon. Absorbing the deathly aura. Given this little fellow's physical strength, I estimate that he'll be able to cultivate the Spectre Race's eye technique to the golden color, and then cultivate the Corpse King transformation to the 4th or even the 5th transformation. Once he succeeds, no one in his generation will be able to stand against him. So what if he has 3 young ancestral chi? Beneath him, the monkey sighed inwardly. 7th bro, it's not that I don't want to help you, but there's nothing I can do. You're on your own now. I think that your luck is pretty good, so I hope that a miracle happens. I wish you the best of luck." In the Western Realm, in a brothel, Mingyu returned to her room, her face pale. Her trip to the mountain and sea realm had been an eye-opener. As the top courtesan of the brothel, she had seen too many elites and geniuses. She had even seen experts with a combat power of 1,000,000. However, none of them were as shocking as the battle on the golden stage. Especially the Prime Clear's 3 young ancestral chi, it had completely overturned her understanding of power. There was actually such a technique and battle skill in the universe. Aside from the Prime Clear, the other elites who could fight on the highest stage had also shocked her. The one who had left the deepest impression on her was the Neo-Human Alliance's corpse ghost. "Dong dong dong. Come in," Mingyu said indifferently. Outside the door, the flower lady entered with a smile on her face. Although her appearance was pure and gentle, giving people a kind of simple beauty, Mingyu knew that this kind of beauty was fake. Although there were only 6 brothels, there were hundreds of flower ladies. Anyone who behaved improperly would be fired immediately, and their end would be extremely miserable. Most courtesans would never be able to enter a brothel. Those who could become courtesans were all ruthless people. "Mingyu, How was your trip to the mountain and sea realm? Did you find anything you liked? Huan Yang asked with a smile. Mingyu smiled. Huan Yang, I'm afraid that you don't know that the mountain and sea realm is no more. Huan Yang's smile did not change. Of course, she knew that the mountain and sea realm was right next to it. How could she not know that the mountain and sea realm had been destroyed? This was Mingyu's mockery, but she did not care. There were many courtesans, but there was only one courtesan. Young Master Tian sent word that the competition for the 5 starry children was a failure, and there might not be any more of them in the future. That's why he's very concerned about you, Huan Yang said with a smile. Mingyu's eyes were cold as she stared at Huan Yang. Tell young Master Tian that I already have someone I like, and that person has agreed to marry me. Young Master Tian doesn't need to worry. Huan Yang shook her head and smiled at Mingyu. You've been in the brothel for a long time, so you should know the power of the brothel. Even in the mountain and sea realm, young Master Tian also has people working for him. Do you think he doesn't know who you've been in contact with in the mountain and sea realm? Shang Qing, Xia Jiuyo, Wen Sanxi, and the others who stand on the highest stage, but you haven't come into contact with any of them. Mingyu's lips curled up. Since he knows, then it's easy to say. I'm just afraid that young Master Tian will think that I'm lying to him. Go and ask him who I've been with the most in the mountain and sea realm. Huan Yang was shocked, and she looked at Mingyu. She had also thought that Mingyu was lying, but it didn't seem like it. Mingyu stood up. Have a seat, Huan Yang. I'll go check on Sister Yinyu. She then left the room. Huan Yang's eyes flashed as she watched Mingyu leave. She opened her gadget and contacted someone. Mingyu left the room in disgust and went to another room. She pushed the door open and entered. Inside the room, Ming Yan faced the starry sky, her eyes filled with helplessness, regret, and determination. Sister Yenyu, have you not thought things through? Mingyu asked as she stepped in. Ming Yan was indifferent. Cut the crap. Mingyu sighed. The brothel won't force you to sell yourself. You'll just have to show your face occasionally. Not long after, Huan Yang entered Ming Yan's room and stared at Mingyu with an ugly expression. Did you find Lan Si or Lu Yin? When Ming Yan heard Huan Yang's words, she suddenly turned around and stared at Mingyu. Lu Yin. Mingyu was pleased. Of course it's Lu Yin. Huan Yang frowned. He agreed to marry you. Mingyu nodded. That's right. Ming Yan stared at Mingyu in disbelief. Huan Yang continued, unfortunately, Lu Yin was captured by the Neo-Human Alliance and won't be able to return for the rest of his life. Even if he does, he'll be destroyed by the Hall of Honor. You can't rely on him. Mingyu replied, regardless of whether or not he'll be able to return, Lu Yin has already agreed to marry me. I've already told Lan Si and Xiao Bai of Eternal Sky Island. They'll pass on the message to Lu Yin's people. Go ask young Master Tian if he dares to touch me now that I'm Lu Yin's widow. Huan Yang's gaze turned cold, and she stared at Mingyu with unwillingness. The brothel's biggest goal was to be kind to others and not offend anyone. They also wanted to rope in anyone who was worth roping in. Lu Yin was very important to the brothel, but it wasn't because he had unified the Outerverse. If he wanted to, any power in the Neoverse could cause the unified Outerverse to collapse again. The brothel valued Lu Yin because he was backed by Eternal Sky Island and the Hall of Honor's Master Yuan. These two powers were extremely terrifying, and the brothel would not offend them unless it was absolutely necessary. Mingyu was now Lu Yin's widow, and if young Master Tian dared to touch her, it would be the same as slapping Eternal Sky Island and Master Yuan in the face. If Big Boss found out, he would definitely be skinned alive, and as Huan Yang, her fate would also be extremely miserable. Huan Yang was unwilling to accept this, as she wanted to rely on young Master Tian. Once she did, her future would be guaranteed. However, Mingyu was too smart, and she should not have been allowed to enter the mountain and sea realm. She did not doubt Mingyu's words, as it was very easy for a courtesan to marry someone. Mingyu was pleased, as this was the effect she had wanted. She had entered the mountain and sea realm precisely for this moment. Young Master Tian had been eyeing her covetously, and she needed to rely on someone who could instill fear in the brothel to protect herself. After entering the mountain and sea realm, she had not met anyone until she met Lu Yin and Lan Si. This was why she had purposely approached them. She wanted to make sure that young Master Tian would not dare to touch her. She had not only relied on her looks to become a courtesan, but also her brains. Young Master Tian will send someone to verify the authenticity of this matter. Mingyu, you're really smart. Huan Yang was unwilling to accept this, but she still went against her will and forced a smile. Mingyu could not be bothered with her. Huan Yang looked at Ming Yen strangely. Are you not feeling well, Yenyu? Ming Yen was still immersed in Mingyu's words, and she completely ignored Huan Yang. Huan Yang was furious, but she could not vent her anger in front of these two. Right, she could hand this woman over to young Master Tian. At worst, she could just let Mingyu continue to be a courtesan. With this thought, Huan Yang's smile grew even wider. She glanced at Ming Yen and then at Mingyu before walking out of the room. Mingyu, teach Yenyu well. She's going to take over your position. Mingyu relaxed, as it seemed that her innocence had been preserved for the time being. Did you just say that Lu Yin agreed to marry you? Ming Yen asked Mingyu, trying her best not to reveal her emotions. Mingyu nodded. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Was Lu Yin captured by the Neo-Human Alliance? Ming Yen asked again. Mingyu was confused. Are you that concerned about Lu Yin? Ming Yen was indifferent. I've heard of him. I'm from the Outerverse. Mingyu understood. Right, you're from the Outerverse. That's right, he was captured by the Neo-Human Alliance. Ming Yen clenched her fists and turned to look outside. Her body trembled slightly, as if she was suppressing something. Mingyu was no longer in the mood to speak with Ming Yen, as she still had to think of a way to make up for this lie. Think about it carefully. She then walked out of the room. After Mingyu left, Ming Yen could no longer hold it in. She squatted down and wept silently. Her hair turned white and then black, and the intense heartache made it difficult for her to breathe. When faced with the fact that Lu Yin had been captured by the Neo-Human Alliance, even if Mingyu had said that Lu Yin had agreed to marry her, it wouldn't have been such a huge blow to Ming Yen. Furthermore, she didn't believe that Lu Yin would agree to marry Mingyu so quickly. After a long time, she finally recovered and relaxed her clenched fists. Blood dripped from her palms onto the ground, and her eyes were filled with hatred. Brother Lu, Yen will definitely avenge you. Yen swears that she will. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1153. News that Lu Yin had been captured by the Neo-Human Alliance spread, but it didn't cause much of a stir in the Neoverse. After all, this was Lu Yin's first time in the Neoverse. Only the Long Sky Island and the Sirius sect were affected. However, when this news spread to Universe Ocean, it was bound to cause a stir. In a room in the brothel, young Master Tian was lying down comfortably with a charming woman serving him. As he listened to Huan Yang's report, Tian Shao suppressed his anger, but then, he suddenly thought of something. The Outerverse, the Outerverse. Since he's gone, then there's no one in the outerverse who cares about the outerverse. Ha 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 ha, the heavens are helping me. I really have to thank the Neo-Human Alliance. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Huan Yang's face turned pale. Once this kind of word spread out, even if it was just a joke, it was enough to implicate her. Beneath the Eternal Kingdom, Lu Yin's body trembled as he absorbed the first strand of death qi. He stopped reciting the Stonewall scriptures and looked at his hands with a dazed expression. Then, he continued to absorb the aura of death. Not long after, he stopped again. His eyes were still blank, but there was a strange and expectant look in them. As if to verify something, he continued to absorb the aura of death. In the distance, the Corpse King roared as its white eyes stared at Lu Yin. It was getting closer and closer to Lu Yin, and even though it was far away, Lu Yin could hear its rapid breathing. Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked over, meeting Bai Yunfei's gaze. The white eyes came from a Corpse King. No, it could be someone who absorbed death energy, or someone who transformed into a Corpse King after absorbing death energy. In any case, it wasn't strange for anything to appear here. Lu Yin's gaze caused the pair of white eyes to retreat. They could sense how terrifying Lu Yin was, and they didn't dare to approach him. Lu Yin could also sense that the owner of those eyes was at least a hunter. For a hunter to be able to reach this place meant that he or she had been successfully transformed by the death energy and then transformed by a Corpse King. He or she was one of the more successful experimental subjects that Silver had mentioned, and only such experimental subjects could reach this place. The white eyes disappeared into the distance. Lu Yin continued to absorb the aura of death. Every once in a while, he would open his eyes. His gaze changed from the initial confusion to anticipation, and then to apprehension and uneasiness. The complex emotions were vividly reflected in his eyes. This uneasiness didn't stop until a new member joined. Silver arrived with a new experimental subject, which was a man who had reached the hunter realm. The man had come willingly, and he excitedly looked at the aura of death. Lu Yin had overheard their conversation, and he knew that the man had come from the Cosmic Sea and was a member of a battle group. He had been abandoned by that battle group, and he had unintentionally encountered the Neo-Human Alliance. The man had willingly joined the Neo-Human Alliance in an attempt to obtain great power to take revenge on that battle group. Death Qi seemed to be a shortcut for the man to increase his strength. He could not wait to absorb the Death Qi. Silver looked at Lu Yin and smiled. "Captain, there's no need to stall for time. Nobody can save you." With that, he left. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and looked at the man who was absorbing the death energy. The man absorbed the aura of death very quickly, without stopping for even a moment. In just half a day, his entire person changed. He became crazy, filled with the desire to vent and fight. His hands clawed at his skin, and his pupils turned from normal to half-white. He roared and screamed as if he had gone mad. Finally, with a bang, he self-destructed, his flesh and blood splattering all over the ground. He had failed. Silver quickly arrived. What a pity. A good chess piece for the Cosmic Sea is gone, just like that. He then looked at Lu Yin. "I hope you succeed, Captain." After Silver left, Lu Yin's expression turned strange. Even though that man had been absorbing the aura of death at a rapid pace, he hadn't absorbed as much as Lu Yin had. Silver had assumed that he had been absorbing the aura of death bit by bit, which was why there hadn't been any changes. Why hadn't Lu Yin changed at all? No, there had been a change. That was because the aura of death had entered his body. It was similar to star energy, and it was replacing star energy. This was strange. Could death energy and star energy be replaced by two different types of energy? The Spectre clan also relied on absorbing death energy to cultivate. Then, was Lu Yin one of them? Otherwise, how could he explain why there hadn't been any changes after the aura of death had entered his body? Death energy should have been very tyrannical to normal people, and it should have been similar to poison. However, it was very gentle when it entered Lu Yin's body, and it even made him feel very comfortable. It was as if he had found the source of his strength. Lu Yin's expression turned strange. Again. This time, Lu Yin's absorption of the aura of death had increased significantly, and he had even attracted the aura of death around him. However, when the aura of death entered his body, he still felt very comfortable, so comfortable that he started to panic. The aura of death entering his body made him feel pain, but he could still accept it since it was normal. However, it was very comfortable. This was strange, and it made his hair stand on end. He even suspected that he wasn't human. No, the Spectre clan was also human, but their cultivation methods were different. What was going on with him? He recalled everything that had happened in the past, and he recalled how he had suppressed Faceless at the Sea King's dome, causing Faceless to think that he was a high-ranking member of the Spectre clan. Not only could he suppress the aura of death, but he could also absorb it. Lu Yin was at a loss, as he didn't know what was going on with his body. The only explanation was the arcane art of life and death. He had once been a dead person, and he had died 3 times. He had died once on Driftcharge Planet, a second time after leaving Driftcharge Planet, and a third time in the Technocracy. Was he a dead person, which was why he could absorb death energy? That seemed to be the only explanation. Dead people naturally used death energy as their cultivation source, and Lu Yin sensed that death energy was much faster than star energy. He had only broken through to the 8th cycle of becoming a cruiser back in the Sirius sect, but during this period of cultivation, he had absorbed hundreds of thousands of star essence. He might be able to use this death energy to break through to the 9th cycle of becoming a cruiser or even a hunter. If his guess was correct, then there was a problem. It was time to act. He suddenly realized that he had been acting ever since he had entered the Neoverse. He had wanted to act in the Sirius sect to learn the Sirius technique, but now that he was here, he had to act as if he had been affected by the aura of death. Lu Yin gulped as he recalled the scene of that man going berserk. It was time to begin. Bang! Bang! The ground shook. In the distance, Silver appeared, and beside him was the divine witch spirit doll and the ghost monkey, who had turned into a shadow on the ground. The little guy is starting. If he doesn't absorb the aura of death, he'll have to forcefully absorb it. The divine witch spirit doll cackled. Silver's eyes narrowed as he looked into the distance. Goodbye, Captain. On the ground, Ghost Monkey looked into the distance with a strange expression. If there was anyone who understood Lu Yin the most, it would not be Ming Yen, Wendy Yushan, or even Big Sis. Ghost Monkey had interacted with Lu Yin for 10 years, and he understood Lu Yin's actions all too well. He was absolutely certain that Lu Yin was putting on an act. 7th bro, your acting is too bad. The monkey panicked, and he was afraid that Lu Yin's act would be discovered. He hurriedly said, My lord, this lowly one would like to pay his respects to the great eternal kingdom and your supreme inheritance, the Dark Tower. The shaman spirit child looked at the monkey and was quite satisfied with his words. The words, great and supreme, were exactly what he meant. All right, go ahead. My lord, this lowly one would like to request that my lord bestow power upon me, the monkey spoke up again, attracting the attention of the divine witch spirit and Silver. The divine witch spirit doll replied, you need to absorb blood to increase your strength. You're just a mere explorer, yet you can absorb the blood of a progenitor. How mysterious. Let's go and let this god study you. The monkey was horrified, and he looked at Lu Yin helplessly. 7th bro, this is all I can do to help you. Let's just go our separate ways. Mighty, Supreme Witch Spirit God, you are the symbol of the gods. This lowly one wishes to crawl at your feet and be a shadow so that I can always pay my respects to your glory. Almighty, Supreme, Silver watched the Witch Spirit God leave and then looked back at Luin. His lips curled up, and he turned to leave as well. The Eternal Kingdom's underground was always dark. Luin silently calculated the time. He had been here for a month, and during this time, he had absorbed a boundless amount of death energy. His mind had not been affected, and acting had been rather tiring. However, the most troublesome part was that his eyes could not change. Absorbing death energy would cause one's eyes to change. That man had only absorbed a little bit of death energy before his eyes turned half white. This was the unique pupil of the Spectre clan. Luin had absorbed so much death energy, but his eyes had not changed at all. This was not something that could be faked, but he could not fake it. The Spectre clan's pupils turning white could affect their opponent's mind. He had experienced it before, and it could not be faked. Then what should he do? Luin was vexed, and he had even slowed down his absorption of death energy, causing Silver to come again. He had no choice but to continue absorbing death energy. This absorbed death energy replaced the star energy in his body as it circulated through his body. Above the Explorer realm, one absorbed star energy for cultivation and to increase one's strength, but also to prevent exhaustion. He did not know if the death energy could prevent him from exhaustion, but it should be able to. Right now, he was treating himself like a dead person. Soon, another month passed. Luin absorbed a large amount of death energy every day, and one day, he could no longer control it and broke through. He was helpless, as he did not want to break through. However, with Silver around, and with him pretending to have gone crazy from the death energy, he had to absorb even more of it. This allowed him to break through to become a 9-cycle cruiser. He really did not want to break through, but the effects of death energy on his cultivation were much, much better than star energy. They were not of the same quality, and he was able to break through after just 2 months of absorbing death energy. Furthermore, he did not feel uncomfortable at all, as the death energy was like air to him. Sometimes, he wondered if Silver and the other Spectre clan members would be angered to death if they found out about this. He was sure that his absorption of death energy was much faster than theirs, or else Silver would have reached a higher cultivation realm long ago instead of just breaking through to become an enlighter. It was a little infuriating if the Spectre clan members found out. Could he be a Spectre clan member? Luin was most worried that this guess would be true, as he had lost his memories. Even if he was a Spectre clan member, he was still their ancestor. Although breaking through to become a 9-cycle cruiser did not cause much of a commotion, it still shook the entire Eternal Kingdom. Most people would first have to undergo a transformation after absorbing death energy, which would take a long time before they could adapt to the death energy. Nobody had broken through in just 2 months like Luin had. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1154. Luin was panting heavily, and his eyes were filled with a black deathly aura as he growled uneasily. In front of him, Silver frowned and looked at him strangely. The sorcerer god was there as well. How is it? Have you figured out the reason? The sorcerer god asked. Silver shook his head. Should we invite the clan leader out? The sorcerer god replied, no need. They have more important research to do. This brat should have succeeded, right? Silver sized up Luin, who suddenly looked up and roared at him. Silver's eyes flashed, and he raised a hand to press down on Luin's shoulder. Luin quieted down. Silver frowned, as he had suppressed Luin with the deathly aura. The result was expected, but he still felt that something was off. Lu Yin did not have the same sense of control that he had when he had suppressed the other specters, but he had definitely suppressed Lu Yin. He could sense that the deathly aura within Lu Yin's body had gone dormant. Silver did not believe that Lu Yin could control the deathly aura on his own, as even the specters would not be able to do so quickly. But what was this strange feeling? Silver then stared at Lu Yin's eyes, which had not turned white. This was the most puzzling thing to him. When a normal person absorbed deathly aura, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, their eyes would change color. But what was going on? Lu Yin's eyes were emitting deathly aura, but they had not turned white. This was strange. How is it? Can he undergo the second stage of body modification? The sorcerer god asked. Silver respectfully replied, his eyes have not changed. It's best not to undergo the Corpse King transformation, or there might be irreversible consequences. The sorcerer god was dissatisfied. Your Spectre clan's deathly aura has never been wrong. Silver said, my lord, you want to obtain the most perfect weapon. This person is not perfect yet, so we can only wait for his eyes to change color. Even if they turn white, he can undergo the Corpse King transformation. The sorcerer god snorted. Then show me the results. Silver nodded and snapped his fingers. In the distance, a figure that had been crouching on the ground stood up. Lu Yin pretended to be crazy, but his eyes were filled with deathly aura. He saw the figure through the aura, and it was the ghoul that had fought against Yu Hua and Mavis in the mountain and sea realm. It could display the third transformation and was invincible for a time. Even Shangqing had almost been captured by it, and even though she had failed, she had still been injured by its claw. To the current of the Fifth Mainland's younger generation, this ghoul was truly invincible. He was strong enough to compete with Patriarch Qin. Attack! Silver's voice was ice-cold, and his curled lips looked chilling. The ghoul growled, and its scarlet eyes suddenly turned gray. This was the first Corpse King transformation, and it charged towards Lu Yin with a claw. Lu Yin didn't even move, allowing the zombie's claw to land on his shoulder and smash him into the ground. He endured the pain and growled as he leapt to his feet, death energy surging from his body as he charged towards the zombie. He raised a hand and swatted out with his claw, sending the zombie flying back 100 meters before crashing into the ground. Lu Yin was unwilling to give up, and he charged at the ghoul once more. Black death chi wrapped around his skin as he stomped down. Corpse Ghost's eyes turned green as it reached its second transformation. It punched out and collided with Lu Yin's right foot, sending him flying. It then leapt up and punched out again. Lu Yin absorbed all of the black deathly aura into his body and punched out as well. Bang! The intense collision caused the ground to tremble as the death energy and Corpse King transformation clashed, causing many of the Corpse Kings to roar. Corpse Ghost had not transformed into a Corpse King, so its physical strength could not compare to Lu Yin's. It had been able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lu Yin after its gray eyes transformation, but now that it was green, Lu Yin would not be able to withstand it even if he used his 9-line battle force. This was the power of death energy. However, when Corpse Ghost's third transformation appeared, Lu Yin was sent flying with a single punch. He spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed into the ground. Corpse Ghost wanted to continue attacking, but it was stopped by Silver. Silver looked at the divine shaman spirit. The spirit was satisfied. Not bad. With a normal body and death energy, he can resist a second transformation Corpse King, and an enlighter at that. He truly deserves to be called a perfect weapon. Even the Mavis family's Treeheart's descendant wouldn't be much stronger after being transformed by death energy. Silver smiled. The descendant of the Mavis family's Treeheart is an enlighter. I believe that once Lu Yin becomes a hunter, he'll definitely be able to resist Corpse Ghost with his death energy. He'll surpass the Mavis family's descendant and even surpass the prime clear lineage. The spirit let out a strange laugh and left the ground. He's only a hunter, but he can do that. Interesting. Continue to let him absorb death energy and turn him into a perfect weapon. Once he regains his senses, make him hand over the secret technique. Yes, my lord, Silver replied respectfully. After watching the spirit depart, Silver looked at Luin. Luin lay on the ground and let out a low growl. Silver looked down at him from above. Try to absorb as much death energy as possible and break through to the hunter realm as soon as possible. Then, you might be able to face off against a third transformation corpse ghost. I'll also have another weapon, and I'll be more confident in my expedition to Progenitor Chen's tomb. Captain, you have to work hard. He then left with Corpse Ghost, but before he left, he had Corpse Ghost throw Luin to the side of the pit where death energy was surging out. After Silver and the rest left, Luin stood up and let out an unconscious roar while cursing under his breath. It was too painful. Corpse Ghost's attacks were terrifying, and he had been forced to face them head-on. Fortunately, he had become a cruiser who had gone through his 9th cycle and had the support of death energy. Otherwise, a second transformation corpse ghost would have beaten him to a pulp, let alone a third transformation corpse ghost, which would have been enough to cripple him. His surroundings were pitch black and filled with dense death energy. Luin took a deep breath. Silver had mentioned something about Progenitor Chen's tomb. Wasn't that guarded by the 7 courts? Could he go there as well? Right, before coming to the Neoverse, Ku Wei had told Luin to accompany him to his family after the Star Tower contest and enter Progenitor Chen's tomb together. Did that mean that Progenitor Chen's tomb was about to open? Only the descendants of the 7 courts could enter, and if the Neo-Human Alliance could, it meant that they had some tricks up their sleeves. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He could go there as well. Only by leaving the Eternal Kingdom would he have any hope of escaping, and Progenitor Chen's tomb was his only hope. Lu Yin's breathing quickened as he looked at the death energy all around him. If he could follow Silver to Progenitor Chen's tomb, then he would have a chance of escaping. That also meant that he would not be able to come into contact with death energy in the future. Lu Yin was rather reluctant to lose this comfortable power. Since that was the case, he decided to take advantage of this opportunity to absorb as much death energy as he could. While Lu Yin was madly absorbing death energy in the Eternal Kingdom to increase his strength, in the outside world, the Outerverse finally received news that he had been captured by the Neo-Human Alliance. The Great Eastern Alliance was in chaos, and the Great Yu Empire was grieving. Everyone gathered in front of Lu Yin's statue to pay their respects. Being captured by the Neo-Human Alliance meant that even if he did not die, he would become a corpse king. This meant that Lu Yin was completely gone. Countless people were stunned by this news. Before anyone could react, another piece of news arrived. The Hall of Honor had ordered that the Great Eastern Alliance return the Astral River Arc to connect the Innerverse and Outerverse. At the same time, the Great Eastern Alliance would be temporarily overseen by Bulao to stabilize the Outerverse. In the Outerverse, on Xenia's star in the Great Yu Empire, the Imperial Cabinet, the Lu Ministry of Staff, the Lu Ministry of Defense, and Wei Rong were all gathered together in an intense discussion. The Hall of Honor is sending someone to take over the Royal Regent right after he was captured. This is too much. With the Royal Regent's abilities, it's not impossible for him to return. Let's contact the Hall of Honor's upper echelons and request that they wait for the Royal Regent. Contact Yi Crafty first. He's an enlighter that the Royal Regent left behind to protect Xenu Star. Only he has the ability to contact the Hall of Honor's upper echelons. There's also the Lon family. Didn't Lon C participate in the Star Tower contest? Ask him to speak up. The 10 arbiters can also directly contact the Hall of Honor's upper echelons. Lu Yin's capture sent the entire outerverse into chaos. In Grand Top Weave, Tianming was apprehensive. He had only been able to control the Nine Stacks sect because of Lu Yin's support. Now that Lu Yin was gone, what right did he have to control the Nine Stacks sect? When news of Lu Yin being captured by the Neo-Human Alliance spread, Tianming could clearly sense that some of the Nine Stacks sect's experts were looking at him differently. In Lars Weave, the Six-Fingered Tribe's leader, Bok Shamus, felt conflicted. He had originally joined the Great Eastern Alliance to deal with the Wei family, but now that the Wei family had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, their relationship as old enemies had disappeared. Now, even if the Great Eastern Alliance was divided, the Wei family did not have the ability to resist them. Bok Shamus did not know what he was thinking. Did he want Lu Yin to return? Or did he not want Lu Yin to return? No, he definitely would not return. Since he could not return, the Six-Fingered Tribe did not need to listen to anyone else's orders. It was impossible for the Hall of Honor to order them around. Bok Shamus was not the only one who thought this way. The various powers that had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, including Green Peak Gorge, the Vast Earth Sect, Even Ground Palace, Taima Palace, the Dark Phoenix Tribe, and so on, were all unwilling to be supervised by a stranger. Lu Yin had unified the outerverse because the innerverse and outerverse had been separated and because he had used various methods. What right did the others have? This result was within the Hall of Honor's expectations. Now that the innerverse and outerverse were connected, the innerverse did not wish for the outerverse to be unified. Even if the Hall of Honor wanted to, they would not be able to do so. A unified outerverse would not benefit the innerverse. The Hall of Honor was naturally aware of this situation, which was why news of Bulao's identity quickly spread. He was one of the 9 directors of the Hall of Honor. On the surface, the 9 directors had the highest authority in the Hall of Honor, and they had the power to judge and make decisions. Although the 9 directors were not very powerful, they had great authority, and they could even influence powerful organizations like the Interstellar Arbitration Center and the Lockbreaker Society to a certain extent. As one of the 9 directors, Bulao's status could be considered to be at the peak of the human domain. Such a person wanted to supervise the Great Eastern Alliance, which made the outerverse powers that had originally planned to withdraw tremble. All of them wanted to withdraw, but not a single one dared to show themselves. News of Bulao's identity had spread at this time, and it was obvious that the Hall of Honor had issued a warning. Any power that dared to show themselves would most likely be destroyed in the next moment. At this moment, even the innerverse did not dare to play any tricks. As for the competition between the 5 prodigies of the stars, it had long since faded away following the Neoverse transformation. The mountain and sea realm was no more, and there would no longer be any 5 prodigies of the stars in the future. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1155. On Everlasting Sky Island, Haizid Shinwei's gadget beeped rapidly. He sighed and accepted the call. A screen appeared in front of him, and on the screen was Haizid Lian. Senior brother, what's wrong with little Ian? Why didn't you protect him well? Haizid Lian roared, his eyes bloodshot. Haizid Shinwei was helpless. I'm sorry, junior brother. Everything happened too suddenly, and no one knew that the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 sky gods would act. Haizid Lian roared angrily, then why are those geniuses of the Hall of Honor unharmed? Why are the others fine? Only little Ian was captured. Haizid Shinwei shook his head. I don't know. The only person the Neo-Human Alliance managed to capture was little Ian, and it was the witch spirit god who personally took action. Under those circumstances, even Master might not have been able to save him. Ryan panted heavily as he ascended. He held his tyrant blade tightly, and his emotions were unstable. After a while, Hizaj Leon said in a low voice, "I believe that little Ian will return. His destiny is very high, and it won't end just like this." High Sage Shenwei opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. Old Man Bu wants to take over little Ian. Impossible. Senior apprentice brother, Everlasting Sky Island cannot remain silent on this matter, said Hizaj Leon sternly. Hizaj Shenwei nodded. Don't worry, Master will personally oversee this matter. Nothing will happen to little Yin's Great Yu Empire, and he won't be monitored by anyone. What about the Great Eastern Alliance? Junior brother, you should be clear that since the Outerverse has been unified, the meaning behind it has changed. Little Ian isn't around, so someone has to unify the Great Eastern Alliance. Otherwise, if the Outerverse splits again, it will never be unified again. That's all thanks to little Ian. We know, and so does Master. Besides, little Ian still has Master Yuan behind him. You should be clear about Master Yuan's status in the Hall of Honor, and no one can touch little Yin's benefits. If he comes back alive, then Everlasting Island will definitely fight for everything that he deserves. But since things have already turned out this way, then we have to accept reality. All we can do is protect the people that he treasures. The Hall of Honor isn't trying to steal anything from him, but rather, for the sake of the Outerverse stability, we have to do something. Hizaj Leon was not being unreasonable. Lu Yin was no longer around, but the Outerverse still existed. It was reasonable for the Hall of Honor to send someone to monitor the Outerverse, but he could not accept it being done so quickly. Master, let's wait for little Ian for a while. If he returns during this time, the Hall of Honor will not only give him everything he deserves, but will also return the Great Eastern Alliance to him, High Sage Leon said in a low voice. Shengxing Shenwei replied, I don't need you to tell me that. If little Ian can return, then forget about the old man. Even if the 9 council members all came forward, it would still be useless. The Neoverse cannot interfere with the Outerverse affairs, and my Everlasting Island will definitely stand on his side. Master can also promise to teach him all of Everlasting Island's battle techniques and even secret techniques. Everlasting Sky Island felt a deep sense of guilt towards Lu Yin, as they had long since known about the Mountain and Sea Realm situation. The Mountain and Sea Realm's 5 astral children had originally been used to attract the Neo-Human Alliance's attention, but who would have thought that the Neo-Human Alliance would actually capture Lu Yin? Hizaj Shenwei did not know how to explain this to Hizaj Leon, as no promise was worth more than a life. Besides, the Neo-Human Alliance had not gone to such great lengths to capture Lu Yin just to kill him, otherwise, they would have been able to do so in the Mountain and Sea Realm. It would have been fine if Lu Yin did not return, but once he did, Hizaj Shenwei did not know how the Hall of Honor and the other powers would react. Hizaj Leon disconnected the call, as forcing Everlasting Sky Island to make their stance clear was the only thing he could do. Only then would the Hall of Honor have any misgivings. Little Ian had to come back. In the Neoverse, in a brothel, young Master Tian laughed as he looked at his gadget. Although it's just a wildland, with this experience, it'll be enough for me to reach a higher position in the future. He was the grandson of the old man, one of the 9 council members of the Hall of Honor. The old man supervised the Outerverse Great Eastern Alliance, and young Master Tian accompanied the old man in an official capacity. Everyone knew that this was just gilding, but as long as he did not make any mistakes, he would be qualified to take over one of the 9 council members in the future. What excited young Master Tian even more was that he would be recorded in the annals of history. The Outerverse had never been unified, and Lu Yin was the first person in history to do so. However, he had been captured by the Neo-Human Alliance, and everyone knew that he would not die so easily. Young Master Tian actually hoped that Lu Yin would come out alive and become a zombie. If that happened, young Master Tian's reputation in history would be completely ruined. His grandfather, the old man, would be the greatest contributor to the unification of the Outerverse, and young Master Tian would inherit this honor and step into the highest echelons of the Hall of Honor, as well as the highest echelons of the human domain. Young Master Tian was very grateful to Lu Yin, and his gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. Without Lu Yin, young Master Tian would not have had the opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound. Don't worry, I'll preserve everything about you all. Although we've never met, I'll remember your contributions to me, young Master Tian muttered to himself as he looked in the direction of the Outerverse. That place seemed like a wildland, but it was where he had begun to reach the pinnacle of his life. The Hui ancestor had schemed for eternity, and he had arranged to protect the fifth mainland. The Outerverse and Innerverse had been connected due to the interference of the Hall of Honor, and a calamity had befallen the sixth mainland. A series of major events had occurred in such a short period of time, and no one knew exactly how they would affect the human race. Even the Starsibyl sect did not have the ability to divine the Hui ancestors' plans. Amidst this grand era, a small episode had occurred on Earth. Earth was where Lu Yin had first embarked on the path of cultivation. More than 10 years had passed since the apocalypse, and it should have been expropriated by the Great Yu Empire and reduced to an ordinary planet. However, because of Lu Yin, Earth's fate had changed, and it had become one of the most famous planets in the Outerverse. The major cities on Earth had changed greatly as well, and it was as if thousands of years had passed in an instant. Technology and cultivation were equally important. Jinlin was one of the largest cities on Earth, and it was also where Lu Yin had stayed for a long time. Although it had changed greatly, many of the ancient buildings still remained. Compared to the span of the universe's history, Jinlin was not even as old as a single cultivator. However, to the countless people on Earth, the fact that it had been preserved was already a cause for celebration. There was also a statue of Lu Yin in Jinlin. Countless people worshipped the statue every day, and when news of Lu Yin's capture by the Neo-Human Alliance spread, even more people knelt down and prayed for his safety. A young man walked out of a cafe not far from the statue and adjusted his sun hat. He opened his eyes and held a straw in his mouth as he sipped on his drink. He looked around and sighed. So this is the Jinlin of this spacetime. How interesting. I've walked through so many folded spacetimes, but the Jinlin of this spacetime has preserved the ancient buildings quite well. Dad will definitely be happy to see this. After all, he found his great-grandfather in Jinlin. He looked at the countless people kneeling under the scorching sun, and some even fainted. The young man was flabbergasted. So respected. Dad saved the entire Earth back then, but no one respects him this much. He sure knows how to play. The young man's words were overheard by a few burly men who happened to be passing by. They were furious and surrounded the young man. Kid, what did you just say? The young man thought about it and was at a loss. I forgot. Give me a hint. One of the men stepped forward and glared at the young man. You said he knows how to play. Is this how you worship Prince Lu? The young man blinked. I didn't worship him. The burly man was furious. You bastard, are you from Earth? The young man nodded obediently. Since you're from Earth, why don't you know how to be grateful? If not for Prince Lu, we would have become slaves of the universe, and cultivators would have been thrown into the battlefield as cannon fodder. Do you know that? Do you think you can still live on Earth? Do you think you can still leisurely drink? The man bellowed. The more they understood the universe, the more grateful they were to Lu Yin. Only by experiencing the darkness could they understand how much light Lu Yin had given them. The commotion attracted many onlookers. The burly man glared at the young man. What's your name, you brat? Where are you from? What did your elders teach you? Do you know how to respect people? Do you know how to be grateful? Someone immediately agreed. Find his family, tie them up, and make them kneel in front of Prince Lu's statue. Tie them up. Tie them up. Tie them up. The young man saw that the people around him were getting closer and closer, and all of them were glaring at him fiercely. He laughed dryly, took a deep breath, and finished his drink. He raised his hand and waved goodbye. Sorry, I don't know much about the history of your space-time. I'm just chasing a rabbit that can make lightning. Sorry. After saying that, he disappeared, leaving behind an empty drink bottle that fell to the ground with a soft sound. The onlookers looked on in confusion, but they couldn't find any trace of the young man. They were all very unwilling, but there was nothing they could do about it. Beneath the Eternal Kingdom, next to the deepest pit filled with death energy, Lu Yin absorbed a large amount of it. Every once in a while, he would stop to sense it, but he found that it didn't affect him much. He even had some hope of breaking through to the hunter realm. But one day, perhaps because he had absorbed too much death energy, Lu Yin finally felt that something wasn't right. Scenes of slaughter flashed through his mind, and he saw Puyu, Feng Mo, and Night King Jinwu. He saw his former enemies being killed one by one, and his heart was filled with boundless joy. Suddenly, Lu Yin opened his eyes. Something wasn't right, the death energy was starting to affect him. He immediately stopped absorbing death energy, but for some reason, he couldn't. Even though he wasn't deliberately absorbing it, the death energy seemed to form a cycle that flowed through his body, and he had become part of the cycle. Lu Yin didn't care about the consequences and wanted to leave the pit, but his body couldn't move. The death energy was completely suppressing him, and his body was like a container. Large amounts of death energy flowed through him, and some of it settled down while some gushed out again before continuing the cycle. Lu Yin's heart sank, and his entire body turned cold. It was over. Silver was very cautious. Although Lu Yin seemed to have been transformed by the death energy, his pupils didn't change like those of the Spectre clan. As a precaution, Silver had directly tossed Lu Yin next to the pit. Even a Spectre clan member wouldn't be able to withstand large amounts of death energy next to the pit. Regardless of whether or not Lu Yin had been successfully transformed by the death energy, the moment he absorbed large amounts of death energy next to the pit, he would succeed even if he hadn't. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1156. Lu Yin had only cultivated for 12 years, but he had already reached his current level. It was a miracle in and of itself, so it wouldn't be strange for him to encounter more opportunities. He had already prepared himself for the worst. Even if he had a way to resist the death energy, it would be impossible for him to do so from the side of the pit. Even an emissary would not be able to do so. Lu Yin panted heavily as more and more scenes of slaughter flashed through his mind. It was as if he was hallucinating as enemies appeared one after another and turned into zombies that surrounded him. He clenched his fists. Scram! Scram! All of you scram! With a roar, Lu Yin waved his hand and attacked the void. The death energy left behind an empty space, but it quickly filled up again. Lu Yin half knelt on the ground, his entire body trembling. He had absorbed too much death energy, and he felt like he was losing control. A few more days passed, and a large amount of death energy had settled in Lu Yin's body, almost filling up the star energy he needed to break through to the hunter realm. The amount of death energy he had absorbed here was more than 10 times that of the previous location, and he had already reached the amount he needed to break through to the hunter realm. However, his consciousness was gradually fading away, and even reciting the Stonewall scriptures was useless. Death energy was not spiritual force, and the Stonewall Scriptures could not help him. Lu Yin had seen too much, and he silently recited the Stonewall Scriptures in his mind as he tried his best to maintain a bit of consciousness. It would be great if he could circulate the arcane art of life and death. If the death energy was truly ineffective against him because of the arcane art of life and death, then would it be able to dissolve the death energy? No, the arcane art of life and death might be able to absorb more death energy. Lu Yin subconsciously thought about it, but he did not know what he was thinking. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. The arcane art of life and death. If the arcane art of life and death absorbed death energy, then could the opposite technique suppress death energy? The arcane art of life and death suppressed a person's recovery potential and put them in a situation where they were certain to die. This was why no one had been able to successfully cultivate it for countless years, but anyone who succeeded would experience a massive increase in their strength. Lu Yin knew the opposite technique, and that was the day-night restoration technique. The day-night restoration technique increased a person's potential and limitlessly increased their recovery abilities. The first time he had encountered Xianlong Day-Night's day-night restoration technique on Shenwu continent, he had felt suppressed because the two techniques were complete opposites. The day-night restoration technique was a powerful technique from the day-night clan, and it had instilled fear in its name. It was famous throughout the universe, and although it was suppressed by the arcane art of life and death energy. Coincidentally, when Lu Yin had stolen Night King Jinwu's inheritance stone, he had learned the day-night restoration technique after entering the inheritance corridor. At that time, he had thought that if he cultivated the mystic art of life and death and then cultivated the day-night restoration technique, it would be equivalent to eating poison. Now, it was time to eat poison. If his guess was correct, then the death chi was beneficial to him because of the mysterious art of life and death. In that case, the White Knight restoration art might have the effect of resisting the death chi. If he allowed the death aura to transform him, then he really would become a weapon of the Neo-Human Alliance. When that happened, he wouldn't be able to escape from progenitor Chen's tomb. Of course, cultivating the White Knight restoration technique could also make him miserable, but since he had already reached this step, he could only choose to cultivate. The day-night restoration technique was not easy to cultivate, or else Xianlong Day-Night would not have been the only one who had learned it. As a member of the Day-Night clan, Xianlong Day-Night had been able to suppress Night Queen Yanqing just because he had learned the technique. Lu Yin took a deep breath. As of now, as long as it was not a progenitor battle technique, he could quickly master it. Not long after, he successfully activated the day-night restoration technique. It was as if a huge rock had been thrown into a calm lake. The moment the day-night restoration technique was activated, the deathly aura in his body boiled as if it had encountered a strong enemy. Endless deathly aura roared and tried to suppress the day-night restoration technique. If Lu Yin had lost consciousness, the technique would have quickly been suppressed and completely disappeared. However, he still retained a bit of consciousness, and he used the remaining star energy in his body to forcefully activate the day-night restoration technique to resist the death energy in his body. Suddenly, the cycle of death energy in the outside world was cut off, and he was no longer part of the cycle. The endless death energy no longer entered his body. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief and was overjoyed. It had worked. He had to hold on until Silver brought him to progenitor Chen's tomb. Lu Yin was very grateful to Night King Jinwu. If not for his inheritance stone, he would not have been able to learn the day-night restoration technique, and he might have been reduced to a weapon of the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin did not know how the monkey was doing, as it had actually been born from progenitor Wushang's shadow. It was no wonder why it could absorb progenitor blood. It had broken through to the hunter realm right after absorbing progenitor blood. Was it that easy to advance in realms? That was impossible, and it was a little shocking. The monkey should have been a powerhouse in the past, but its memories were in chaos and had lost them, just like Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not know how the five scions of the stars were doing. The Neo-Human Alliance had attacked the mountain and sea realm, and the golden screen had swept everyone away. Why hadn't it swept Silver away? What a pity. This place was a little cold, and he did not know if there were any extra clothes. He also did not know if he would run into any familiar faces. It would be best if he did not, as he might end up killing someone. Lu Yin's thoughts were all over the place as he circulated the day-night restoration technique. He had to think about all sorts of things, as he was afraid that his consciousness would scatter. Once that happened, he would be finished. He had never thought that the day-night restoration technique, which he had once thought to be a poison, would become the only technique that could save him. The universe was too interesting, and he remembered reading many books when he had been a librarian on Earth. There was a saying that went, "The Tao of heaven is a cycle." Could this be the case? Speaking of which, it had been a long time since he had returned to Earth. If he could leave this place alive, he would bring Ming Yen with him. It was time to marry her, and then, would he have a boy or a girl? This was a question worth considering. If it was a boy, Lu Yin's looks would be average. If it was a girl, it would be fine if she looked like Yen Er. However, Yen Er was too beautiful, and Lu Yin could not bear to marry off his daughter. How about a boy and a girl? He had heard that only a blessed person could give birth to a boy and a girl. That was not right. Lu Yin had such a long lifespan that he could even give birth to 10 boys and 10 girls, let alone 1 boy and 1 girl. That was not right either. If he wanted to give birth to a child, it should be at night. The one who would appear at night was the white-haired Yen Er, and that Yen would not be easy to deal with. Would she bite? Lu Yin did not know what he was thinking, but it was very strange. His consciousness was not scattered, but he could not control it either. As for the day-night restoration technique, it was constantly circulating to resist the death qi. His half-scattered consciousness had caused him to lose track of time, and he did not know how much time had passed when he heard footsteps behind him. He suddenly woke up and subconsciously pretended to be unconscious as he let out a low growl. Silver appeared beside him and patted him on the shoulder. Lu Yin immediately suppressed the death qi in his body. Silver slowly walked in front of Lu Yin and looked into his eyes. A single glance caused Lu Yin's heart to go cold. Lu Yin's eyes had turned pitch black, as if they were black holes that could absorb light. Silver frowned, as he had never seen such pupils before. How could this be? Lu Yin's consciousness was clear at the moment, and he controlled the death qi to condense in his eyes. However, he did not know that his pupils had already changed, and they had become something that even Silver could not understand. Silver carefully observed Lu Yin, and a butterfly appeared in his right hand. A blade slashed across Lu Yin's arm, leaving behind a scar. Aside from bloodstains, there was also death qi surging out. This was a sign that Lu Yin had absorbed too much death qi. Silver found it strange. After absorbing so much death qi, Lu Yin's pupils had actually become like this. He could not understand it at all. "Captain, you've become so strange that even I don't recognize you anymore. My Spectre clan has never had pupils like yours. Perhaps you've really succeeded in your transformation, or perhaps you're just faking it. But no matter what, I'll take you to Progenitor Chen's tomb and fight for what I want there. If you're just faking it, then I'll admit that you've got some skill," Silver said with a smile. He then moved his fingers and walked towards the surface. Lu Yin followed behind him like a zombie, pretending to be a zombie while also being shocked by the scene in his body. At this moment, a strange thing had appeared in his heart. It was like a fog, but also like a hazy black and white starry sky. He did not know what it was or how it had appeared. Was it related to the arcane art of life and death or the day-night restoration technique? However, he did not have time to think too much about it. He had used his fate sand to block that strange thing. He had 3 pieces of fate sand. They were located in his heart, his left arm, and his right leg. He had also absorbed Hong Ying's fate sand in the past. It was still a little small. If possible, he would absorb more fate sand in the future. He would be able to block this thing better. He did not know who had fate sand, but no one had used it in the mountain and sea realm. Had it been useless? Or had they not been able to use it in time? Progenitor Chen's tomb was located in the southern border, which was the darkest place in the Neoverse. The 7 courts were gathered there, along with many restless powerhouses from the Neoverse. There was also the burial garden and a large number of Neo-Human Alliance strongholds. There was a saying in the Neoverse, whoever could survive in the southern border would be able to survive in the Neoverse. The southern border was the most chaotic place with many powerhouses. The 7 courts branches were circular in shape, surrounding Progenitor Chen's tomb in the center. No one could bypass the 7 courts and enter the tomb. The 7 courts had been formed because of Progenitor Chen's tomb. Without Progenitor Chen's tomb, the current 7 courts would not exist. Now, it was finally time for Progenitor Chen's tomb to open once every century. The successors of the 7 courts had been preparing for this day for a long time. There was a river in the southern border called the Great Underworld River. The raging waves of the Underworld River could corrode anything. The 7 courts Yu family lived in the center of the Great Underworld River. The spacecraft landed outside the Great Underworld River. The Yu family's successor, Yu Qin, and elder Yu Ren arrived at the banks of the Great Underworld River and calmly waited. The Yu family's disciples were standing guard outside the Great Underworld River. In truth, there was no need for them to stand guard, as the Great Underworld River itself was a defense. A small boat slowly sailed through the Great Underworld River. The boatman was an old man, and he slowly rowed the boat while singing an unknown tune. When the boat arrived, Yu Qin and Yu Ren both bowed. "Come on up, children." The boatman kindly smiled as he looked at Yu Qin and Yu Ren. Yu Qin was the Yu family's successor and the most powerful expert of the younger generation. She could be called a child, but Yu Ren had lived for many years and was an envoy-level powerhouse. It was strange for him to be called a child. But whether it was Yu Qin or Yu Ren, they both acted as if it was natural. In front of this old boatman, they were all children. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1157. The strange tune drifted off into the distance until it disappeared from the Great Underworld River. Daughter Yu Qin greets the patriarch. In front of Yu Qin was a tall woman wearing black gauze clothes. She faced the Great Underworld River. "You've worked hard." The woman's voice was graceful, and she exuded a mature beauty. However, her face was covered by a veil. She was the patriarch of the Yu family, Yu Kursin. Yu Qin bowed but didn't say anything. "What are your thoughts on this trip to the mountain and sea realm?" Yu Kursin asked. Yu Qin's eyes dimmed. "I'm still too weak. I'm so weak that I can't even touch the highest stage. I've embarrassed the family." Yu Kursin slowly turned to look at Yu Qin. "It's fine. You weren't the first descendant of the Yu family in the first place. It wasn't easy for you to reach this point. Your mission is to live on and pass on the Yu family's legacy." Yu Qin clenched her fists, unwilling to accept this outcome. Yu Kursin sighed. "Did you see your brother?" Yu Qin trembled, but she nodded. "I did. Is he all right?" Yu Kursin asked hesitantly. Yu Qin bitterly replied, "Mother, are you asking about my brother's condition? He's dead." Yukursin suddenly shouted, "He's not dead. The burial garden revived my brother's body and innate gift. He died a long time ago." Yuchin couldn't help but shout. Yukursin raised her hand and slapped Yuchin, sending her sprawling to the ground. Yuchin was already used to this, and she immediately stood up again, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Yukursin immediately regretted it. She opened her mouth to say something, but no words came out. "If mother doesn't have any other orders, then I'll take my leave," Yuchin said coldly. Yukursin looked at her deeply, then waved her hand tiredly. "You may leave. Remember, stay safe in progenitor Chen's tomb." Yuchin didn't say anything and simply left. After Yuchin left, Elder Yurin arrived. "Patriarch, you're too strict with her." Yukursin was indifferent. "If I had shown her that I had high hopes for her, she would have disregarded her life and fought with those top descendants. I've already lost a son, and I don't want to lose a daughter as well." Yurin sighed and didn't say anything else. "I'm the leader of the Yu family, but I don't know the greatest secret of the Yu family. No one will explain what happened in the mountain and sea realm to me. How sad. Elder, do you know anything?" Yukursin asked, a complicated look in her eyes. Yurin shook his head. "I don't know either. All I know is that the mountain and sea realm exploded, and then everything was isolated by the Hall of Honor. Elder, you must know." Yukursin looked at the Great Styx River. She seemed to be able to see the boat. Yuren's face paled. "Patriarch, don't ask. Elder, you must have his reasons for not saying anything." Yukursin coldly snorted. "I know." After speaking, she thought for a moment and looked at Yuren. Yuren knew what she wanted to ask. The successor of the burial garden is Yuweep. He was originally supposed to be one of the 5 astral children, but he was defeated by Luin, who came from the outerverse. However, he was rescued by the Hall of Honor in the end. Rest assured, family head. Luin. Yukursin's gaze turned cold. Yuren replied, "Yes, Luin. He's an absolute genius who has only cultivated for 12 years, but he's already capable of contending with the strongest of the 5 astral children. If it weren't for the fact that his realm is too low, he might not be any weaker than the 5 astral children. I've heard of this person before. He's so bold to unify the outerverse," Yukursin commented. Yuren laughed. "Unifying the outerverse is just a joke. If it weren't for the outerverse being separated, then not even the Hall of Honor would have been able to do it. But he did it," thought Yuko. "He was captured by the Neo-Human Alliance." "The witch spirit god personally took action," Yuren said. Yukursin's tone was cold. "The Neo-Human Alliance actually values him that much. It looks like the next time he appears, he'll be the common enemy of all of humanity." The place where the Great Styx River connected to the Great Styx River was called the Land of Spirit Void, and this was where the Ku family resided. Ku Lei returned from the mountain and sea realm and stood in front of Ku Pu, the patriarch of the Ku family. "Father, I can't accept this. The competition for the Star Tower was too rushed. If we had gone to progenitor Chen's tomb first before going to the mountain and sea realm, the results would have been different." Ku Lei shouted. Ku Pu turned around with a stern expression. "A loss is a loss. You didn't even manage to climb the mountain, yet you're still boasting shamelessly." Ku Lei defended himself. In the past, the competition for the Star Tower was held after progenitor Chen's tomb opened, but this time, it was held before the tomb opened. "This is unfair to us. The Hall of Honor obtained the inheritance long ago, but what about us? If I had gone to progenitor Chen's tomb first, my strength would have increased by another level, and I would have definitely been able to compete with the prime clear lineage." Ku Pu snorted. It's useless even if you increased your strength by 2 levels. The ancestral chi of the 3 suns is invincible. Calm down for a bit. Progenitor Chen's tomb is about to open, so do your best to break through to the Enlighter realm. Otherwise, you won't have any hope of entering that list. Ku Lei was unwilling, but he did not say anything else and simply turned to leave. Ku Pu was helpless. Not too far away from the land of Spirit Void was a strange region of space that resembled a chessboard. The planets were like chess pieces, and if one could see the entire region, they would be able to see a complete chess game. This was the Astral Sift region, where the Su family resided. Sujiu stared at the chessboard in front of him with a grave expression. He had held a chess piece in his hand for more than 20 hours, but he did not know where to place it. Across from him, the Su family's strategy elder Yen was not in a hurry, and he leisurely sipped his tea. Finally, Sujiu made up his mind and placed his piece. Strategy elder Yen shook his head in disappointment. You're still too impatient. Sujiu pursed his lips. Father, I've already been thinking about this for 30 hours. So what? Back then, I played chess with Elder Yu for hundreds of years. Strategy elder Yen was dissatisfied. Sujiu was speechless. I'm still young. Strategy elder Yen laughed. The mountain and sea realms elders have seen something new. Sujiu nodded. I'm indeed not at the level of the 5 scions of the Stardust. I don't know how the Universe 10 arbiters cultivated the Hall of Honors method, but they're all monsters. Strategy elder Yen replied, my 7 courts also have powerhouses. Sujiu nodded. Xia Jiuyo. I heard that he cultivated the 9 clones technique. That's strange. How did the Universe Starsibyl manage to cultivate it as well? Strategy elder Yen replied, there are some things that you don't need to know too much about. Knowing too much is not good for you. All you need to know is that during this trip to Progenitor Chen's tomb, you need to increase your strength as much as possible. However, staying alive is more important. Sujiu replied, I understand. Strategy elder Yen looked at the chessboard. I heard that the kid called Lu Yin not only knows the Yu secret art, but also our Su family's planned secret art. Sujiu replied, I was just about to report this to father. That's right, I don't know where Lu Yin learned our family's secret technique. Father, should we send someone to the Outerverse to investigate? Strategy elder Yen replied, I've already sent someone, but there's not much hope. He then had a strange expression. An Outerverse cultivator actually learned the planned secret art. How strange. Could it be related to Myriad City's Zhu family? Sujiu suddenly asked. Strategy elder Yen shook his head. Even the Zhu family doesn't know the planned secret art. Moreover, to learn it, one must observe their ancestors' chessboard. That's the most suspicious point. Could there be another chessboard in the Outerverse? Beside the Astral Sift region was a tall mountain that extended from the Glory Realm. People called it Wanxiang Mountain, and the 7 courts Hui family resided there. Wanxiang Mountain was the Hui family's territory, and the most coveted item on the mountain was the Wisdom Root. The Wisdom Root had been created by Ancestor Hui, and the Hui family's inheritance had been passed down from him. They had also learned a secret technique and how to plant the Wisdom Root, but its effects were not as miraculous as Ancestor Hui's. Even so, Wanxiang Mountain's Wisdom Root was still a treasure that countless people coveted. Since ancient times, the Hui family had produced many wise people. Many people guessed that it was related to the Wisdom Root, and the Hui family did not deny it. Hui Santong returned from the mountain and sea realm and stood outside a farm. There was a middle-aged man in the field who was bending over and digging for something. I found it. Wanxiang Mountain is only so big, so how far can you run? Ha! The middle-aged man laughed heartily. He was in a good mood. His name was Hui Ji, and he was the current leader of the Hui family. Hui Santong looked at the wisdom root in Hui Ji's hand. Congratulations, father. You've caught another wisdom root. Hui Ji glanced at Hui Santong unhappily. You didn't seem to be of much use in this trip to the mountain and sea realm. You were just a passerby. How embarrassing. Hui Santong smiled. When has my Hui family ever produced a barbarian? Fighting isn't the style of the Hui family. Hui Ji laughed. Then tell me, what did you discover? Hui Santong replied, although the Hall of Honor immediately concealed the scene of the mountain and sea realm's explosion, I'm guessing that this was a chess game that had been planned for a long time, and the mastermind was Ancestor Hui. Hui Ji looked at Hui Santong in surprise. Not bad. You're smart now. How did you guess that? Hui Santong smiled. I guessed. That's why I asked you how you guessed it. Hui Santong grinned. It was just a guess. And the basis? Hui Ji was curious. Hui Santong smiled happily. Father, you've already said that I guessed it. This is the basis. Hui Ji was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Hui Santong laughed as well. All right, go back and rest. Progenitor Chen's tomb is about to open. This time, I want you to keep an eye on that Xia Jiuyo from the Xia family. That kid has cultivated the 9 clones technique, and even my Hui family was fooled. Starsabil from the Starsabil sect has also cultivated that technique. There's definitely something strange going on between them. Hui Santong nodded. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and said seriously, Father, the 10 arbiters acted strangely during this trip to the mountain and sea realm. One of them is clearly an enlighter, but he hid it from the start and intentionally lost. It should have something to do with Starsabil. The Starsabil sect has invested quite a bit in this competition for the 5 astral children. Hui Ji replied, I know. We'll talk about it later. It's a pity that Lu Yin was captured by the Neo-Human Alliance. Beside Wanxiang Mountain, there was a piece of land that did not extend from the glory realm. Instead, it stood alone in space and was connected to the soil that permeated the heavens. If one looked at it from a distance, they would discover that this piece of land was completely shaped like a blade. It was rumored that progenitor Qin had cultivated the 9 clones technique, and one of his clones had used a blade as a weapon. The Xia family had been progenitor Chen's descendants, and they had lived on weapons. Unfortunately, countless years had passed, and even though that blade had turned into land, no one from the Xia family had been able to use it. In the end, it had become the ancestral land of the Xia family. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll update at 3 p.m. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1158. The Xia clan's ancestral teachings stated that any descendant who could cause the blade to tremble could become the head of the Xia clan and inherit everything. In this expedition to the mountain and sea realm, besides the Prime Clear's 3 young ancestral Qi, Xia Jiuyo was the one who had been in the limelight the most. The 9 clones technique had been rumored since ancient times, but even the Xia clan had never cultivated it. Progenitor Chen's 9 clones technique had been unrivaled in the universe. Xia Jiuyo had cultivated it, and the Xia clan viewed him as progenitor Chen's successor. The Xia clan's patriarch, Xia Yi, calmly looked at the stars and the glory realm. Even I didn't know that you cultivated the 9 clones technique. In the entire Xia clan, only Elder Meng knew. No wonder Elder Meng insisted on coming with you. She was worried that something might happen to you. Xia Jiuyo looked at Xia Yi indifferently. He wasn't Xia Yi's only son. Xia Yi had more than 10 sons, which meant that he had more than 10 successors. He had stood out and become the sole successor of the Xia clan. As for Xia Kong, he had created him with the 9 clones technique, and elder Xia Meng had helped him hide it. Are you blaming me for what I did? Xia Yi looked at Xia Jiuyo, as if he could see through his thoughts. Xia Jiuyo shrugged. No, Patriarch, you didn't do anything wrong. The Xia clan is the head of the 7 courts. Even if you let your own sons kill each other to decide on the most outstanding one, it's not wrong. Xia Yi stared at Xia Jiuyo. You have to understand me. In the future, you will also be the Xia clan's patriarch. Our positions are different, so our choices will be different. Xia Jiuyo nodded. Xia Yi sighed. It was one thing to say, but actually doing something like this was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. More than 10 sons plotting against each other and killing each other until Xia Jiuyo was chosen was truly cruel. At the same time, he thought of Xia Meng. If it weren't for her, Xia Jiuyo would have become a weapon that only listened to orders, instead of a schemer who dared to hide and create clones. I know you blame me, but there's something I need to tell you. The 9 clones technique originated from Ancestor Qin. Even though it becomes more and more powerful, it has a huge flaw. Xia Yi stared at Xia Jiuyo and said, Clones backlash. Xia Jiuyo's gaze turned cold. Of his 9 clones, he had already absorbed the strongest, Xia Tian, and Xia Kong, which had directly broken through to the Enlighter realm. He had originally planned to absorb Xia Luo as well, but he had not succeeded. Back then, he had been too preoccupied with competing for the Star Tower, but now that he thought about it, he realized that he had not been able to find Xia Luo, and he could not even sense his aura. Ancestor Qin cultivates the 9 clones technique. He relies on his devouring the sky spirit to fuse the 9 clones together. That's because Ancestor Qin doesn't scheme and scheme. He has an undefeatable heart. But you're hiding this from your clan. That's not good for your cultivation. If one of the clones has a spirit that surpasses yours, you'll be devoured and become his clone. Take care of yourself. The images of the 9 doppelgangers flashed across Xia Jiuyo's mind. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Xia Luo. Although this doppelganger wasn't very strong at the moment, it was hidden very well. Furthermore, Xia Jiuyo couldn't guess what it was thinking. This wouldn't do. He had to find this doppelganger. In the Court of 7 Words, the darkest clan was the Shi clan. The Bone Plains was the name of the region where the Shi clan resided. It was called that because there were too many skeletons in this region, both human and beast. This had something to do with the Shi clan's cultivation technique. To outsiders, the Shi clan was a synonym for strange and terrifying. The Shi clan's patriarch's name was Xiao Hua. It was a very strange name. It was simple, but it made him stand out from the rest. The Spectre race has come out to cause trouble again. Xiao Hua asked Xia Shaoxian. The 2 girls were dressed very skimpily. One was youthful and beautiful, while the other was enchanting. Xia Shaoxian stood in front of Xiao Hua and said, That's right. He's really powerful. He can control a 3rd transformation corpse king and beat up the Mavis clan. Even the people from the Sirius sect don't dare to get close to him. Xiao Hua's eyes were cold. I'll kill him the next time I see him. You'll have to be able to beat him first, Xia Shaoxian muttered. After a while, Xiao Hua said, I'm a little disappointed that you didn't get any inheritances this time. Xia Shaoxian was helpless. You can't blame me. It wasn't easy for me to sneak up a mountain, but it's actually related to star energy control. I'm not a lockbreaker, so I can't even understand it. That Luin got lucky. Xiao Hua was very interested. Luin. That young man who unified the Outerverse and fought against the Mavis family's Treeheart as a cruiser. Xia Shaoxian nodded. Yes, that's him. You don't know how infuriating that guy is. He almost got me killed. Is he that powerful? Xiao Hua asked. Xia Shaoxian nodded and replied seriously, very powerful, very powerful. He's only a cruiser. If he were a hunter, he might be able to fight against those top airs. You're also a top air, but I haven't seen you fight back. Xia Hua reprimanded. Xia Shaoxian was helpless. I can't beat him, so what can I do? Why don't you find me some powerful bones? Xia Hua snorted. Go look for them in Progenitor Chen's tomb. If you can find Progenitor Chen's bones, then you'll be invincible. Xia Shaoxian pouted. The 7 courts, the Xia, Yu, Su, Ku, Hui, and Xia families, had joined forces to surround Progenitor Chen's tomb. The Yu family had disappeared for various reasons, and even then, the area where the Yu family had once been was still guarded by the other 6 families. No one was allowed to approach Progenitor Chen's tomb. On this day, at the center of the 7 courts, a crack appeared in what should have been an ordinary area of space, and it sucked in quite a bit of the soil that had been connected to space. This was Progenitor Chen's tomb. Outside the crack, figures descended one after another as if they had all agreed on this beforehand. The various family heads of the 7 courts all appeared, and they led their heirs towards the crack. They only needed to wait a few more days before they could enter. Ku Lei was excited, as he had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Progenitor Chen's tomb had been explored many times, and they were very clear about the situation inside. The Ku family's seniors had even drawn up a map of the interior, and Ku Lei only needed to follow the map to find what he wanted. It wasn't just the Ku family, the other families of the 7 courts had also done the same. After all, after countless years of exploration, while there were still some places that they could not explore, they had many more choices. For example, the Hui family specialized in searching for wisdom roots. While the wisdom roots were planted by Progenitor Hui, Progenitor Qin had also obtained some. Their ages were similar, and they had met each other before. It wasn't strange that Progenitor Qin had obtained something from Progenitor Hui. If Progenitor Hui hadn't given Progenitor Qin the wisdom roots, even the Hui family's heirs might not have been able to imitate and plant it. The Shi family specialized in searching for Progenitor Chen's bones. It was rumored that one of Progenitor Chen's 9 clones had merged with the giant's bloodline, and his body had become extremely huge. The Shi family had already found it, but they couldn't take it out. Once the Shi family could take out a bit of Progenitor Chen's bones, their strength would definitely change drastically. Besides these, Progenitor Chen's tomb also contained many ancient battle skills and cultivation techniques that Progenitor Qin had collected. It was rumored that there might even be secret arts created by the most ancient Progenitor realm martial artists. These were extremely tempting to the 7 courts. It wasn't just the 7 courts, the entire universe was staring at Progenitor Chen's tomb. Unfortunately, the 7 courts had a very strong foundation, and almost all of them had been passed down by Progenitor realm experts. They all had secret arts, strange treasures, and powerful experts. With the 7 courts working together, even the Hall of Honor didn't dare to act rashly. As a result, Progenitor Chen's tomb had remained in the 7 courts' hands for countless years. Only the family heads of the various clans brought their heirs to Progenitor Chen's tomb. The Ku family head, Ku Pu, looked at the Hui family head, Hui Ji. Brother Hui, what exactly happened in the mountain and sea realm? Can you tell us? The other family heads all looked at Hui Ji. Hui Ji smiled. If Brother Ku doesn't know, how would I know? Ku Pu sneered. Who doesn't know that the Hui family's legacy originated from the ancient progenitor Hui? How could the Hui family not be prepared for such a huge upheaval in the universe? The Su family head, strategy elder Yen, said, Hui Ji, you're just jealous. Does being smart mean that he should know everything? Even if he did, why should he tell you? You're stupid, yet you blame others for being smart. Interesting. Ku Pu was furious. Strategy elder Yen, don't be so sarcastic. Don't you want to know what happened? Strategy elder Yen laughed. If he wants to tell you, he'll tell you. If he doesn't, are you going to force him to tell you? Hui Ji smiled. Although strategy elder Yen seemed to be speaking up for him, he was actually forcing him. Not too far away, the Yu family head, Yu Kursin, calmly said, you'll know when the time comes. You don't know now because you don't have the right to know. Her words offended the two of them, but neither Ku Pu nor strategy elder Yen were angered. They understood Yu Kursin too well. Ever since her son had died, her temperament had changed drastically. Sometimes she would speak without thinking. Hee, I see you guys arguing every time we gather. Back then, when we gathered outside the tomb with our family heads, you guys were also so lively. How nostalgic, Xia Ahua said with a smile. Ku Pu's eyes flashed. Back then, we weren't the only ones who gathered outside progenitor Chen's tomb. He then looked at Xia Yi, who had been silent all this time, and asked, Brother Xia, will anyone come to the burial garden? What's so strange about people coming to burial garden? Even with the 7 courts guarding it, they can still easily enter. They've been here many times over the years, and none of the 4 captains of the undead regiment are able to completely guard against them, strategy elder Yen said. Xia Yi said, no one will come to burial garden this time. If they do, they will at least give us a heads up. The others sighed in relief. On the surface, progenitor Chen's tomb belonged to the 7 courts, but there were always exceptions, and burial garden was one such exception. Everyone in burial garden could become invisible, and the stronger they were, the harder it was for them to be seen. The 4 captains of the undead regiment were all peak experts. Even if they charged into the Hall of Honor, no one would be able to see them, let alone pass through the 7 courts blockade. Burial garden was like an exception to the universe. Ku Lei and Ku Wei stood behind Ku Pu, and when they heard their seniors' conversation, Ku Wei shrank back. He had seen the burial garden's corpses outside progenitor Chen's tomb, and he would never forget that feeling. It was too terrifying. That Xianzhou, who was pretending to be mysterious, had actually been able to calculate it. Ku Lei glared at Ku Wei from the side. He really couldn't understand how Ku Wei had been able to come outside the tomb. The other clans had only brought their top disciples, but only the Ku clan had brought 2. Thank you to Zongheng, only follow the wind mo see me ao. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I'll add more chapters, thank you. A new volume will be released soon. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1159. Brother Ku, why did you bring 2 juniors? You don't want them to go in, do you? Xia Ahua looked at Ku Pu in surprise. Everyone else looked at Ku Wei. The pressure on Ku Wei suddenly increased, and he subconsciously smiled in fear. Ku Pu replied, speak for yourself. Ku Wei coughed and walked forward, showing his hand. Seniors, brothers and sisters, my apologies. My family sent a disciple to the Outerverse to carry out a mission, and I accidentally found the Yu bloodline. An elder from the Yu family gave me a spot to enter progenitor Chen's tomb, so, cough cough, my apologies. Everyone looked at Ku Wei in shock. Xia Yi's tone was gloomy. You found the Yu bloodline. Who's still alive? Ku Wei was afraid of Xia Yi, as the Xia family's patriarch was a ruthless character. Ku Wei had heard of him before, and he hadn't even let his own son off. No, I don't know him. He's an old man who could freeze himself at any time. You learned the Yu secret art? Yu Kursin asked as she looked at Ku Wei. Ku Wei shook his head and gulped. No, I just received a spot. How did Lu Yin learn the Yu secret art? Xia Shaoxian asked. Ku Wei shook his head. I don't know. You don't know Lu Yin? Xia Shaoxian was puzzled. Ku Wei carefully replied, I know him. I'm the captain of the Great Yu Empire's 10th Squadron. Don't talk about such embarrassing things, Ku Pu barked. Ku Wei was startled, and he didn't dare say anything else. Are you close to Lu Yin? Then you should know that he also learned the plan's secret art. How did he learn it? Suzhou asked. Su Lao turned around and glared at Suzhou. You talk too much. Suzhou lowered his head. Ku Wei pretended not to hear anything. Xia Jiuyo looked at Ku Wei curiously. Brother Ku, based on your understanding of Lu Yin, he was captured by the Neo-Human Alliance. Can he escape? Everyone looked at Ku Wei when they heard this. Even if Lu Yin was a junior, his existence had affected too many things. Not only had he unified the Outerverse, but he also had the shadow of Everlasting Island behind him. He was also a disciple of the Hall of Honor, and he also had Master Yuan support. Furthermore, he had only cultivated for 12 years to reach his current level. Even a fool would not believe that there was no top-tier powerhouse behind him. Even the various family leaders of the 7 courts had paid special attention to him. The pressure on Ku Wei increased as everyone stared at him. He was hoping that Lu Yin would appear and help him share some of the pressure. Back then, they had clearly agreed to come to progenitor Chen's tomb together and take down Ku Lei. The 2 brothers would then work together to kill everyone, but now, he was the only one left. Ku Wei coughed once more and looked around. He saw Ku Lei's disdain, Yu Qin's disregard, Xia Xiaoxian's teasing, and Xia Jiuyo's arrogance, and he felt quite annoyed. His courage suddenly exploded, and he straightened his face. Nonsense, of course I can escape. Xia Jiuyo raised his eyebrows and looked at Ku Wei with an unfriendly gaze. This person's words were asking for a beating. The rest of the people were surprised. How could a cowardly guy dare to speak like this? Ku Wei regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. He had offended Xia Jiuyo, but who told this guy to be so arrogant? Did he really think that he was invincible just because he had cultivated the 9 clones technique? Furthermore, he could not stand the women's disregard, nor could he stand Ku Lei's gaze. He, Ku Wei, had relied on his own ability to obtain the opportunity to enter progenitor Chen's tomb. Ku Pu looked at Ku Wei in astonishment. He had originally looked down on this disciple, but at this moment, he somewhat admired him. At the very least, he had the courage to speak so loudly, which was quite good. All right, I've asked what I wanted to ask. Come back, Ku Pu said. Ku Wei returned to Ku Pu's side, somewhat excited. He had seen the family head's encouraging gaze. After so many years, the family head had never looked at him with such a gaze. The family head only had Ku Lei in his eyes, and even Ku Wei, who was second only to Ku Lei, was useless. But now, Ku Wei had seen some sort of hope, and he suddenly felt as if he had been unshackled. Ku Lei's tone was gloomy as he said, "Once we enter progenitor Chen's tomb, if anyone dares to hinder me, help me stall them. I won't mistreat you in the future. Go play somewhere else. Brother Wei wants to obtain the greatest inheritance, Ku Wei subconsciously replied. Ku Lei was furious, and he glared at Ku Wei. How dare you speak to me like that? Ku Wei pursed his lips, feeling a little flustered. However, he had already said those words, so he braced himself and looked away. That Shi clan's descendant was so beautiful and dressed so skimpily. She was shameless, but Brother Wei liked her. The more Ku Lei looked at Ku Wei, the angrier he became. Just you wait. Don't think that you'll be reborn after entering progenitor Chen's tomb. You'll always be beneath me. Ku Wei was unhappy when he heard that. Brother Wei likes women. Go play somewhere else. Ku Wei clenched his fists and snorted. Ku Wei had already said those words twice, and he was no longer afraid of Ku Lei. He turned around and sneered, angering Ku Lei so much that he almost attacked him. Although no one will come to the burial garden this time, the Hall of Honor will, Xia Yi said from afar, his tone still gloomy. Xia Yi's words shocked Ku Wei and the other juniors. The Hall of Honor could actually send people into progenitor Chen's tomb. Why? The 7 courts had joined forces to resist the Hall of Honor. Now, they were actually allowing the Hall of Honor to enter. This was strange. However, the various family heads were not surprised. There's no other way. We need that spot, Huiji said. Yu Kursin looked at Huiji. Is it worth it? Huiji answered seriously, it's worth it. Tell me more, Ku Pu said. Huiji smiled. I can't say. Ku Pu was unhappy. This was the same situation again. The family heads did not know about the mountain and sea realm, and they also did not know what the Hall of Honor spot was for. They only knew that there was a spot for observation, and the oldest powerhouse of the family had ordered that someone be placed on the list. However, they did not know what this list was for. So Lao was helpless. Huiji was still so tight-lipped. Although I can't say much, there is one thing I can tell you. Huiji looked around and said solemnly, those who are not on the list have almost 0 chances of reaching the progenitor realm. Those who are on the list have more than a 1% chance of reaching the progenitor realm. Xia Hua was shocked. So we have a chance. The 6th mainland sky has changed, so we all have a chance. Ku Pu was unhappy. Huiji smiled. That's why I said the chances are almost 0. If the 6th mainland sky is still here, then none of us will have a chance of reaching the progenitor realm. However, those who are on the list still have a 1% chance of reaching the progenitor realm. Xia Yi and the others were shocked. This meant that the list was not under heaven's control. How was that possible? Huiji calmly said, for the sake of a nearly impossible possibility, the Hui clan is willing to bet everything on it. That watch list doesn't just include the human domain, but also the technocracy and astral beast domains. Do you all understand how important this is? No one said anything else. If they did not understand, they would be fools. The simplest meaning was that the list was for the entire 5th mainland, not just for the Hall of Honor. Only the Hall of Honor could make it. This was the Hall of Honor, the ruler of the human domain. Over the countless years, the 7 courts had worked together, but they had also competed with each other. Many conflicts had accumulated, and Suzhou, Ku Lei, and the others had fought against each other in the mountain and sea realm. During the few days that progenitor Chen's tomb had been opened, the various clan leaders had been mocking each other, making oblique accusations. Ku Wei and the others were stunned, as they had never thought that the usually serious clan leaders would have such a side to them. Only when the Hall of Honor's representatives arrived did they stop. In front of outsiders, they were definitely working together, especially when facing the Hall of Honor. The Hall of Honor had sent Mu'en. The head of the Radiant Virtue Tribunal was quite popular, and he smiled at everyone he met. Everyone felt comfortable around him. Following Mu'en were the Tearful Lady and Xu Jing. This was not outside of the Seven Courts' expectations. The Hall of Honor's top disciple, the Prime Clear, cultivated the 3 yang ancestral qi, so there was no need for her to enter Progenitor Chen's tomb. The Tearful Lady was slightly lacking, but not by much. As the 3rd disciple, Xu Jing was much weaker than the Tearful Lady and the Prime Clear, so it was only natural that she would be sent to Progenitor Chen's tomb. The Tearful Lady looked at Xia Jiuyo as soon as she arrived. During the battle in the Mountain and Sea Realm, she had been beaten quite badly by Xia Jiuyo, but she had not been able to harm him at all. Xia Jiuyo also looked at her with a serious expression. Although he had defeated the Tearful Lady, her strength was not to be underestimated. This is Progenitor Chen's tomb. Mu'en looked at the crack in front of him and was quite surprised. Hui Ji smiled. Head of the tribunal, Mu'en, please wait for a moment. The tomb will open soon. No rush, no rush. Mu'en smiled. It was rare to have the opportunity to enter the tomb. Another 2 days passed, and as a cold air swept through the sky, the crack suddenly expanded. Behind Xia Jiuyo's gaze turned cold, and he immediately charged out. Ku Lei transformed into a flash of lightning. Sujiu and the others were not slow either, and they all rushed towards Progenitor Chen's tomb. The Tearful Lady and Xu Jing were also very fast, following closely behind the others. They were at a disadvantage in Progenitor Chen's tomb, as they did not know anything about it. Thus, Mu'en had asked them to keep an eye on one of the successors of the 7 courts. They would definitely find something good. The Tearful Lady kept an eye on Hui Santong. The Hui clan's successor was very smart, and he should have obtained many good things. As for Xu Jing, his target was Xie Shaoxian. He wanted to strengthen his physical body, and the Shi clan was also very strong in this aspect. The group rushed into Progenitor Chen's tomb through the crack. What they saw was a dark dome. This really was a tomb. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound, and Xia Jiuyo quickly dodged. The void where he had been standing twisted, and a huge club swept past him. He looked up and saw a 1,000-meter-tall giant in front of him. It's the Tomb Guardian Giant. Hui Santong shouted. Above his head, the club smashed down, and his gaze turned cold. A golden meteor appeared under his feet and sent him flying. The club did not only attack once. The Tomb Guardian Giant roared and wildly swung the club to attack. Yu Qi was the first to be hit, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Ku Wei and Xie Shaoxian did not escape, including Xu Jing. He flew in a straight line and was too easy to hit. The club almost knocked him out. Ku Lei transformed into a flash of lightning and easily dodged it. Sujiu used the Sus secret word and disappeared. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1160. Tearing Lady used the club's strength to chase after Hui Santong, but he was extremely fast, and Tearing Lady did not want to be shaken off. The Guardian Giant roared, and everyone scattered. No one dared to face the Guardian Giant head-on, as this was the experience passed down by the elders of the 7 courts. Although the Guardian Giant did not have any battle techniques or star energy, its physical body was extremely powerful, and it was rare in the universe. It was born with the strength to destroy planets, and the older it grew, the more terrifying its physical strength became. An adult Guardian Giant was enough to cause an enlighter with a power level in the hundreds of thousands to raise their eyebrows. Otherwise, progenitor Qin would not have allowed his avatar to absorb the giant's bloodline. One guardian giant scattered everyone who had barged into progenitor Chen's tomb. In the distance, 3 figures inexplicably appeared. The one in the lead was Silver, and behind him were Corpse Ghost and Lu Yin, who were hidden under black robes. Lord Sorcerer God's greater spatial teleportation is becoming more and more proficient, and it doesn't even shift our position. As long as we get the coordinates, we can teleport. As expected of a sourcebox array from True Insight, Silver sighed. Behind him, Lu Yin's eyes were filled with an aura of death, and he was secretly shocked by Silver's words. No wonder Silver and Corpse Ghost had been able to enter the mountain and sea realm, and now, they could enter progenitor Chen's tomb. Had they gotten the coordinates? Did that mean that the Neo-Human Alliance had obtained the coordinates of both the mountain and sea realm and progenitor Chen's tomb? Did that mean that someone was cooperating with them? In the distance, the guardian giant was still roaring. Silver's lips curled up. "Captain, look. That's the guardian giant. It's a branch of a certain ancient giant bloodline. Apparently, that branch was massacred by the 6th mainland because one of progenitor Chen's avatars had turned into a giant." Lu Yin did not respond. Silver had been talking to him the entire time they had arrived, and he had treated Lu Yin like a normal person. In reality, Lu Yin was indeed a normal person, and he could remove his disguise after arriving here. However, he had not thought of how to explain this to the 7 courts, and he also wanted to see what Silver wanted. Besides, he did not know anything about progenitor Chen's tomb. "Oh right, is Ku Wei here?" He was looking forward to it. Just as progenitor Chen's tomb opened, the 6th mainland's Daosaur sect collapsed. "Why are these monsters here? Weren't they erased a long time ago? Why are these monsters appearing in the 6th mainland? It was the 5th mainland that destroyed the universe. It was the 5th mainland that harmed us. 5th mainland, we are irreconcilable." The color of blood spread across the entire 6th continent, and countless people died miserable deaths. Countless people fell into despair. Following the collapse of the Daosaur sect, an indescribably vast power appeared along with the arrival of the 3 progenitors. This power pushed countless scarlet-eyed monsters away from the 6th mainland and created a barrier with the 3 progenitors as the foundation to isolate the 6th mainland. The shield created by the 3 patriarchs was located above the Mara River. On one side of the shield were countless monsters with crimson eyes, and on the other side was the black hole created by the explosion of the mountain and sea realm. As for the 6th continent, it was located within the shield. Looking at the endless horde of monsters outside the barrier, the martial ancestor roared, "My 6th mainland shouldn't have suffered such a calamity." What's going on? Why is this happening? Secret Ancestor's tone was complex. The 5th mainland already had their plans. We were careless. We should have charged into the 5th continent's Neoverse back then and destroyed their plans, the Blood Ancestor roared. It's impossible for the current 5th mainland to have set up such a setup. It must have been done by a progenitor, said the Martial Ancestor. Secret Ancestor sighed. Only the 5th continent's ancestor Hui would be able to set up something like this. A dead man dares to scheme against my 6th mainland. Once my 6th mainland survives this calamity, we'll invade the 5th mainland again and bathe it in blood. Secret Ancestor looked at the countless crimson eyes outside the barrier. Even further away, there was a power that struck fear into their hearts. That was the true calamity. Could they really withstand it? Perhaps another tragedy was about to befall them. Of the 6 continents, only the 6th mainland remained intact. Now, it was also about to collapse. This was the fate of humanity. Had they done the right thing in that ancient war? Ancestor Hui had seen through the long river of history. His unique plan had not only helped the fifth mainland survive this calamity, but he had also taken revenge for the invasion of the sixth mainland, causing the sixth mainland to bear the brunt of this calamity. Although Ancestor Huey's plan had been successful, there was nothing perfect in the universe. His plan had been deviated, or perhaps it was more accurate to say that his descendants had deviated when executing it. This had led to a gap in the black hole that separated the fifth mainland from the sixth mainland. The gap wasn't large, and it could only accommodate a few people. The three patriarchs had discovered it, but so had the countless monsters with crimson eyes. They roared as they charged towards the gap. The sixth mainland's three patriarchs could have helped the fifth mainland block the gap, but they didn't. After all, the fifth mainland's calamity was better than the sixth mainland's. A terrifying bloody energy swept past the barrier and headed for the gap. This energy shocked even the three patriarchs. Although it hadn't reached the progenitor realm, it was still at the level of a half-martial ancestor. Combined with the monster's unique combat techniques, it was enough to wipe out everyone in the sixth mainland except for the three patriarchs. Just as this energy passed through the gap and descended upon the fifth mainland, a figure appeared and pressed down with a hand. The terrifying energy gradually dissipated before vanishing. The sixth mainland's three patriarchs looked at the gap and saw the figure. They were in disbelief. "You? Why are you here?" The figure blocked the gap and waved his hand, causing the countless monsters to vanish. The figure then looked at the three patriarchs. "Let's talk." Back in the Neoverse, Elder Chan opened his eyes when the bloody energy descended upon the Neoverse. How could this be? He took a step forward and vanished into the void. Elder Chan wasn't the only one who left the Neoverse. The Holy Celestial Master from Everlasting Island, a woman from the Mavis clan, and so on had also left. There was a total of 7 people, and they all headed towards the Mara River, which was the entrance to the Starfall Sea. The gap was there. When Elder Chan and the others arrived, they discovered that the black hole had been blocked by the barrier created by the sixth mainland's 3 patriarchs. They also met up with the 3 patriarchs. Ancestral patriarchs represented time, cultivation realms, and an end point. They were also a type of faith. The 5th mainland didn't have any progenitors, so when the 6th mainland invaded, a single martial ancestor had caused the entire 5th mainland to despair. Only a martial ancestor could resist a martial ancestor. The difference between a half-martial ancestor and a half-martial ancestor was like the difference between heaven and earth. Elder Chan and the others stood quietly within the gap and looked towards the 6th mainland. They saw the 6th mainland's 3 patriarchs through space, and the 6th mainland's 3 patriarchs also saw them. "We greet the progenitors." Elder Chan and the others slowly bowed. Even though they were enemies, they still maintained their respect towards the progenitors. On the other side of the gap, the martial ancestor was shocked. The 5th mainland actually has 7 half-martial ancestors, surpassing the 6th mainland. "You guys have hidden your strength well," the blood ancestor said, as expected of the 5th mainland that once left the 9 mountains and 8 seas. "We've underestimated you." The secret ancestor didn't say anything, but he couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. The 6th mainland's 3 patriarchs were at the peak, and below them were the 4 heavenly imprinters. This didn't mean that the 6th mainland only had 4 heavenly imprinters, but there were definitely less than 7 of them. Furthermore, not all heavenly imprinters were half-martial ancestors, as half-martial ancestors surpassed heavenly imprinters. The 5th mainland had 7 half-martial ancestors, which meant that not only did it have more half-martial ancestors, but it also had more heavenly imprinters than the 6th mainland. "Thank you, 3 patriarchs, for blocking the gap for the 5th mainland." "We can't thank you enough," Elder Chan and the others said. They didn't understand why the 3 patriarchs would help them when they were clearly enemies. Moreover, if the gap couldn't be blocked, the fifth mainland would become a hunting ground for those monsters, which would only benefit the sixth mainland. The blood ancestor snorted. There's no need to thank us. We have conditions. Elder Chan said solemnly, please speak. The blood ancestor was unwilling, but he still said, even with the three patriarchs' help, the sixth mainland might not be able to hold out. Thus, we need to transfer the sixth mainland's people to your planet. The seven looked at each other, not surprised. This was the only explanation, as why else would the three patriarchs help them block the gap? They fell silent as they considered the consequences of the sixth mainland's people entering the fifth mainland. The martial ancestor coldly said, if you agree, we can help you block the gap. If you don't, we'll withdraw our forces, and the fifth mainland will block the gap on its own. With your strength and the resources left behind by the primordial progenitor, you might be able to exhaust some of those monsters to death, which would be beneficial to us as well. Whether you agree or not, we can accept it. Make your choice. In the end, Elder Chan said helplessly, all right, we agree. What do you want, three patriarchs? The blood ancestor said, we won't make things difficult for you. The outerverse is fine. Make your choice. Elder Chan and the others relaxed. They had been afraid that the three patriarchs would demand for the innerverse, which would be troublesome. Although the innerverse was not as important as the neoverse, there were still some powerful sects like the Sword Sect, the Day-Night Clan, and the One Family. These powers had people in the upper echelons of the Hall of Honor, and they would not be easy to deal with. However, the outerverse was different. The outerverse is huge, and it won't be easy to make room for the sixth mainland. Please give us some time, three patriarchs, Elder Chan said. Sure, but the gap is only so big, so it won't be quick. There's one more condition. The martial ancestor coldly stared at the seven. You all have origin items on you. The seven's expressions changed, and they subconsciously went on guard. The blood ancestor sneered. Don't panic, we won't attack you. Since we've decided to cooperate, we'll naturally cooperate. However, we're very curious. If you all have one origin item on you, we can explain that it was left behind from ancient times, but there's more than one. Furthermore, the aura is so dense, so it's obvious that it wasn't too long ago. At the very least, you obtained them after progenitor Chen and the others died. How did you obtain them? The seven remained silent, and none of them spoke. The three patriarchs remained silent as well. Not long after, Elder Chan and the others helplessly made up their minds and told the three patriarchs a few things. The fate of the fifth mainland was now in the three patriarchs' hands, and if they were to let go, the entire fifth mainland would be plunged into a catastrophe. The three patriarchs were the ones who held the initiative, not them. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1161. After listening to Elder Chan's explanation, the blood ancestor sighed. No wonder you allowed the skies to change. No wonder so many half-progenitors appeared. It seems like we have to thank that brat who shattered the upper three gates. Without him, we wouldn't have known that you had such a secret. It has nothing to do with him. Even if the sixth mainland invaded, they didn't actually enter the Neoverse. The blood ancestor asked, how many spots? Elder Chan and the others looked at each other and helplessly replied, 10. The blood ancestor nodded. All right, the sixth mainland wants 5. Elder Chan immediately refused. Of the 10, the technocracy will have 2, the astral beast domain will have 3, and the human domain will have 5. If the sixth mainland wishes to join, they can only have 2 people at most. The astral beast domain and the technocracy have always been at war with the human domain. How can they get a spot? The mystery ancestor was confused. Elder Chan helplessly replied, aside from the differences between the races, another reason is the allocation of spots. These spots belong to the entire fifth mainland, not just the human domain. However, the human domain is the dominant force, so I hope that the third progenitor can understand. We can only take 2 spots at most. The martial ancestor angrily shouted, the 3 of us will protect the continent for you, but only 2. Do you know who you're talking to? Elder Chan raised his head. This concerns the entire fifth mainland, and it's not something that the 7 of us can decide. The technocracy and the astral beast domains also have half-progenitors. Third progenitor, do you want us to kill each other? The blood ancestor was shocked. Another half-progenitor. It seems like this is the fifth mainland's greatest secret, and we only found out today. If we had waited any longer, we might not have even known that a progenitor had appeared in the fifth mainland. Now, it seems like we have to thank those monsters. Elder Chan was helpless. They had always kept a low profile, and even though they knew where the Neo-Human Alliance was, they had done their best not to touch them. They were afraid that the Neo-Human Alliance would retaliate prematurely. Although the Hui ancestors' plans were far-reaching, there were always accidents. They had been worried about this, which was why they hadn't gone all out against the Neo-Human Alliance. But now, it seemed like an accident had occurred. This was fate. You can discuss the allocation among yourselves. In any case, we want at least 4 spots. You can leave now. Evacuate the Outerverse people, and those who want to stay can do so as well. The Outerverse will be ruled by the 6th mainlands in the future, and we will treat. Elder Chan and the others had returned, so there was no need to worry about the gap for the time being. However, the third elder's words still echoed in their ears. With the addition of the 6th mainland, there was no way to split the numbers. The 7 of them discussed this matter for several days. Afterward, they contacted Butian from the Astral Beast Domain Celestial Beast Empire, as well as some people from the technocracy. In the end, they came up with a solution. Since it was difficult to distribute, they would fight for it themselves. Zen Elder walked into the gap alone and faced the third progenitor. We've already discussed this, and it's impossible to allocate the number of participants. Currently, we know that there are more than 20 people on the watch list, and there's also the 6th mainland. We really don't have a choice, so... He paused and looked at the third progenitor seriously. We'll let them fight for themselves. We've decided to hold a tournament for them. The top 10 will have the right to go to that place and fight for their own destiny. The 3 patriarchs exchanged glances, and Mystery Ancestor was the first to agree. Fine, let's have a fair competition. We'll pick the best. Remember what you said. If all 10 are from the 6th mainland, you won't go back on your word. I won't go back on my word, Elder Chan said loudly. The 3 ancestors smiled as they thought of the Daosaur's 3 skies. Old Zen chuckled as he thought about the Prime Clear, and the elite cultivators on the golden screen of the mountain and sea realm. They all had confidence in their own people, and that was the basis for holding a tournament. Elder Chan announced his decision to the Hall of Honor. The date of the tournament had not been set, but there was no limit to the number of participants. Anyone could sign up. The 9 directors of the Hall of Honor, along with all of the higher-ups, decided that this tournament would be a grand event to unify the human domain and boost everyone's morale. When the time came, the entire universe would be shown to everyone, including the 6th mainland, so that everyone would know what the apex was like. It was called the Astral Supreme Tournament. The universe was too scattered. The human domain, the astral beast domain, the technocracy, the sixth mainland, and the outerverse, the innerverse, the cosmic sea, the neoverse, and so on were all bound to face the invasion of those monsters in the future. Only by uniting all of their powers could they resist. This was only the first step, and not the last. They had to get everyone used to working together. The human domain and the astral beast domain had once held a tournament of the strongest, but that tournament was nothing more than child's play to many. This astral supreme tournament was the true pinnacle of the younger generation. At the same time, it was also a life and death battle for the opportunity to reach the progenitor realm. Organizing a tournament that spanned across the fifth mainland and the sixth mainland would not be easy. At the very least, the network would have to cover the entire astral beast domain. The astral beast domain and the human domain were at war all year round. Even if Skymender and the celestial beast empire agreed, it would not be easy to cover the entire network. It would take time, and it would also take time to relocate the various regions of the outerverse. Currently, the most unhappy people were one of the 9 directors, the unyielding old man and his grandson, young Master Tian. Dividing the outerverse into the sixth mainland was a decision that Elder Chan and the others had made out of desperation, but they were the ones who had suffered the most. Grandfather, if the outerverse is gone, then won't the Great Eastern Alliance be gone as well? Then isn't the previous decision just a child's play? Young Master Tian complained to the unyielding old man on the screen. The unyielding old man replied, "What's the rush? There are so many people in the sixth mainland, and even if they want to relocate to the outerverse, it will take some time. It'll take at least 100 years, and the Hall of Honor needs to relocate the westernmost region of the outerverse to the innerverse. It'll take a long time, but that should be enough for you." Young Master Tian heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good. I'll pack up and head to the outerverse. Remember, you're going in my place. You can't throw away the Hall of Honor's prestige, but you can't be too oppressive either." Although Lu Yin has been captured by the Neo-Human Alliance, his influence still remains. He also has the support of Master Yuan and Everlasting Island. Leon's armada isn't a force to be trifled with, so don't confront them head-on. There are many people in the Great Eastern Alliance who have joined, but they aren't truly loyal. "Got it, grandfather," young Master Tian nonchalantly replied. The unyielding old man frowned. "Remember one thing. You don't need to achieve anything during this trip, just make sure that you don't make any mistakes. That place is just your first step into the upper echelons of the Hall of Honor, and you can't make any mistakes. You can't waste my many years of effort. This was originally meant for your father, but it's a pity that he left early. If not for the Great Eastern Alliance's establishment, which gave you a way out, then even 1,000 years of effort wouldn't have been enough for you." Young Master Tian nodded and resolutely said, "Don't worry, grandfather." The unyielding old man was still worried, but he couldn't leave the Neoverse for the time being. He could only send someone to follow young Master Tian. The outerverse was a desolate place, so there shouldn't be anyone who would dare to make things difficult for his grandson. Progenitor Chen's tomb was completely dark. Just as its name suggested, it was a large tomb that was sealed within the heavens. It covered a large area, as it was a progenitor that was buried here. The guardian giant appeared and scattered everyone. Hui Santong used his golden meteor battle technique to fly into the distance. He had originally wanted to keep an eye on Xia Jiuyo, but he couldn't find anyone. The tearful girl continued to keep an eye on Hui Santong. The Hall of Honor was completely unfamiliar with Progenitor Chen's tomb, so she could only keep an eye on one person. Hui Santong was the best target. Hui Santong was speechless. He glanced back and saw that the tearful girl was still following him. This girl was planning on following him to death. "I said the second method. Can't you explore it yourself?" Hui Santong couldn't help but ask. The tearful girl didn't reply, and she just followed him. Above them was a dark dome, while below them was a black mountain range with spikes protruding from it. It was a rather horrifying sight, and there was also a black river that gave off a strange sound of boiling water. Hui Santong asked a few more times before he finally couldn't take it anymore and attacked the tearful girl. In the end, he couldn't beat her, and the tearful girl didn't attack him too harshly. Hui Santong felt a strong sense of frustration. Hui Santong felt the same way, and so did Xia Shaoxian. She was being watched by Xu Jing. "Hey, I don't feel safe being stared at like this." "You can go stare at someone else," Xia Shaoxian said unhappily. Xu Jing frowned. "Sorry, if you don't attack, I won't attack you either." Xia Shaoxian was furious, and she simply stopped moving. A bone appeared in her palm that transformed into a spike that pierced through the ground and started digging. Xu Jing was stunned. "What are you doing?" Xia Shaoxian smiled slyly. "Don't you like to follow me? Then follow me. It's the same no matter where I go." "I'm not going anywhere." Xu Jing was stunned. Compared to the Hall of Honor, the Neo-Human Alliance was much more familiar with Progenitor Chen's tomb. From what he could tell, they were not inferior to the Seven Courts. Silver confidently walked in a certain direction, speaking as he did so, "Captain, there are many good things in Progenitor Chen's tomb. There are 3 things that are the most attractive: Progenitor Chen's secret technique, the root of wisdom, and the progenitor's comprehension. We're heading to the place where the progenitor's comprehension is." He paused and didn't continue. On the surface, Lu Yin appeared to be as unconscious as a ghoul, but he simply followed Silver. Silver turned back to stare at him. "Did the transformation succeed?" "Captain, you're becoming more and more unfathomable." At that moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. It was Ku Lei. Silver looked up. Is the Ku family's current successor stupid or arrogant? Doesn't he know that there are guardian giants here? Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a bugle horn echoed from the distance. The sound was so loud that it could be heard throughout Progenitor Chen's tomb. The horn came from another direction, where there was a tribe of guardian giants. One of the giants blew the horn, causing all of the giants in Progenitor Chen's tomb to roar and charge out of the tribe to look up at the sky. Ku Lei transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged into the distance. A club smashed towards him, but he managed to dodge it by the skin of his teeth. He looked to his left, where a giant was charging towards him. The giant raised a hand and slapped down. Ku Lei's gaze turned cold, and he tapped out with a finger. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1162. Finger Tap's appearance instantly melted the giant's tyrannical heart. The giant paused for a moment before its palm was pierced by Finger Tap, and its huge body collapsed. This giant was still underage, so Ku Lei dared to fight it head-on. However, the next giant that appeared made him hesitate, and he immediately landed. Suzhou's situation was the same as Ku Lei's. At this point, any outsider that was discovered would be attacked by the guardian giant, except for Xia Jiuyo, who had directly passed by the guardian giant without being attacked. The Xia family originated from Progenitor Qin, which was the only explanation. As for being attacked from the beginning, that was just bad luck. The Xia family had always been able to come and go as they pleased within Progenitor Chen's tomb, which was publicly acknowledged by the Seven Courts. Lu Yin's group also encountered a guardian giant. The guardian giant Yu sent to search for outsiders, and Silver's group was quickly discovered. The giant club smashed down, creating a deep crater in the ground. Silver, Ghoul, and Lu Yin dodged, but there was a furious roar behind them as the guardian giant swung its club, causing the void to distort. It was easy for the guardian giant to destroy a planet with a single club, and its power level was terrifying. Even Lu Yin did not want to take it head-on, so he dodged once more. The three did not notice that there was a person watching them in shock from the hair of the guardian giant that was attacking them. It was Ku Wei. He had been sent flying by the guardian giant's club as soon as he had entered progenitor Chen's tomb. By the time he had regained consciousness, he had discovered that he was in the hair of a guardian giant with his legs entangled. Fortunately, he had been in the hair of the guardian giant, or else he would have definitely been discovered and smashed into meat paste. He was glad that he had been able to escape, but there was nothing he could do. He knew that with his speed, he would be discovered the moment he left the guardian giant and crushed to death. There was no other choice. He had already resigned himself to his fate and was waiting for progenitor Chen's tomb to close before leaving. However, he had not expected to find Silver's group. He now hoped that these three would be able to kill this guardian giant. He did not know who these three were, as he had never seen Silver or Lu Yin under the black robes. However, no matter who they were, it was still an opportunity. Of course, if these three wanted to kill him, then so be it. However, Ku Wei was disappointed. Silver's group could indeed kill the guardian giant, even if it was an adult guardian giant. In theory, even an enlighter with a power level in the hundreds of thousands would pay attention to an adult guardian giant. However, that was only because the guardian giants relied on their physical bodies to fight, and they didn't use any techniques. What attracted the attention of powerhouses was their bloodline, not their true power level. A powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000 could easily kill an adult guardian giant by themselves. Silver, Corpse Ghoul, and Lu Yin were all capable of unleashing a power level of over 300,000, which was more than enough to destroy the guardian giant. However, they did not do so. They merely tore open a wound on the guardian giant's calf and bathed themselves in its blood before leaving. With the giant's blood covering their scent, the three of them would no longer be tracked down by the guardian giants. Ku Wei was tempted. The guardian giant howled and squatted down, covering its bloody mouth. Ku Wei also wanted to water the giant with its blood, but he did not dare to do so. It was not safe. What if he was smashed to death? That moment of hesitation caused Ku Wei to miss his chance to leave the giant. The giant crudely rubbed some soil over the wound, and the blood stopped flowing. Ku Wei was speechless. He felt like fate was playing a joke on him. He had finally gotten the chance to enter progenitor Chen's tomb, but he had ended up spending his days with a giant. If word of this got out, the tribe leader would skin him alive. Actually, Lu Yin could not be blamed. He was afraid of dying, and there was nothing he could do about it. After getting rid of the guardian giant, the three of them flew off into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, a giant black droplet appeared above their heads and fell without warning, smashing into Ghoul. Silver and Lu Yin dodged and stared at Ghoul, who had been hit by the black droplet. Ghoul was unaffected, and it growled from within the droplet as it tried to break free. However, it was useless, as its attacks could not break through the black droplet. Attack from the outside, Silver ordered. Lu Yin knew that Silver was talking to him. He raised a hand, and a sickle formed from death chi appeared in his palm. The sickle cut through the droplet, but no water flowed out. It looked like a droplet, but at the same time, it did not seem to be water. Silver waved his hand, and there was a flash of light. The sickle cut through the droplet as well, but it was useless. At that moment, black droplet after black droplet fell from above and smashed into the ground. Silver and Lu Yin continuously dodged, afraid that they would be hit like Ghoul. In the distance, Yuqin dodged several droplets, but she was finally hit by a droplet and sank into the droplet. Ku Lei, Suzhou, Hui Santong, and the others were all attacked by the droplets. Even Xia Shaoxian and Xu Jing, who were closest to the entrance, were attacked. Strange, when did progenitor Chen's tomb have such an attack? Xia Shaoxian was puzzled. The 7 courts had explored progenitor Chen's tomb for countless years, and they had brought back many good things, such as battle techniques, cultivation techniques, and power vessels. This was a large tomb filled with all sorts of traps and guardian giants, but there had never been a single droplet that fell from above. Progenitor Chen's tomb seemed to have changed. The black droplets fell for almost 10 days, and during this time, everyone was avoiding them. They avoided the droplets, but the guardian giants did not care. To them, these were just droplets that had no effect on them and would not cause them any harm. 10 days later, the droplets above their heads gradually disappeared. Ghoul had used the power of a second transformation corpse king to break free of the droplets. These droplets were useless aside from trapping people, as they were not fast enough. With their strength, as long as they were not careless, they would not be trapped. Yu Qin also broke free with the help of the Yu family's battle techniques. The black droplets disappeared, and what appeared next were incomparably large arrows that shot out from both sides. These arrows were large enough to kill the guardian giants. To Lu Yin and the others, these weren't just arrows, they were massive weapons that could crush them to smithereens. The arrows were quite powerful, and the only way to avoid being hit was to land on the ground. Lu Yin was puzzled, as these arrows did not seem like they were meant to deal with them, but rather the guardian giants. Could it be that these giants were not guarding progenitor Chen's tomb? Were they trying to obtain something from progenitor Chen's tomb? Then who had designed these arrows? A tomb was a tomb, and it was full of traps. After the arrows, there would be strange winds and loud noises. The 7 courts had long since prepared for this, but this was the first time Lu Yin, Lei Nu, Xu Jing, and the others had encountered something like this. Lu Yin's first thought was the ghost monkey. That damned monkey had explored countless tombs and was very experienced. When he thought of the monkey, Lu Yin felt a little reluctant. After all, they had lived together for almost 10 years, and he did not know how the monkey was doing. Far away in the Eternal Kingdom, within the Witch Spirit God's dark tower, the monkey was very carefree. He was not human, and he did not hate the Neo-Human Alliance. He was just a shadow, and it did not matter who he followed. Following Lu Yin would often lead him into danger, and now, he was following the Witch Spirit God, one of the 7 sky gods. It was normal for such a powerhouse to go into seclusion and not care about him at all. He had decided to serve the Witch Spirit God and obtain a higher position in the Neo-Human Alliance. He would then lead the Neo-Human Alliance's army into the Astral Beast domain and take back his harem, the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan. When he thought of this, the monkey grew excited. He could see the light of hope, and he felt that a beautiful future was beckoning to him. As for Lu Yin, forget it. He was just an old friend, and Lu Yin would just let him go when they met again. As long as Lu Yin called him Lord Ghost Monkey, no, Brother Ho, then. Who told him to always force Lu Yin to call him 7th bro? That bastard. Just thinking about it made Lu Yin angry. 7th bro. Bah. Lu Yin would definitely force him to call him Brother Ho next time. A few more days passed, and the group passed through all sorts of traps and gradually approached the place they wanted to go. However, a tall wall blocked their path. Xia Jiuyo was the first to see the wall, and he was standing quite a distance away from it. Above his head were sharp spikes protruding from the underground mountains. As far as the eye could see, the front of the wall was filled with these protruding spikes that were mottled with blood. This was a place where civilizations had collided. There were no records of a giant civilization in progenitor Chen's tomb. The guardian giants here had always existed as tribes and did not possess much intelligence. But now, they had actually built a wall. Furthermore, there were giants guarding the wall. Could a giant emperor have appeared? Next, Xia Jiuyo saw Sujiu on the wall. His speed was not slow, and he was able to avoid the guardian giants. The moment he saw the wall, Sujiu felt as if all common sense had been toppled. This was progenitor Chen's tomb, and the existence of guardian giants was already very mysterious. But after so many years, the guardian giants had actually developed a civilization. Xia Jiuyo discovered Sujiu, and the two did not conceal themselves. Against such a tall wall, it was impossible for a single person to cross it. Not long after, Hui Santong arrived with Tearful Maiden. Ku Lei and Yu Qin were the last to arrive, especially Yu Qin, who cut a sorry figure. She was the weakest of the current heirs of the 7 courts. Where's Xia Shaoxian? Yu Qin was puzzled. Sujiu replied, there's a tail following us. I don't think she'll come. As long as the heirs of the Shi family enter the tomb, there could be treasures everywhere. It's normal for her not to come, Hui Santong said. He then glanced at Tearful Maiden and then at the wall. He suddenly felt a sense of relief that this woman had followed them. When facing a wall of giants, the more experts there were, the higher their chances of crossing it. Tearful Maiden looked at the tall wall with surprise hidden beneath her mask. Even in the records of the Hall of Honor, there were very few records of a savage giant civilization. This was a sign that a giant emperor had appeared, and now, a giant emperor had appeared. The giants in the universe can be divided into 2 groups. One is the savage giants, who use their bodies as weapons and are brutal killers. The other is the intelligent giants, who are more inclined towards creation and technology. The intelligent giants once had a powerful civilization that could overturn the universe, and they created countless large technological weapons. However, for some unknown reason, they eventually declined. Whenever a civilization appears among the savage giants, it's a sign that a giant emperor has appeared, Hui Santong said slowly. Everyone listened in silence. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1163. Not only is a giant emperor's intelligence not inferior to a human's, it's actually higher than most. Once a giant emperor appears, the giant's power level is unpredictable, and they can easily control these giants, Hui Santong continued. Cut the crap. Who doesn't know that? Now, let's talk about how to get past the wall. Ku Lei was annoyed. Hui Santong continued, there's only one way to get past the wall, and that's to hide your scent. To the guardian giants, we're just ants. As long as we hide our scent, they rarely pay attention to what the ants are doing. Would you care what the ants on the ground are doing? Everyone looked at the wall, as Hui Santong's intentions were clear. He wanted them to capture the giants and use their blood to cover their scent. On the other side, Silver and the other 2 had also arrived. They looked at the giant wall in the distance, and Silver was shocked. There's actually a giant civilization in progenitor Chen's tomb. It looks like a giant emperor has appeared. Interesting. Lu Yin was also shocked. He still remembered what he had seen in the trial on the giant planet in the umbral butterfly weave. The giants on the giant planet liked to cover their backs with mud as a form of defense, but those giants were very weak. Compared to the guardian giants here, the difference was like heaven and earth. The giants on the giant planet were probably just a branch of the giants. The giant emperor was very intelligent and could play around with many people. It also knew how to hide its strength. If a giant emperor had appeared among the guardian giants here, then its intelligence would not be low. In that case, it probably already knew about Lu Yin's group. The heirs of the seven courts are thinking of a way to get past the wall. Let's wait for them to attract the guardian giant's attention, then we'll sneak in from behind. What do you think, Captain? Silver beamed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with an aura of death, and he stared blankly at the wall without saying a word. Silver smiled as he looked in another direction. Xia Jiuyo and the others were there. Not long after, several guardian giants jumped down from the wall and smashed into the ground, bending the spikes and causing the ground to shake and crack. They could smell Xia Jiuyo and the others. Hide! Hui Santong barked. Everyone concealed their auras and spread out. A total of 3 guardian giants walked out, twitching their noses as they moved in 3 different directions. As they walked, they used their clubs to smash holes in the ground. Xia Jiuyo and the Tear Lady were in charge of luring 2 away while the rest attacked the remaining guardian giant. Boom! The earth trembled as the tomb guardian giant collapsed. The club fell to the side, and Ku Lei used lightning to form a blade that slashed across the calf. Blood splattered across the ground, splattering onto Yu Qin and the others. Xia Jiuyo and Tearing Lady rushed back, and at the same time, they were stained with the giant's blood. At this moment, the 2 guardian giants rushed back. Hui Santong said, "It's done. We'll be able to enter in a few days." Then, everyone dispersed. The injured guardian giant stood up after everyone left. Compared to his huge body, the injury to his calf was like a cut by a tree branch. It was not an injury at all. With everyone's scent covered, the 3 guardian giants could only return to the city wall. The injured guardian giant's movements were clearly slower, and he almost fell when he leaped onto the city wall. Silver almost laughed out loud when he saw this. Why do we have to wait for a few more days? Ku Lei asked anxiously. Hui Santong replied, "A giant emperor has appeared here. Ordinary guardian giants don't have much intelligence, but a giant emperor is different. We can't attract its attention." No one refuted him. If the giant emperor really had the intelligence of a human, then it would be terrifying. Moreover, to be able to become the giant emperor, he would definitely be the strongest among the guardian giants. They might not be able to deal with him even if they worked together, and they might not even be able to escape. Yu Qin looked at Xia Jiuyo. "Why aren't you leaving? Your Xia family has always been fearless in progenitor Chen's tomb. The guardian giants won't attack you, right?" Xia Jiuyo replied, "The giant emperor has awakened his intelligence. No one can guess his actions. Ordinary guardian giants attack based on scent. The Xia family lives on the Xia blade, and it's said that the Xia blade was once a weapon used by progenitor Chen's clone. The scent is the same, so it won't be attacked. The giant emperor is different," Hui Santong explained. Xia Jiuyo glanced at Hui Santong. Although he was explaining for him, he was actually telling everyone that the Xia blade was indeed a weapon used by progenitor Chen's clone. The Hui family knew too much. 2 days later, Xia Shaoxian and Xu Jing arrived. "We thought you wouldn't come." Hui Santong looked at Xia Shaoxian in surprise. Xia Shaoxian's expression was sullen as she glared at Xu Jing. She had thought that he wouldn't be able to take it and would leave. Who knew that he would stay at the entrance for an entire month? Xu Jing was very calm. His goal was to strengthen his physical body, and the 7 courts Shi family was very good at this. Since Xia Shaoxian had entered progenitor Chen's tomb, there was no reason for her to return empty-handed. He didn't know much about progenitor Chen's tomb anyway, so he just stared at Xia Shaoxian until she went crazy. "Oh. You got some giant blood. Is there more?" "Give me some," said Xia Shaoxian. Sujio smiled and pointed at the ground. Xie Shaoxian looked over and saw a pool of giant blood on the ground. It had been spilled by the injured giant. She pursed her lips. What do you mean? You should know what it means to have a wall here. We can only lure the giants here once. If we do it again, we might attract the giant emperor's attention, Hui Santong said. Xie Shaoxian rolled her eyes. Forget it. The giant emperor will know as soon as we come in. Besides, didn't he hear the loud sound of the horn a while ago? The giant emperor might think that the giants are rebelling. He might not be sure that it's us, Sujiu said. Xie Shaoxian pouted. I can't be bothered to argue with you. She then walked over to the pool of blood on the ground and was about to make a move, but Xu Jing acted before she could. Not long after, the two of them were also stained with the giant's blood. Hui Santong looked up at the dark dome. Let's wait for 3 more days. We'll cross the wall in 3 days. On the other side, Silver looked into the distance. They shouldn't be waiting for much longer. We'll follow them in. Captain, if you're still conscious, run if you can. Don't stab me in the back. I didn't do anything wrong. Lu Yin stood in place, not moving as he continued to stare at the wall. There were no rune lines in Progenitor Chen's tomb, so he couldn't see anything. However, he could sense a terrifying power lurking on the other side of the wall. He kept reminding himself that the guardian giants in front of him were completely different from the giants he had seen before. The giants on the giant planet could only destroy planets at their strongest, but the guardians here had the power to do so. Suddenly, Lu Yin recalled the giant's right arm that he had obtained from the border warehouse. That size wasn't for a normal human, but it was still too small for a true giant. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, there was nothing unusual about the guardians. Everyone used the giant's blood to mask their scent, and the guardians outside the wall returned to their tribes one by one. The guardians on the wall were very calm. Let's go. Hui Santong shouted. Even though he wasn't the strongest, it was common knowledge in the Neoverse that the Hui family should be the main force in a battle. This was common knowledge that the Hui family had established over countless years, and even the head of the 7 courts, the Xia family, acknowledged it. Although the wall was tall, it was nothing more than a single step for the group. They easily crossed it and rushed past under the noses of many guardians to see the other side of the wall. Everyone was shocked. Even though they had already guessed that this was a civilization, it was still unbelievable when they actually saw it. On the other side of the wall, there were huge houses built for the giants to live in. They were arranged neatly, and even though each house looked like it had been casually piled up with stones and was filled with a sense of desolation, it was still a style. The streets were also very clean, a stark contrast to the outside of the wall. A civilization had really appeared here. The group crossed the wall and was first shocked by the giant civilization. Then, everyone looked into the distance, where there was a huge pool of blood in the center of the houses built by the giants. Blood chi filled the surroundings, and just one look was enough to make everyone's minds rumble. It was as if they were looking at a giant standing in the starry sky. It was so huge that it could crush planets and destroy space with a casual pinch. Everyone felt their chests tighten, and they all fell to the ground. They subconsciously hid in a corner and panted heavily. Xia Jiuyo clutched his chest in shock. What had just happened? How could there be such a giant? Compared to that giant, the guardians here were like ants. Did such a giant exist in the universe? That kind of pressure, that kind of overflowing aura. Could it be Progenitor Chen's clone? It wasn't just Xia Jiuyo, everyone else had the same thought. There was blood at the corner of Hui Santong's mouth. It was no wonder why a civilization had appeared here and why a giant emperor had appeared. One of the giants must have accidentally dug up Progenitor Chen's clone's blood and gained intelligence. No, that wasn't all. If that was really the case, then the giant emperor's strength and potential were extremely terrifying. It was possible that it had inherited a portion of Progenitor Chen's clone's strength. Xie Shaoxian looked excitedly in the direction of the blood pool, as the blood was definitely from Progenitor Chen's clone. Since there was blood here, it also meant that there was a high possibility that there were bones. She wanted bones, and as long as she could obtain Progenitor Chen's bones, her power would increase by leaps and bounds. She would be on a completely different level from her current strength, and she would be able to break through to the Enlighter realm. So what if they had the 9 clones technique or the 3 Yang's ancestral qi? She didn't believe that those people were invincible. However, the prerequisite was that they had to obtain Progenitor Chen's bones. Lei Nu and Xu Jing exchanged glances, both of them secretly shocked. Progenitor Chen's blood had actually appeared here. Progenitor Chen's tomb had changed, and the value of this place was even higher than what the Hall of Honor had estimated. It was possible that Progenitor Chen's clone's corpse really existed here. No one said anything, as they all had their own thoughts, but no one said anything. Everyone was silent for a while, and Ku Lei was the most impatient. Now that we're past the city walls, let's split up. Hui Santong glanced at him but didn't say anything. Ku Lei snorted and was the first to leave. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1164. Soon after, Xie Shaoxian left, but Xu Jing still followed her. Xie Shaoxian wondered if this guy had fallen for her, but she was also a little flustered. Although she wore very little, that was only for the sake of displaying her battle techniques. In reality, she was very conservative, and it wasn't good for a man to follow her around like this. Seeing Xu Jing follow Xie Shaoxian, Hui Santong subconsciously looked at Terawei. Terawei looked back at him. Hui Santong sighed inwardly. There was no need to guess, that gaze was definitely following him. Xia Jiuyo, Su Jiu, and Yu Qin left as well. Everyone's goal was the blood pool, but they all left as well. Even Hui Santong couldn't bring himself to join forces. After all, the blood pool was huge, and everyone would have to rely on their own abilities to obtain Progenitor Chen's blood. But was the entire pool filled with Progenitor Chen's blood? Not necessarily, as the blood of a progenitor wasn't that easy to collect. On the other side, Silver and the other 2 had also crossed the city walls and seen the giant civilization. At the same time, they also saw the blood pool. Silver was excited, and he licked his lips. Progenitor Chen's blood. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. Progenitor Chen's blood had actually appeared here. If the monkey was here, he would definitely be screaming crazily. Could that incomparably huge giant that could crush a planet with one hand be Progenitor Chen's clone? That would be too huge. Silver looked at Lu Yin and grinned. Captain, there's no need for you to disguise yourself here. Lu Yin didn't move, maintaining his ghoulish state. Silver shrugged. You're not really going to stab me in the back, are you? We're not enemies. Lu Yin still didn't move. Silver smiled. Let's go. The blood pool was located at the center of the giant's buildings. Here, everyone was like ants walking through a human society, and everything was magnified many times over. Silver and the other 2 passed by one stone house after another. Suddenly, the door to a stone house in front of them opened, and a guardian giant walked out and slammed the door shut. Countless rocks fell down, but these rocks were just dust on the door, but to Lu Yin's group, they were just rocks. The guardian giant left, and the three continued to pass by the stone houses, heading towards the center. The others were in the same situation, approaching the blood pool from all directions. At this moment, Kool-Aid was the unluckiest of all. He had transformed into lightning and was extremely fast, but because he was too fast, he couldn't stop in time and was almost trampled to death by a guardian giant. Even if the guardian giant didn't step on him, the dust that was kicked up from the ground was enough to drown him, making him look quite miserable. With the cover of the smell, the group gradually approached the blood pool. The closer they got, the more they could feel the pressure. This supreme might didn't originate from one's combat prowess but rather, it originated from one's heart, from one's instincts. This was the pressure of an ancestor. Even though Ancestor Chin has been dead for countless years, his existence was something that couldn't be recorded in history. But this pressure still existed. The blood pool was separated by a giant fence, which was used to keep the guardian giants away. To Lu Yin and the others, it was like a stone pillar that rose into the sky. They easily passed through the stone pillars and saw the gigantic blood pool 1,000 meters away. Everyone had already passed the stone pillars and looked at the blood pool from all directions. Just as Kool-Aid was about to rush into the blood pool, the soaring bugle horn sounded. Kool-Aid jumped in fright and almost fell down. Everyone else immediately went into hiding as well. Silver and the other two hid under a stone pillar and looked into the distance. Could it be that another stranger had entered? This time, the bugle horn didn't come from outside, but from within the city walls. As the bugle horn sounded, one guardian after another walked out of the stone houses and numbly walked towards the blood pool. Everyone felt their scalps go numb as they stared in shock at the seemingly endless number of guardians surrounding the blood pool. At this moment, the pressure on everyone's hearts was immense. Any guardian giant was enough to make everyone take them seriously, but at this moment, with the bugle horn, all of the guardians on this side of the city walls had arrived. Those who were unlucky might even be trampled to death. Everyone hid under the stone pillars. To the guardians, the pillars were like fences, and they wouldn't be able to step on the corners of the fences. Yuchi stared nervously at a guardian giant in front of her. It was the closest to her, and if its foot moved slightly, it might step on her. At that moment, she smelled a foul stench that caused her face to pale. The source of the stench was the guardian giant's foot. She almost vomited, this giant's feet stank. In the distance, Sujio just happened to see Yuchin. When he saw her holding her breath and looking at the guardian giant's foot in disgust, he inexplicably wanted to laugh. When had the top successor of the 7 courts ever encountered such a thing? At that moment, he also smelled a foul stench. A guardian giant was approaching him, and the stench from its feet almost made him want to run away. He could understand Yuchin's feelings. Hui Santong saw Sujio, and he also saw Yuchin. Although they were far from each other, this distance was nothing to people with their strength. Seeing the two of them trying to hold back their laughter, he couldn't help but laugh. These two idiots didn't know how to hide a bit further away so that his guardian giant couldn't get close. I'm still the smart one. Hui Santong couldn't help showing off to the crying woman. The crying woman calmly looked at the blood pool. A loud sound caused everyone to jump. Hui Santong's face paled, and he slowly turned his head to look at the guardian giant closest to him. He saw a butt. Was that sound just now a fart? Farts were like thunder. This was probably the situation they were talking about. That guardian giant must have been farting. In the next moment, a foul stench descended, and the air turned yellow. Hui Santong's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously wanted to run away. He couldn't bear such humiliation. The crying woman pressed down on his shoulder. Don't move. We don't know where the giant emperor is. If you move, you might be discovered. Hui Santong was shocked, and he closed his eyes as he watched the yellow mist descend. It was over. His life's brilliance was gone. In the distance, Yuqin, Suzhou, and Ku Lei, who couldn't see Hui Santong, could see the yellow mist. They all stared blankly, silently mourning for Hui Santong. Xie Shaoxian stared in that direction, but she couldn't see who was hiding there. Who was so unlucky? She had to see. On the other side, where no one could see, Silver was also looking in Hui Santong's direction. This guy was really unlucky. Lu Yin saw it as well. The fact that he was a descendant of the Hui family was enough to make him a laughingstock for the rest of his life. This guy was finished. If he ever saw Brother Hui Kong in the future, he had to tell him that the Hui family's descendants were too powerful and could withstand that kind of power. Hui Santong felt like this was the darkest day of his life. He was finished, and he would never be able to turn things around. A fart had destroyed him for the rest of his life. All of the giants surrounded the blood pool, but they didn't approach it. The horn sounded again, and the first guardian giant walked to the side of the pool. Under everyone's gaze, it picked up a sharpened stone from the ground and slashed its wrist, letting its blood drip into the pool. To the guardian giant, it was just a drop of blood, but to Lu Yin and the rest, it was like a waterfall. Everyone was shocked. No wonder the pool was so large and there was so much blood inside. Most of it was from these giants. That makes sense. Progenitor Chen's clone might be huge, but there isn't that much blood that can be produced, Hui Santong muttered. Even though he had been hit by a fart, he hadn't lost his mind. This was the Hui family's descendant, and even the tearing lady admired him. Hui Santong now admired the tearing lady even more. It was amazing that a woman could face such a scene so calmly. Xie Shaoxian was disappointed. So it wasn't all Progenitor Chen's blood. This meant that this might not be the first location where Progenitor Chen's blood had appeared, and there wouldn't be many chances for Progenitor Chen's bones to appear either. What a pity. One guardian giant after another dripped their own blood into the pool. Every guardian giant only dripped a small amount of blood, and it didn't affect them much. However, when the blood gathered together, it formed a huge river of blood. The guardians took 2 days to finish, and then they all returned to their stone houses. Everyone held their breaths. The giant emperor was about to appear. Everyone had thought that the giant emperor would appear soon, but nothing happened even after several days. Ku Lei couldn't take it anymore, and he quickly approached the blood pool. Everyone else looked at him. Ku Lei leaped to the top of the blood pool and looked down. To the guardians, the blood pool was just a small pond, but to him, it was a huge lake. A blood-colored lake. Ku Lei stared at the blood pool and released waves of pressure. It was as if he could see Progenitor Chen standing in the sky, roaring with excitement. There was definitely progenitor blood here. He stared at the bottom of the pool, trying to see through it. Suddenly, his hair stood on end. A pair of huge eyes looked at him from the bottom of the blood pool. The eyes were full of contempt, mockery, and brutality. Ku Lei's pupils shrank as he subconsciously took a step back. Right where he was standing, a huge palm reached out from the blood pool and slammed onto the stone wall, creating a hole in it. A strong gust of wind swept out, and Ku Lei was blown back 1,000 meters before crashing into the stone fence. Everyone was shocked. A giant guardian walked out of the blood pool. He looked smaller than many of the other giants, but what was different from the other giants was that this giant's eyes were intelligent. He had intelligence. He was the giant emperor. No one expected that the giant emperor had been hiding in the blood pool all this time. Ku Lei was pushed back by the giant emperor's wind and slammed into the stone fence. Fortunately, he wasn't seriously injured, but he still grimaced in pain. He gritted his teeth and looked at the giant emperor. The giant emperor stared at Ku Lei. He raised his hand and flicked his finger. His finger was as big as 3 people. To the giant emperor, what he flicked out was merely a gust of wind. However, to Ku Lei, it was an enormous wind pressure attack. He hurriedly dodged, and the gust of wind shattered a stone fence. The giant emperor's eyes showed a hint of mockery. He pressed his thumb against 4 fingers, and then flicked them out. 4-finger winds whistled past, distorting the void. Ku Lei's face changed. He turned into a thunderbolt and dodged at an extremely fast speed. He avoided all of the finger winds, and when he looked up again, the giant emperor's palm fell, and an even stronger wind pressure slammed him into the stone fence again. Ku Lei coughed and gritted his teeth. The corner of his mouth was full of blood as he stared at the giant emperor. The giant emperor was completely different from the other guardians. He showed a hint of mockery and interest as he reached out to grab Ku Lei. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1165. Ku Lei activated the Ku's secret character and leaped into the void. The giant emperor's hand grabbed nothing but air. Then, he took advantage of the momentum and pressed in another direction. That was where Sujiu was. He had already discovered Sujiu and slammed his palm into the ground. However, he also missed as Sujiu dodged. In the distance, Sujiu breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the giant emperor in shock. He hadn't taken the initiative to come out, nor had he revealed his aura. Yet, the giant emperor had actually discovered him. If that was the case, then the others should have been exposed as well. Attack together. We've all been exposed. Hui Santong roared. He raised his hand, and numerous golden meteors fell from the dark dome towards the giant emperor. The giant emperor casually waved his hand, and the golden meteors, which were enough to cause even enlighters to feel apprehensive, were all scattered. The giant emperor was not surprised by Hui Santong's presence, but just as he was about to attack, the tearful lady brushed past him. Wu Xin, sorrowful autumn. The giant emperor's body froze. It was obvious that he had been hit. Even though the tearful lady had lost to Xia Jiuyo, her heartless sorrow of autumn battle technique had never failed before. Xia Jiuyo and Lu Yin had both withstood the attack, and now, even the giant emperor was unable to avoid it. Yu Qin and Xu Jing followed closely behind Tearing Woman. Yu Qin's spirit chain rend landed directly on the giant emperor's knee, while Xu Jing's straight-line attack landed on the giant emperor's other knee. They wanted to force the giant emperor to kneel on the ground. However, their attacks were unable to break through the giant emperor's defense. They were still lacking by a bit. The giant emperor lowered his gaze and looked at Yu Qin and Xu Jing. He reached out to grab them, but the two of them dodged at the same time. The giant emperor frowned. He sped up, but he still couldn't catch the two of them. Whether it was the giant emperor's attack or defense, it was far superior to everyone else's. However, everyone else wasn't weak either. At the very least, they were able to dodge its attacks. Xia Jiuyo appeared beside the giant emperor. The dark light in his palm turned into a blade, and he slashed out with the 3-style blade will. The first saber intent landed on the giant sovereign's neck, but it did not break through his defense. Following that was the second saber intent. The giant sovereign seemed to be afraid. He blocked the second saber intent with his left hand and clenched it tightly. He punched at Xia Jiuyo, forcing Xia Jiuyo to hold back his third saber intent. In the distance, Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. He had watched Xia Jiuyo's numerous battles, and he had only successfully unleashed the third blade of the three forms of blade intent a few times. Even he felt anxious for Xia Jiuyo. Everyone took turns to attack. So far, they had not hurt the giant emperor, but they had successfully angered it. With a furious roar, the giant emperor's fists collided. Violent shockwaves swept out in all directions, forcing everyone to retreat. The only ones who weren't affected were Xia Jiuyo and Tearing Lady. The giant emperor suddenly attacked the tearful lady. He reached out to grab her, but his speed was much faster than before. The tearful lady was unable to react in time, and she was caught in the giant emperor's palm. The giant sovereign's lips curled up. He exerted strength in his right palm, causing the woman in tears to spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were ice cold. It was unknown what she had done, but the giant sovereign suddenly let go, as if he had suffered some sort of injury. The tearful lady fell to the ground and panted heavily. She raised her hand and pointed it at the giant emperor. Secret technique, banish. In the next moment, just as the giant emperor was about to continue attacking, his body inexplicably took a few steps back. He tripped over the stone wall of the blood pool and fell into the blood pool. Blood splattered everywhere, soaking the tearful lady's body. It was as if she had walked out of a pool of blood. The tearful lady narrowed her eyes. Ever since she had successfully cultivated the banish secret technique, very few people had been able to withstand it head-on. Among those of the same generation, only Xia Jiuyo had been able to neutralize it with the secret technique of the Xia word. The giant emperor had indeed been hit by the secret technique, but because the difference in strength was too great, he had only been pushed back a few steps. The others were apprehensive. The giant emperor was much more powerful than they had imagined. At the same time, they were also worried that the other guardian giants would appear. If that happened, they would not be facing just one giant emperor, but the entire giant civilization. Fortunately, the battle in the blood pool did not alert the other guardian giants. It was also possible that they had been affected by the blood loss earlier, so they did not notice the battle here. The giant emperor walked out of the blood pool and faced everyone's attacks head-on. With a furious roar, the giant emperor was enraged. He raised his hand and slapped everyone with his palm. Not only was their combined attack dispelled, but the strong wind pressure also sent everyone flying. This time, even Xia Jiuyo and the tearful lady were no exception. Only Sujio managed to dodge the attack with the secret technique of the Su word. However, he did not have it easy either. The giant emperor looked at him and waved his hand. A second wave of wind swept out, tearing apart the stone fence and sending Sujio flying. Sujio crashed to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Everyone was like ants in front of the giant emperor. The difference in strength was too great. Fortunately, the giant emperor did not cultivate any battle techniques. Otherwise, with such a huge difference in strength, only a few people would survive after a round of attacks. Xia Shaoxian did not make a move. She sneaked closer to the blood pool. However, the giant emperor was not like the other guardian giants. He did not ignore Xia Shaoxian. When Xia Shaoxian climbed up the stone wall of the blood pool, the giant emperor's gaze also fell. He raised his hand and slapped at Xia Shaoxian as if he was swatting a fly. Xia Shaoxian cried out in shock. The bones on her body extended and transformed into battle armor. With a bang, she was sent flying. The giant emperor stood beside the blood pool and swept his gaze across everyone. His eyes were filled with cold arrogance and mockery. It was as if he was looking at a group of ants. Xia Jiuyo sighed. This was a suppression of strength. Their attacks could not break through the giant emperor's defenses. It was almost impossible for them to win. As he thought about this, he looked at Hui Santong in the distance. Hui Santong had already used his secret technique, the secret art of wisdom. It could break through all battle techniques and find the enemy's weak points. However, at this moment, he could not find the giant emperor's weak points. All of their attacks were like child's play. It was impossible for them to obtain progenitor Chen's blood. The tearful woman's mask was about to shatter. She was the most injured out of everyone. If she had not used her secret technique to transfer her injuries to the giant emperor, she would have been finished. Is there any way? Ku Lei asked Hui Santong. Hui Santong shook his head. With the giant emperor's strength and defenses, even if we worked together, it would be useless. Ku Lei cursed inwardly. Progenitor Chen's blood was very important to everyone. Now that it was right in front of them, they could not obtain it. Sujiu was helpless. They would rather face the guardian giants, who were stronger but had no intelligence, than face an intelligent giant emperor. The giant emperor raised its foot and approached the group. Its large body exerted an intense pressure, and its fists were clenched tightly. Suddenly, the giant emperor attacked in another direction, raising a hand and pressing down. That direction was where Silver, Lu Yin, and Ghoul were. If the giant emperor could discover Xia Zhuoyou's group, how could it not? Xia Zhuoyou and the rest were confused. They had all been exposed, so who was the giant emperor attacking? Ku Lei thought of Ku Wei. It couldn't be him, right? With that guy's strength, he should not have been able to approach this place. When Silver's group charged out, Xia Zhuoyou and the rest were shocked. The Neo-Human Alliance. The giant emperor's attack landed on the ground, causing the ground to crack and the blood pool to boil. Silver's group dodged the attack and looked at Xia Zhuoyou's group with a radiant smile. We meet again, everyone. The tearful woman's eyes narrowed, and she attacked Silver without hesitation. Silver helplessly dodged. Everyone, our current enemy is the giant emperor. Shu Jing raised a hand and sliced through the void, but Silver dodged again. To us, you're even more of an enemy than the giant emperor, Shu Jing said coldly. Silver was helpless. That's why you people are so stubborn. Right, I brought you an acquaintance. He pointed into the distance, and everyone looked over. Lu Yin dodged the giant emperor's palm, but the giant emperor followed up with another palm strike. Lu Yin's black robes fell off, revealing his true appearance. Ku Lei and the rest were shocked. Lu Yin. Lu Yin landed in the distance, his eyes filled with death as he stood there in a daze. Ghoul was nearby as well. Hui Santong stared at Lu Yin. What's that? In the distance, Xia Shaoxian also saw it. Death aura. She looked at Silver, her eyes filled with hatred. Silver grinned as he looked at Xia Zhuoyou and the others. I'll give you a choice. Either you attack the giant emperor together, or... At this point, his face turned cold, and he opened his eyes. I'll have Corpse Ghost destroy you first. Xia Zhuoyou and the rest clenched their fists as they recalled the battle on the golden screen in the mountain and sea realm. Back then, they had teamed up with levitating Mavis, but Qiu Shi and the rest had still not been able to defeat Ghoul. Wrong. We have a third choice, which is to join forces with the giant emperor and destroy you. Hui Santong barked. Attack! The next moment, everyone charged at Ghoul. Their actions attracted the giant emperor's attention, and he stopped staring at Lu Yin. Instead, he raised a hand and swatted at everyone. Silver's eyes were cold as he watched everyone's actions. When the giant emperor's palm landed, everyone scattered and dodged before closing in on Ghoul once more. Ghoul immediately activated the third transformation of the Corpse King transformation, and her red eyes were shocking. Even the giant emperor was shocked by her terrifying physical strength, and he subconsciously swatted her away, smashing her into the ground and creating a deep crater. Silver raised his brows and looked at the giant emperor solemnly. He had underestimated this fellow, as Ghoul's physical strength was far more terrifying than what he had initially shown. Was this the power of absorbing progenitor Chen's blood? Even Ghoul, who was at the third transformation of the Corpse King transformation, was no match for the giant emperor. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. The giant emperor reached out for Ghoul. Silver raised his hand. Silver light flashed from his blade as it flickered on the giant emperor's body. The giant emperor did not seem to care at all, and he reached into the ground with one hand. Just as he was about to grab Ghoul, Ghoul suddenly opened her eyes and charged out, punching at the giant emperor's face. Caught off guard, the giant emperor was struck in the nose, and he was forced back several steps as blood flowed from his nose. Everyone was shocked. Aside from Tear Lady's unblockable battle technique, Heartless Sorrow of Autumn, and Secret Technique, Ghoul was the only one who had managed to injure the giant emperor in a head-on clash. The giant emperor was enraged by Ghoul's punch, and he roared as he swatted out with his palm. This slap was much faster than before, but fortunately, Ghoul had been prepared for it. Otherwise, she would have been struck. A black aura of death spread out from Silver's body and surged into Ghoul's body. Back on the golden stage, Ghoul had single-handedly fought against Ascendant Mavis, Wen Sansi, Quiet Weep, and several other top experts. She had absorbed the aura of death and reached the third transformation of the Corpse King transformation, causing everyone to feel suffocated. Now, that power had reappeared. Thank you for your support. The next volume is about to begin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1166. At that moment, Sujio appeared beside Silver, his force field transforming into a giant ruler. Silver casually waved his hand, shattering the force field and forcing Sujio back. The next moment, Xia Zhuoyou's first blade intent descended. Silver's figure flickered as he regrouped with Lu Yin. Captain, I'll leave them to you. Lu Yin continued to pretend to be under Xia Zhuoyou's control, but when faced with Xia Zhuoyou's three-blade intents, death aura spread from his body and transformed into a scythe that slashed out. After becoming a cruiser, Lu Yin's power had risen once again, and he had absorbed a large amount of death aura. This single strike was enough to break Xia Zhuoyou's first blade intent. Xia Zhuoyou was shocked, and the second blade intent descended. Lu Yin raised his scythe and slashed out again, but suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from above. It was Lei. Xia Zhuoyou had attacked Lu Yin. Death aura surged from Lu Yin's body, and not only did he block the lightning, but he also clashed head-on with the second blade intent. Xia Zhuoyou didn't wait for the second blade intent to finish before he turned around and used the third. The third blade intent was the strongest of the Xia family's three-blade intents, and it was several times stronger than the first. Back in the mountain and sea realm, Lei Nu had been apprehensive of this technique, as it had even severed the Sky Palace of the Spirit Palace. Although Lu Yin had absorbed death aura and his power had increased greatly, he was still no match for Corpse Ghoul's third transformation. Xia Zhuoyou's third blade intent posed a threat to him, and his physical defenses couldn't reach Corpse Ghoul's level. Disguise was one thing, but now that he was in Progenitor Chen's tomb, there wasn't much of a need for disguise. As the third blade intent descended, the death aura in Lu Yin's eyes dissipated, and the scattered star chessboard appeared beneath his feet. He instantly disappeared. Silver had been staring at Lu Yin the entire time, and his eyes widened when Xia Zhuoyou's third blade intent descended. If Lu Yin had truly been transformed, then even if he couldn't block the third blade intent, he would have still clashed head-on, even if his body would have been cut in half. When the death aura in Lu Yin's eyes dissipated, Silver felt helpless. Sure enough, Lu Yin was faking it. Lu Yin's figure vanished, and the third blade intent tore through the void. Silver slowly turned to look to his right, where Lu Yin had reappeared. His lips curled up. "Captain, welcome out of hell." Lu Yin looked at Silver. "I have to thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to leave." Silver narrowed his eyes. "Captain, have you ever wondered why I brought you out even though I guessed that you might be in disguise?" Lu Yin's expression changed slightly. "Are you confident that you can bring me back? Let's give it a try." Silver's smile was very strange. He swept his gaze over everyone and raised his hand. A doll appeared in his palm. His scalp went numb the moment he saw Dolly. The Witcher spirit god. Perhaps other than Lu Yin, no one present had truly seen the sorcerer spirit god, one of the 7 sky gods. Silver took out the witch spirit divine doll, and the tearful lady streaked across the void, attacking him. Lu Yin shouted, "Be careful. That's one of the 7 sky gods." Before she could even react, the doll in Silver's hand was already facing her. She immediately fell to the ground, and no one knew how Silver had done it. Only Lu Yin knew that her 5 senses had been thrown into chaos. This was the power of the witch spirit god, a power that could not be controlled. Silver looked at Lu Yin. "Come with me, Captain." Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. He waved his hand, and Silver's body was suddenly thrown away. Silver had a backup plan, but so did Lu Yin. When Xia Jiuyo had attacked Silver, Silver had dodged and hid behind Lu Yin's back. At that moment, Lu Yin had already used his star energy to set up a teleportation array. This array could not throw Silver very far away, but it would give Lu Yin a chance to catch his breath at a critical moment. Silver was thrown towards the giant emperor. The giant emperor was still chasing after Corpse Ghoul, and out of everyone present, only Corpse Ghoul could cause any physical harm to him. He had his sights set on Corpse Ghoul. Silver slammed into the giant emperor's back, causing the giant emperor's body to tremble. Silver did not move, but Corpse Ghoul leaped up and punched the giant emperor's arm, knocking the giant emperor's palm aside. At this moment, in another direction, Yuqin was facing Lu Yin and slashing down with her blade. Spirit chain rend. Lu Yin dodged and glared at her. "Don't hit me. We're on the same side." "Who's on the same side as you freaks?" Yuqin seemed to feel insulted, and she attacked Lu Yin with even more vigor. Lu Yin did not get annoyed, and 726 stars revolved around his body before exploding. The enormous force forced Yuqin back, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Her strength was not even comparable to Kulei's, so she was far from being able to face Lu Yin's attack. Not far away, Kulei transformed into a bolt of lightning and attacked Lu Yin. Lu Yin had held back against Yuqin, but against Kulei, he used an empty palm strike and sent Kulei flying, crashing into the stone fence. Xia Jiuyo stared at Lu Yin. "Are you being controlled?" Lu Yin was helpless. "Do I look like I am?" Xia Jiuyo was not sure, as no one had ever been captured by the 7 sky gods and remained unscathed. At this moment, the tearful lady returned to normal on the ground. She panted heavily and looked around before finally fixing her gaze on Lu Yin. Her eyes flickered. This person had just warned her. What was going on? In the distance, a black shadow whizzed over and smashed towards Lu Yin. It was Corpse Ghoul, who had been slapped by the giant emperor. Despite being hit by the giant emperor's attack, Corpse Ghoul did not suffer any serious injuries. It turned around and punched at Lu Yin. Lu Yin waved his left hand and activated the Yu's secret art. He diverted the wind from his fist and used an empty palm strike on Corpse Ghoul's body. The empty palm strike was a great threat to others, but it could not harm Corpse Ghoul at all. At most, it paused for a moment before attacking Lu Yin again. Lu Yin did not want to fight against Corpse Ghoul. At this moment, the giant emperor leaped into the sky and slammed down, sending a punch in Corpse Ghoul's direction. Lu Yin, Xia Jiuyo, the tearful lady, Ku Lei, and the rest were shocked. Given the giant emperor's size, this punch was enough to cover them all. Everyone hurriedly dodged, and the star chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet to escape. However, he suddenly noticed that Sujio had not used the planned secret art to escape. His heart sank. Boom! There was a loud explosion as the giant emperor's fist slammed into the ground. The wind from the punch swept out in all directions. Lu Yin had used the planned secret art to turn everyone into chess pieces, including the giant emperor. However, the secret art was not invincible, and the giant emperor's strength surpassed that of a chess piece. Lu Yin wanted to move, but the entire star chessboard was destroyed by the giant emperor's punch. Everyone else had used their speed to escape, but Lu Yin had tried to use the planned secret art to escape. However, the planned secret art had been destroyed by the giant emperor's brute force, making him the closest person to the giant emperor. The giant emperor's eyes widened in anger as the wind from the punch tore through the void, shattering it into black cracks that spread out in all directions. Lu Yin felt his chest tighten, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was sent flying by the wind, and he landed in the blood pool with a plop. No matter how intense the battle was, the giant emperor's eyes never left the blood pool. He would not give anyone the chance to get close to it. However, when the giant emperor's fist had landed, Silver had also attacked from afar. Silver had been worried that the giant emperor's punch would destroy the ghoul, so he had used the shaman spirit doll to confuse the giant emperor's 5 senses. That was the power of the shaman spirit doll, which was equivalent to a power vessel. The giant emperor could not block it no matter what he did. After the punch, his 5 senses were in chaos, and he slowly fell to the ground. The timing was just right before Lu Yin fell into the blood pool, so the giant emperor did not realize that Lu Yin had fallen. Everyone else had been sent flying by the giant emperor's punch, and similarly, they did not notice that Lu Yin had fallen into the blood pool. Only one person, Silver, had not neglected Lu Yin. In his eyes, Lu Yin was far more important than the ghoul, and he had seen Lu Yin fall into the blood pool. There was an earth-shattering explosion as dust filled the air. Lu Yin had fallen into the blood pool, while everyone else had been injured. Silver leapt towards the blood pool, intending to pull Lu Yin out. However, the giant emperor regained consciousness in the next moment. Silver was in disbelief. How could Lu Yin have gotten rid of his 5 senses so quickly? The giant emperor watched as Silver approached the blood pool, and it was enraged. It swatted out with a palm strike, and Silver was unable to withstand it and was sent flying. No one could approach the blood pool, as it was the giant emperor's forbidden area. Silver retreated 1,000 meters and looked at the blood pool with dissatisfaction. Progenitor Chen's blood was there. Forget it, this was fine. If Lu Yin could bring Progenitor Chen's blood out, then he could take it with him. He was confident that with the shaman spirit doll, he would be invincible in Progenitor Chen's tomb. However, Silver had underestimated the 7-court successor. He had a power vessel, but so did the others. Lu Yin was the only one who had withstood the giant emperor's punch. Everyone else had used their power vessels at the critical moment, such as Yu Qin, who had used a stream of water the moment the giant emperor's punch landed and fled dozens of kilometers away. There was also Ku Lei, who had been enveloped by time-withering wood after withstanding Liu Yin's hollow palm. Liu Yin's cosmic ring had been taken away outside the mountain and sea realm, and everyone else's cosmic rings had been returned. In terms of power vessels, the 7 court successors were not lacking. Of course, they could not compare to the 7 gods' heavenly shaman spirit doll. Liu Yin did not know what was happening in the outside world. He had been directly struck by the giant emperor's punch, and the strange black and white fog that had formed from the confrontation between the death energy and the day-night restoration technique trembled. It seemed to break some sort of balance, and the death energy flowed into his meridians through his heart and circulated along with his star energy. To others, death energy was a poison that could cause them to lose their minds, but to Liu Yin, it was a type of energy that could replace star energy for cultivation. The large amount of death energy that he had absorbed from the pit beneath the Eternal Kingdom had been concentrated in his heart. Now, it was being released to replace his star energy circulation. In an instant, a terrifying amount of death energy had completed its 9th cycle. Liu Yin opened his eyes, and the corner of his mouth was still stained with blood from the giant emperor's punch. However, he was not in the mood to care about that. He was about to break through. The 9th cycle had been completed, and as his formcast model melted, he had to break through. He had originally planned to upgrade his formcast model by another level and then break through to the hunter realm, but the situation had not been under his control. Who would have thought that he could use death energy to replace star energy? The sudden surge of death energy had pushed him to the brink of a breakthrough. At this moment, he could either break through or fail. Liu Yin did not have a third option. He gritted his teeth, and his gaze became resolute. He had to break through. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1167. His body was still falling into the blood pool, and he had no idea how deep it was. Liu Yin wasn't in the mood to care about this. His back was throbbing with pain. He had experienced this before when he had broken through to become a melder and an explorer, and now, he was experiencing it again when he had broken through to become a hunter. Behind Liu Yin, the mysterious runic seal appeared once more and transformed into chains that pierced through his body. It forcefully stopped his 9th cycle, preventing him from breaking through. At the same time, the formcast model melted, and a bone-deep pain assaulted him. It was as if his body was being crushed and reassembled. He would experience this feeling every time he broke through, but this time, it was especially intense. Not everyone could break through to become a hunter with a formcast model. How many people in the universe could use a 6-fold formcast model? Perhaps Yuhua Mavis, Shangqing, and the others had broken through with a 6-fold formcast model, which was why they were so powerful. How many of the 10 arbiters could break through with a 6-fold formcast model? Liu Yin gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He wanted to break through to become a hunter, but the pain in his back constantly reminded him that it was impossible. As a melder, he had the crazy headmaster to help him break through the seal. As an explorer, he had borrowed the power of a corpse. At this moment, no one could help him. The 9th cycle gradually came to a stop with the appearance of the seal, and Liu Yin could feel it as well. His heart continued to sink as he tried his best to circulate his death chi and break free from the chains, but he was unable to do so. This seal wasn't something that he could break. He had too many opportunities, and he had mastered many battle techniques and even 2 secret techniques. However, at this moment, he was powerless. Liu Yin desperately wanted to see Mr. Mu, Master Yuan, or even the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 sky gods. Those people could definitely help him break through the seal. The 9th cycle gradually came to a stop, and Lu Yin could only helplessly fail. At this point, his body fell to the bottom of the blood pool, where there was a clump of crimson blood that released waves of pressure. The pressure vaguely formed a giant that roared through space. It was Progenitor Chen's blood. Lu Yin's body coincidentally landed on top of Progenitor Chen's blood, which coincidentally came into contact with the seal. The instant the ninth cycle came to a complete stop, the instant the seal came into contact with Progenitor Chen's blood, the giant formed from the pressure punched the seal. In an instant, in a strange starry sky, a pair of beautiful eyes opened, filled with shock. The power of the progenitor realm. The giant formed by the blood and the seal formed an opposing force. They were constantly consuming each other's power. Lu Yin had already given up, but in the next moment, the chains shattered, and another layer of the seal was broken by Progenitor Chen's blood. Death energy replaced star energy as it surged through Lu Yin's body, circulating throughout his body in the blink of an eye. Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes as a terrifying aura shot up from the bottom of the blood pool, creating a phenomenon. When Lu Yin had first broken through to the explorer realm, a phenomenon had appeared. Now that he had become a hunter, the phenomenon was even more obvious. At the bottom of the blood pool, ripples appeared in the void as a small sapling slowly grew above Lu Yin's head. It quickly flourished and extended out of the blood pool, out of the many stone houses that the giant had built, and even out of Progenitor Chen's tomb in the blink of an eye. Finally, as if it had broken through the void, it went beyond Progenitor Chen's tomb and appeared in outer space. The various family heads of the 7 courts were stunned. What the hell? It was a tree. Its branches hung down, distorting the void and giving birth to gas. It seemed to be creating all things. Under one branch, a round ball was born. Under another branch, a sword was born. Under another branch, a square object was born. Under another branch, a card was born. Under another branch, something was born. Under another branch, something was born. Under another branch, something was born. All things grew from the tree, and the tree was born from Lu Yin. It gradually covered the heavens, and the phenomenon this time was much clearer than when Lu Yin had broken through to the explorer realm. Everyone stared blankly. Hui Ji was astonished. It's a phenomenon brought about by a breakthrough. Who is it? Xia Yi's gaze was solemn, as it was very rare for a breakthrough to cause a phenomenon. Even though the 7 court successors had good resources and powerful inheritances, not all of their breakthroughs were accompanied by a phenomenon. Furthermore, this aura. Was it a hunter? Who was breaking through to the hunter realm? Anyone who had entered should have been a hunter. No, that brat from the Ku family wasn't a hunter. Muwen was astonished. Someone had actually broken through to the hunter realm in Progenitor Chen's tomb and even created a phenomenon that covered the heavens. This was too inconceivable. The phenomenon tree was still expanding. In the end, it almost covered half of the 7 courts. This strange phenomenon shocked everyone. Even though the 7 courts had elders with a combat power of 1,000,000 or more, they were still shocked by this phenomenon. Above the Great Styx River, the old man rowing the boat looked up. A peerless genius. Above the Summer Blade continent, an old man opened his eyes and looked towards Progenitor Chen's tomb. Whose child is this? For such a phenomenon to appear, he must be unrivaled in the universe. Everyone was stunned by the phenomenon, including the giant emperor, who stared blankly at the blood pool. He was very intelligent, but because he was too intelligent, he could not understand what was happening in the blood pool. Many thoughts ran through his mind, and the one he pondered the most was Progenitor Chen. He was certain that this phenomenon was related to Progenitor Chen because no one else had entered the blood pool. All of the intruders were here. Silver stared at the blood pool. Lu Yin had broken through. He had become a hunter. Lu Yin had always been a cruiser who had fought against the geniuses of the Neoverse. During the Mountain and Sea Realm War, he had stepped onto the golden screen as a cruiser and fought against Yuhua Mavis, which had shocked everyone. At that time, he had only been a cruiser. Now, he had become a hunter. At this moment, even Silver did not know how strong Lu Yin was. He was excited, and he licked his lips. Breakthrough. The stronger he was, the better. The stronger he was, the greater his gains would be. This was the most perfect weapon in the entire universe. The giant emperor had forgotten to attack, and he just stared at the blood pool. The others did not provoke him, as they were all waiting for the results. At the bottom of the blood pool, Lu Yin's body glowed. He had broken through to the hunter realm, and at this moment, his strength had increased infinitely. He released his domain, which went beyond the blood pool and instantly enveloped the outside of the city walls. It continued to expand, and he did not know how far it would extend. Suddenly, Lu Yin felt like he was in control of everything. The deathly aura circulated through his body, and even with such an enormous amount, it did not affect Lu Yin. Lu Yin circulated the day-night restoration technique, and the deathly aura condensed back into the black and white fog around his heart. His body, which should have been abundant with star energy, only had a small portion left, and he needed to continue absorbing it to complete the cycle. At this moment, Lu Yin felt that the greatest difference was that he had an innate gift. Yes, it was an innate gift. He had a second innate gift. There were very few people in the universe who could be born with innate gifts, and there were all sorts of strange innate gifts. There were innate gifts like the star-swallowing bear's transformation into a giant beast, innate gifts like ice and fire, and there were also innate gifts like eyes and ears that could mutate. Generally speaking, innate gifts could be divided into three categories: natural innate gifts, biological innate gifts, and exotic innate gifts. Lu Yin's innate gift with the die was one of the exotic innate gifts. There were countless people who could awaken an innate gift, but very few of them had two innate gifts at the same time. At this moment, after breaking through to the hunter realm, a second innate gift had appeared. It was a very familiar innate gift that shocked and inexplicable him: General Appointing Platform. Yes, Lu Yin's innate gift was General Appointing Platform. He had never thought that he would awaken a second innate gift, nor had he expected it to be General Appointing Platform. When the Sixth Mainland had invaded, the Hall of Honor had brought out a General Appointing Platform to encourage the Fifth Mainland's younger generation to fight to the death. Those who stood on the platform would be conferred a title, and those who became a king could enter the Neoverse and participate in the contest for the Star Tower. At the time, everyone's attention had been focused on the geniuses who had been conferred a title, and no one had paid attention to the General Appointing Platform itself. Even Lu Yin had never paid attention to it and had only thought of it as a very sturdy weapon. However, at this moment, he had awakened a second innate gift that was exactly the same as the General Appointing Platform, which he could not understand. Wasn't this a weapon? Or was it a construction? How could it be an innate gift? As he looked at the General Appointing Platform, Lu Yin's gaze changed from confusion to excitement, and finally to excitement. Although he did not know if the General Appointing Platform he had awakened was the same as the General Appointing Platform that the Hall of Honor had used, he now understood the use of his second innate gift. It had to be said that it was very, very powerful, and also very suitable for him. Although he was currently at the bottom of the blood pool, Lu Yin was very clear about everything that was happening outside. His domain had undergone a transformation, and it might not be any weaker than invisible lights. Outside the blood pool, Xia Jiuyo and the others felt that something was strange. Was this a domain? There were quite a few people present who had comprehended a domain, and the one who had used it the most was Suzhou. However, this domain clearly did not belong to Suzhou, so who did it belong to? It actually made his heart palpitate. He looked around, and then he suddenly thought of someone. Where was Lu Yin? Not only Xia Zhuoyou, but Ku Lei also reacted. Where was Lu Yin? He looked around, but he could not find him. Everyone present was an expert, and they could clearly see everything as they looked around, but they could not find Lu Yin. In the end, everyone's gazes landed on the blood pool. No way. Could he be inside? Then, was that feeling of breaking through to the Hunter realm real? Had Lu Yin broken through to the Hunter realm in the blood pool? The giant emperor continued to stare blankly at the blood pool. He had been born in progenitor Chen's tomb, and he did not understand any battle techniques or cultivation techniques. At the bottom of the blood pool, Lu Yin clenched his fists. It was time to go out. He did not know how strong he was now, but perhaps he could fight against the zombie. He stood up and leaped out of the blood pool. As he charged out, everyone saw him, including the giant emperor. In an instant, the giant emperor's pupils shrank, and he went berserk. His eyes turned blood red, but it was not progenitor Chen's blood. Progenitor Chen's blood had also disappeared. This outsider had absorbed progenitor Chen's blood. The giant emperor was furious, and he roared at the sky before slapping at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he tapped his feet lightly. The void rippled, and his body disappeared as he easily avoided the giant emperor's attack. As for the palm wind, it did not affect him at all. At that moment, the zombie appeared behind him and punched out. This was Silver's order. He wanted to see Lu Yin's strength after breaking through to the Hunter realm. If possible, he wanted to capture him. Lu Yin turned around and clenched his right hand into a fist. His 9-lined battle force surged, and he punched out as well. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.